Yes, good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we are back and I'm delighted to say that we will be bringing you live ball-by-ball coverage throughout the 2023 campaign of every non-televised game here at Trent Bridge. Now, the County Championship got underway last week, but we are here at Trent Bridge for the very first time this season and Division 1 cricket returns. Very excited about that and we hope you are as well. Now, in previous seasons, I've been very happy to say that the captain, Stephen Mullaney, joins me on day one, and I'm delighted to say that that is going to be no different this year. In you come, captain. How are we?
Good, thanks, Aaron.
Somerset first up here at Trent Bridge for our home game. First of all, how nice is it to be back at Trent Bridge and with the sun shining at the moment?
Yeah, no, you said warm welcome. I'm not sure that's accurate, but yeah, obviously great to be back in front of our home fans and members. You know, it's a good turnout so far, so hopefully we can, you know, put on a show and get some runs on the board today.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, it started last week, trip down to Hampshire. Not the result, obviously, we were hoping for and looking for, but what have we learned from that first game about the challenges that lie ahead for us in this division?
Yeah, you know, it's strange. People I've seen, you know, mates out of cricket, and they said, "Oh, how did it go? We didn't get 200." But I actually felt that a lot of batters spent a lot of time at the crease. It wasn't, you know, the easiest wicket to bat on, and they've got a very good attack, obviously, with Abbas, Abbott, Barker, and Fuller. And I think the big learning curve is knowing that they're going to be four proper bowlers, and we're going to have to play well. Again, here today, coming up against a very good team, so you know we're going to have to be by our best to compete.
You mentioned about Somerset there. What can we expect from their lineup? It's been a few years since we've played them. Can you remember the last time we played them?
I remember beating them at Taunton, yeah. In 2021, we won by an innings and 68 runs. Is it?
No, 160 runs actually.
Well, I meant 160. Okay. No, but they're obviously experienced side. They've been together a long time. They've got international class coming in with Bancroft and Siddle. Overton's obviously a proven performer. Very well led by Tom Abel. Very well drilled side. You know, so again, we're going to have to play well. But I think, you know, we know how we go about our business. We've done it for 2-3 years now. We've got a very strong record here at Trent Bridge, which we're proud of, and you know we want to continue this year.
Toss has taken place, obviously. Somerset won that toss. They've chosen to have a bowl. How do you feel about that? What's your approach in this morning session? Yeah,
we would have bowled first, but I'm never bothered here at Trent Bridge ever, really, because it's a place that if you don't get it right with the ball, you can score quickly. We know it's going to do a little bit, and if they bowl well, they bowl well. But you know, Ben Duckett going up to the top of the order was really positive for us last week. Obviously, he's done it in the winter for England. You know, and I think it's actually opened up Ben Slater at 3 to be a bit more aggressive. Joe Clark played beautifully as well last week. Tom Moores, you know, I spent a little bit of time in the crease without getting any runs. So, you know, I think we just continue the way we're going and keep believing in stuff that's, you know, it's not a train wreck. We've lost one game. I think we lost the second game last year and we still did okay. So, you know, no panic stations as of yet, but we know that we're going to have to play well.
How important is that, just to keep a level head and, you know, we know what we've got to do, we know what, the way we play cricket, etc. Is it just gentle reminders about that, and one of those reminders this morning?
Yeah, I think I've been around the block enough to know now that you can't get too high when it's going well and you can't get too low when it's not going well. You know, it was a game last week we got, you know, outplayed on not a great wicket, but they played better than us. And, you know, as long as we keep turning up with the same intensity, which we did last week with the ball, I thought Luke Fletcher was magnificent. You know, and with the bat we keep being aggressive and look to score runs and put the opposition under pressure. As long as we do them things, you know, the result will take care of itself, hopefully. You
obviously mentioned earlier about a couple of players there, Ben Duckett, Ben Slater, etc. Team news, there's a couple of changes. Do you just want to explain that for us?
Yeah, so Ollie Stone is rested this week with Stuart Broad coming back in. So, you know, obviously delighted to have him back in the ranks. He's buzzing to get out there and he can't wait to play in front of the fans. And Luke Fletcher came up with a little bit of sore ankle yesterday, nothing too major. So Brett Hutton comes in for his first game of the season. Exciting people to come in.
Well, thank you very much for joining us once again, and I wish you well. I'll let you go back to your team.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
All right, cheers, Mo. Thank you very much. Captain Stephen Mullaney there, he mentioned about the team there, so let's just remind you of the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture. mentioned there about Ben Duckett, and it's a new opening partnership for Nottinghamshire this year. Haseeb Hameed and Ben Duckett will open very, very shortly. Ben Duckett just needs 60 runs for 8,500 in first class matches. Ben Slater at number 3, Joe Clark in at number 4, and Lyndon James in at number 5. Just 28 runs for Lyndon to reach 1,000 in first class matches. The captain just joined me there. He needs 107 runs to reach 9,500 in first class matches. Tom Moores once again with the gloves, and Liam Patterson-White, who scored his maiden first class century against Somerset back in 2021. He mentioned Brett Hunn. He comes into the attack just needing 2 wickets to reach 250 wickets in first class matches, and he mentioned him there. Stuart Broad, 909 first class wickets, and finally Dane Patterson, 6 wickets for Dane to reach 500 in first class matches. That is your Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Somerset. Okay, now the sun is shining here at Trent Bridge, but it is very windy and it is very cold. Now we're just a matter of moments away from the start of play. It will get underway at 11 o'clock, but just before then, let's have a look at the Nottinghamshire fixtures for this 2023 campaign. So as you can see, obviously the first home game today against Somerset. We have home fixtures against the likes of Lancashire, Essex, and obviously that return fixture against Hampshire in July. If we look at the away fixtures, obviously we've already travelled down to the Ageas Bowl. Next up is Middlesex, and we face the County Championship champions from 2022, Surrey, in July. They are the fixtures for this year. Okay, so the time literally is, I'm just looking at the clocks and they're all broken. It's just gone at 10 to. The start of play will happen at 11 o'clock, like I say. The schedule for today, 96 overs today, with the morning session lasting from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, where the lunch will be taken for 40 minutes. Your umpires today are Michael Byrne and David Milnes. Just to remind you of how the toss went, Somerset won that toss. The captain, Tom Abel, called correctly, and he has chosen to bowl. So that does mean that Haseeb Hameed and Ben Duckett will be making their way out of the pavilion in just over 5 minutes' time. Now, your commentary team today are Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson. We'll join them very, very shortly and say good morning to them. But if you've literally just joined us as we head to 11 o'clock, let's just once again remind you of the Nottinghamshire selected 11. Your openers are Haseeb Hameed and Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett obviously moving up to open with Haseeb Hameed this year after a strong winter with England. Ben Slater in at number 3, a new position for him. We'll see how he gets on later on today, with Joe Clark coming in at 4. He got 47 runs in the first innings against Hampshire, and he'll be looking to continue that good form today. Lyndon James at number 5, with the captain coming in at number 6. Tom Moores once again takes the gloves, and he scored 49 down in Hampshire as well with a bat, so he'll be looking to contribute when the time is right. And Liam Patterson-White in at number 8. Brent Hutton comes in for Luke Fletcher. Stuart Broad comes in to the attack as well, and Dane Patterson is your number 11 there. But hopefully they will be in the shed, as they say, for quite a while, as Nottinghamshire will be back in the score. Your head coach, as always, is Peter Moores. Okay, so as I say, we're about 5 minutes away from the start of play. So what we'll do, seeing it is the first game here at Trent Bridge, we'll leave you with the lovely pictures of Trent Bridge in the sunshine, and I will hand over to your commentary team of Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson, who will join you as the umpires make their way onto the pitch. Gloucestershire,
The home side hosting Somerset, good friends from the West Country here. Nice to catch up with one or two of the players on the outfield down there for the toss, which has just taken place. I can tell you that Nottinghamshire will be batting. They've been put in by the visiting side. Once again, skipper Tom Abel back in the Somerset lineup. For Notts, just quickly, 2 changes. Ollie Stone, in the words of the coaching staff, his workload is being managed, so Ollie Stone misses out. Stuart Broad, who I'm sure his workload is also being managed, is back in to replace him, like for like. England fast bowlers, one hugely experienced, one not so much. Broad in for Stone, and the other one, I understand Luke Fletcher's got a bit of a niggle and he's replaced by Brett Hutton. I'll give you the Notts 11 in full in just a moment, but where's my manners? I should be introducing first of all my good chum who's come all the way up from the West Country, dodging the showers and everything else that the various motorways can throw at him on his journey up yesterday. It's lovely once again to welcome to Trent Bridge Anthony Gibson. Good morning.
Great pleasure to be here, Dave. Thanks very much. Yes, it was a stormy journey north yesterday afternoon. Absolutely dreadful weather. I was nearly blown into the Bristol Channel playing golf yesterday morning, but it's not a bad morning here at all at Trent Bridge. Clouds are high. It's quite chilly out there. The fielders will be well wrapped up, but it's great too. Always a pleasure to be at Trent Bridge. It's much my favourite of the stadium grounds, the test grounds, and everybody's friendly. Even the steward on the gate this morning.
And you've got your skipper back.
Yeah, indeed.
You've got your captain back.
That's it, and I think it'll make a big difference. I mean, Lewis Gregory is a very good captain. Make no bones about it, as the people of Nottingham know very well, because he skippered the Trent Rockets to victory in the first edition of the 100. But he doesn't inspire the fielding side, the Somerset fielding side, in the way that Tom Abel do. They really do perform for Captain Tom, and it's great to have him back after a side strain that he sustained in a warm-up game when he was just on the verge of playing for England in 20 over and 50 over cricket. So it was a cruel blow, and it's great to have him back.
We'll get your full 11 in just a second, but to mark the card of anybody who's joined us via the BBC Sport website, or you've just got the audio at the moment, you want to see pictures, the live stream is now running via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk/live, and you'll be able to get in there and just click your details in. There's no subscription, there's no this, that or the other. Just I think it's whop in your email address, and you'll be able to get in and watch the live stream with the BBC commentary to accompany it, unless you want to mute us, which of course is your prerogative. But just to let you know, the live stream is now running. Many thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for setting the day up. Aaron out there, those of you that have been watching the live stream will have heard him set the day up nicely for this, the first home game of the season. Players are out there. Notts have been put in. Somerset with ball in hand. So just the one change, Anthony, for Somerset.
Yeah, one change. Tom Abel in, and George Bartlett is.
He's a little unlucky, isn't he, George?
Well, he didn't. He as per usual, he flattered to deceive in both innings against Warwickshire, and got out in the second innings to a really dreadful shot. So I think he was always the one who was likely to be left out when Tom Abel returned, given that Somerset signed Sean Dixon from Durham, Cameron Bancroft playing the first 4 games, and of course Tom Coder-Cadmore from Yorkshire. So some of the locally grown cricketers have had to make way, which some of us have slightly mixed feelings about.
Plenty from Anthony today. It's just the two of us at the moment. We might try and entice a guest or two, but in a moment I'll have to do an update for Radio Nottingham, so if you don't mind, I'll take the first over, and it's going to be Craig Overton to get us underway, bowling to Asiba Mead, and England International to England International, of course, and the first ball's gone through to wicketkeeper James Rew. An attacking field set by Tom Abel. 4 slips there ready just for the nick. In case you've not been able to see it clearly on the stream, we're just playing to the left of centre as we look, slightly towards the Fox Road side of the ground, and this, I understand from Steve Burks, the groundsman, is a strip that's not been used since the Glamorgan home game last year. Here is that update. where we just started right on time. Nottinghamshire batting, they've been put in by visitors Somerset. Cloudy morning, looks a good decision by the Somerset skipper. Notts are going to have to bat really well. 2 changes from the last match, both in the fast bowling department. Stuart Broad comes in for Ollie Stone, and there's a recall for Brett Hutton, with Luke Fletcher having a little bit of a niggle. Nottinghamshire batting, we've had 2 balls, 0 for 0. So here is Overton, a little bit of a loose swish at that one from Asib Hamid, the previous delivery. This one he lets go through.
A little bit of seam movement there.
Yep.
It started too wide, so Hamid didn't have to play at it, but it was definite deviation.
Had a little natter with Craig out there in the middle, went out for the toss. I've known the family for a good time. Understand Dad Mark isn't coming to this one, but Craig says he'll be listening. So good morning, Mark. A ground, of course, which Craig has got a hat trick. He was bowling from the other end back in 2018 against Nottinghamshire, as Hamid pushes this to mid-off, and all 3 of his victims were nick-offs to second slip to Marcus Trescothick.
I can visualise it as you speak. It was quite a moment. And the previous evening,
yep.
Tom Abel had got a hat-trick.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I think we've got something like 20 years without a first-class hat-trick on this ground, and 2... I say a first-class hat-trick, a Nottinghamshire or a county championship hat-trick, because Stuart Broad had one in a test match here in 2011 against India. No runs yet. We've had 4 deliveries as Overton bowls to Asib Hamid. This goes through to the keeper. Hamid just quietly about his business at the Ageas Bowl last week. No scores of any substance. In fact, it was a game where Nottinghamshire beaten in 3 days. They only had 1 half-century, and that was from Ben Duckett, and he only got to 51. I think it was a wicket that was very, very difficult for the batters on both sides. So Notts come here on the wrong end of a defeat in their first match. Somerset with a drawn game at home down at Taunton against Warwickshire, as this one strikes Hamid on the pad, very confident from behind the wicket. Not so much Overton, but he's begun with a maiden. 0 for 0.
Yeah, good over. Not quite that remorseless off-stump line that he would have been aiming for. That last one just going down the leg side, but certainly signs of some early seam movement. Somerset's bowlers, all of them really, look pretty rusty against Warwickshire. Alex Davis and Sam Hain both getting hundreds against them on a pitch that was never particularly flat. It was always doing a bit for the quicker bowlers, and Somerset really had the worst of that encounter with Warwickshire. They were, if in all honesty, outplayed in all departments, as Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, acknowledged. So we're going to have Josh Davey opening up from the pavilion end. He's got 4 slips, who are Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Cameron Bancroft, Craig Overton and skipper Tom Abel. Here comes Davey in to bowl to Duckett outside the off stump. No shot from Ben Duckett, who of course has been in tremendous form for England. What's made the difference, do you think, Dave? What's he doing differently that's turned him in, from a decent player into one of the best opening bats in the world? He's
been driven for the last, since moving from Northants here to get his England place back, and he knew it would just be sheer weight of runs, and because last year well over 1,000 in Division 2, some really big scores.
Davey in bowls to Duckett, who strokes this away into the covers, and Sean Dixon makes a good stop at backward point.
As we know, they've tried any number in that opening position over the last few years, and he's got all his runs for Notts in the last couple of years at 3, and so it was a little bit of a left field, if you like, to pop him up there with Zach Crawley in the winter, but he scores his runs so quickly. He was tailor-made for
Brendan McCullum.
Well, that and also for Pakistan as well, because he's such a good sweeper.
Yeah. Davy bowls to him, and this is driven away through the offside, over pitched, and it's gone to the boundary in a flash. Handsome shot, wide half volley from Josh Davy. You don't bowl those to Ben Duckett. And Nottinghamshire underway, 4 without loss in the second over.
But with all due respect to the bowlers of Derbyshire and Leicestershire and Durham, etc., I mean, he really filled the boots against all of those last year. In fact, all the Division 2 sides are 240 odd at Derby. He could have got as many as he wanted at Leicestershire, almost got himself out when he'd got 150. It was just so easy for him. So he racked up the runs last year because he plays all around the world in the various T20 competitions as well. So I think his England recall has been coming for a while.
Here's Davy to Duckett, turns this into the onside. They go for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps from Tom Lammonby, and if that had hit, it might have been close. But Tom Lammonby only had the one stump to aim at. It was in his left hand. It went to his left hand, and he is, of course, left-handed. So not the most well-judged of quick singles, that by Ben Duckett.
I'd agree with that. From here, it looked if he hit, he might just be struggling. Our umpires, by the way, are David Milnes and Michael Burns, one a former Nottinghamshire player, one a former Somerset player, and our scorers, a very good morning. I know they'll have the commentary on up there in the box. Roger Marshall and Polly Rhodes, and Ian Smith will be working the big screens here at Trent Bridge. Good morning to you all.
There's Davy coming over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid. He's there and bowls, and Hamid is stretching forward, playing that to a ball at short mid-wicket. And am I right in thinking that Mike Burns is umpiring at the Pavilion end and David Milnes at the Radcliffe Road end?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure you mentioned it last week in your commentary. The umpires this year wearing cameras. You can, those of you watching the live stream, you weren't aware of it last week. You'll see sort of like a little black square on their right breast of their umpire's coats. That's a camera the umpires are now wearing.
Davy in a bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Hamid. Is that to spot misbehaviour?
Well, it depends who you ask, Anthony. It's not. It's certainly not. Let's immediately squash that out. It's not for VAR, for LBWs, for caught behinds or whatever. Depends who you ask. I've had people tell me it's as a coaching aid for future umpires. They can have a look at the film and whatever. You know, what would you do in this circumstance, etc. I'm told it's a coaching aid for coaches and players to have a look at the film and whatever. No better view than straight down the wicket. I'm also told it is there for any incidents that do get reported to the Cricket Disciplinary Commission.
And is it widely accessible, or is
well, I don't think we've got access to it. It is an ECB run project. What I don't want, I mentioned it a couple of times last week, what we don't want is long periods of delay where somebody says, oh, your camera's not working, and they've got to go and fix it. But 5 without loss, third over upcoming, with Overton for the first time bowling to Ben Duckett, who's got all 5, and he pushes this back to the bowler.
Yeah, pitching that right up. Craig Overton giving the ball a chance to swing.
We're on the old Twittery thing, both of us, at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, if you want to get in touch. Lovely to hear from you. As I say, I'm sure during the course of the contest we'll be able to entice 1 or 2 guests up to join us as Craig Overton wearing 7 bowls. Duckett will cut this away into the offside. They take a single, since of course Anthony was last in. But it only went up over the winter away to our right. Our view down the Loughborough Road is now obscured. You've got the retirement apartments at Taunton. We've now promised we'll have something similar here. It is over the road, over the Bridgeford Road there, and at the moment there's lots of scaffolding and sheeting over it. Can't really see it, but our view straight down the road. We can't talk about the red buses going into the city centre and all the rest of it anymore. Down the leg side, this one by Overton, nicely taken by wicketkeeper Rue.
Can't see the cooling towers of the Radcliffe on Soar power station, which was just ticking over as I drove past.
Yep.
It's been sort of held in reserve, hasn't it?
Yeah. Lots of things we can't now see. The aircraft just gently descending into East Midlands Airport. The impending storms coming across from the west. Our view's certainly very different this season. 6 without loss. Hamid still looking for his first run, and he's flashed at that one. A real kitchen sinker from Asib Hamid. He went hard at that one, didn't get anything on it, and it goes again through to Rue. He was lucky not to get a snick on that, but you know, always say, don't they, if you're going to go hard, it might just have flown over the top of the quartet of slips and away for 4.
He did that in the first over as well from Overton. Chased a really wide one.
Hamid, who skippered England Lions in Sri Lanka over the winter, as Overton bowls to him. This is just run to backward point, no run. Having the previous winter, of course, been with the full England side in Australia for the Ashes. Didn't go too well for him, so he's had to rebuild. 1,000 runs for Notts last year in Division 2, and obviously a sign that the ECB are still monitoring him by letting him skipper the England Lions through the winter. So he's not too far away, but he's now got a new opening partner here in Ben Duckett, with Ben Slater, who's opened the last 3 years, coming in at 3. Another one allowed to go through to Rue.
He's just not quite on it, Craig Overton, so far, and hasn't been much in what we've seen so far to justify Tom Abel's decision to ask Nottinghamshire to have a bat.
Helmet being brought on, I'm not entirely sure. Well, this is 4. I wouldn't have thought the keeper's standing up. Maybe a short leg going in there.
I guess. Probably be Bancroft going at short leg.
Be more for Overton, you'd imagine, than Josh Davey, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is going to be parked behind the wicket keeper for now, and maybe in Craig Overton's next over he might have a short leg in there.
Test out the middle of the pitch. Josh Davey going to be bowling around the wicket to Ben Duckett. 4th over of the morning, 6 without loss. Nottinghamshire, Somerset having won the toss and electing to field. Davey bowls, and this is not timed at all by Ben Duckett. Didn't move his feet, just chopped at the ball hard, and didn't come on as he was hoping. He rehearses a rather different sort of swish outside the off stump. Aggressive opening batsman.
A note now with Stuart Broad coming into the side. There are 5 left-handers in the Nottinghamshire side, so probably will be a fair amount of right arm round the wicket during the course of this particular innings. 5 lefties in the Notts side.
Davey in bowls to Duckett, who goes for rather, not quite sure what that was intended to be. It was started off as a square cut and ended up as a pull. And he rehearses what was, in essence, a very much a white ball shot. He rehearses all sorts of different shots now, but they're all aggressive ones.
Duckett's got 1 century against Taunton. This is against Somerset. This is his 6th match. That was at Taunton way back in 2014 for Northants. Batting at 8, he got 144 not out, and Anthony was there.
I was. Davey in and bowls, and this time Duckett forced into a defensive shot. He's made the England opening berth his own, really, hasn't he, Ben Duckett? I mean, it's Zach Crawley whose position is more at risk, one would have thought. But maybe an opportunity if they want to hedge their bets and have a rather more solid brand of opening batsman to complement Ben Duckett's aggression, and Hamid can't be far away. Davey bowls to Duckett, who is beaten by one that cuts back and comes between bat and pad. He was looking to play an offside shot, and surprised by that seam movement from Josh Davey. It bounced quite well too. So one or two signs of life from this pitch.
I don't think Nottinghamshire supporters would like to hear you saying that. Take away both Hamid and Duckett out of this Nottinghamshire side. Of course, they're up in Division 1 after a pretty poor Division 1 season in 2019 where they were relegated. Then we had obviously the COVID years, and then back in Division 2 last year.
Davies bowls this too full, too wide, and crunched away through the offside by Ben Duckett in a fine swing of the bat. Not a particularly cultivated.
No, it was ugly, wasn't it?
But very effective. And he brings in 4 runs, takes him on to 10. We're in the 4th over. And Josh Davies' first couple of overs, rather reminiscent of what he was serving up at Taunton last week. Can't really afford to bowl one bad ball and over. Don't want to allow the batsman that release. Keep the pressure on. Davey in bowls, and this is played firmly, nicely timed by Duckett, but Sean Dixon at backward point able to get the hand low to his left to make the stop. End of the 4th over. Knots 10 without loss, all 10 of those to Ben Duckett.
Fraser's been in touch, sent a photograph of he's got his laptop up and got it all wired into the big smart television there. There are some perks about working from home, he says. I think Notts are going to have to bat really well on there today. Thanks, Fraser, lovely to hear from you. Mark, one of our regulars, just to say really enjoying the commentary. I will try and make it to Trent Bridge at some point this season. Hope to see you, Mark. Enjoy your season. The Grumpy Git, good morning to he's put my 2 favourite commentators, myself and Anthony, the Grumpy Git, but I think pretty much whichever commentary he's listening to he'll put that, but appreciate it anyway. This is wide of the off stump through to Hamid, who's still looking for his first run at Brace Cricket at and Gibb. Adrian Thomas, Dave, reference your left-handers. Gloucestershire, first 4 in their order this year are left-hand batters: Harris, Dent, Bracey and Hammond. No play at Bristol today for Adrian, with very wet conditions down there in the West Country. This one through to the keeper. Of course, the last round of matches a week ago, disappointment for all Somerset fans with the moisture, shall we say, the puddles on the outfield at Taunton. No play on the first day. They've had 1 or 2 issues.
Well, we had a lake at one end and a beach at the other, but the umpires very sensibly decided to rope off both of those areas, which meant for a rather strange configuration for the outfield, but it did mean that we got 3 days cricket.
Overton bowls down the leg side, a little bit of a lazy, nonchalant sort of half flick at it from Hamid, doesn't get anything on it, and then goes on his little walk out towards the umpire, and then we'll be back again. 10 without loss. I don't actually think I've given you the Nottinghamshire side in full by the changes. Asib Hamid and Ben Duckett. Ben Slater will come in at 3. Joe Clark and Lyndon James, both Clark and James each coming off the back of ducks in the second innings at the Ageas Bowl last week. Skipper Stephen Mullaney at 6. Next one into the midriff area of Hamid, who keeps it out. Tom Moores at 7. I'll come back to those 2 in a second. Mullaney and Moores. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left arm spinner, at 8. Brett Hutton and Stuart Broad. It might be Stuart Broad and Brett Hutton, but they're the 2 that have come in. Broad in for Ollie Stone, Brett Hutton in for Luke Fletcher, and the South African international Dane Patterson at 11. The very last ball that was bowled in the match at the Ageas Bowl last week, as Overton bowls to Hamid and he defends with, you may have seen, scores were tied at tea time on day 3 and the umpires took them off to a chorus of boos, etc. Well, not sort of entered into the spirit of that, because when they came back out for 2 balls after tea, Stephen Mullaney had the wicketkeeper pads and gloves on. He kept wicket, and Tom Moores, the wicketkeeper, bowled, and from the second of those, I think it was Nick Gubbins got the winning runs anyway. Hampshire defeated Notts by 8 wickets, so not a positive return to Division 1 for Nottinghamshire. Again down the leg side from Craig Overton. He's disappointed. Asib Hamid's disappointed that he didn't get anything on it, and a little bit of a scruffy over comes to an end. Overton 3 overs 2 maidens, none for 1. Davey 2 overs, none for 9. Cloudy overhead, but there is quite a lot of blue sky up there. There is some sun shine around somewhere, and we promise that today you might just get the odd shower. I think tomorrow there's more likelihood of perhaps catching a little bit of rain, but Saturday and Sunday look to be okay.
Yeah, Craig Overton in conversation, slightly anxious looking conversation with his skipper, favouring his left foot again, Craig Overton. Davey into Duckett, And that one bounces on Ben Duckett more than he was expecting, and he keeps it out, but not much more. Maybe the Big Craig does have trouble with the footholds, and after that last delivery, which went down the leg side, he just stood with his head bowed, as if and he's doing it again now, just feeling his left foot. I don't think there's anything seriously wrong with it.
Go and rest it, Craig. Go and rest it.
Probably, maybe a little bit bruised. I don't know. There's a lot of weight comes crashing down on it when he bowls. Davy bowls, and this again is squirts. It was an aggressive shot, went over a thick edge, backward of square. It's the third boundary that Ben Duckett has plundered from Josh Davy, who rehearses a pull shot. But
see ball, hit ball with Ben Duckett. Opening partnership of 14, and I see Bermuda's done all the watching so far.
Tom Abel just having a chat with his bowler. Josh Davy, he bowls at fairly gentle medium pace, sort of 75, 76 miles an hour, and if he's not right there, then an aggressive batsman like Duckett is going to go after him. And we've already got Sean Dixon sent back onto the deep point boundary, which is not ideal when you've won the toss and asked the opposition to bat. Duckett looks to make room for himself on the offside, doesn't time. It's a no ball, the first no ball of the match, signalled by umpire Mike Burns. Score moves on to 16 without loss, 14 of those to Ben Duckett. Hamid yet to open his account.
So we might see a little bit of Peter Siddle before too long. There's also, of course, Lewis Gregory and Jack Leach with his slow left arm. Last time Somerset were here, Jack Leach with a 6 to spin knots to defeat.
Davies in and bowls, and takes Duckett on the pad and just dribbles down to leg slip, picked up by James Rue. Again, the wrong line. Peter Siddle is out at deep backward square leg rather than long leg, which would be the conventional
Don't know if he's
position.
Getting himself ready for the next over, or if he's just keeping loose and warm, but he's doing some stretching and bending exercises. Lovely fella.
Yeah, he is. Davy to Duckett. And Duckett waits for this and just dabs it into the offside, but doesn't get it in the right place to pinch a quick single, and Tom Abel quickly around to his left.
Had a season here, and of course there's an affinity and sort of almost regard him as one of our own. But of course since then he's played for Lancashire and he's played for Essex. And he's now played for Somerset. So he likes the county championship, but he's not averse to having a look at the offers that come in and perhaps moving around if he gets a better deal somewhere maybe.
He's getting on a bit now. Is Peter Siddle? He's 38. He did reasonably well for Somerset last season. He took 27 wickets and 23.9. But he
played in the Royal London as well, didn't he? Played in the match when we came down there last year, the Royal London half-day cup match.
He did. He played a lot of 20-over cricket as well. Davy in and bowls to Duckett, who this time does time that glide through gully away to Sean Dixon on the boundary. He's able to take a single 17 without loss, Nottinghamshire. And he towards the end of the season he was suffering. I think he had a bit of a side strain and wasn't really himself at all. What with Peter Siddle's side and Lewis Gregory's back. And now of course Tom Abel back in the side after suffering a side strain bowling. Davy then to the right-handed Hamid, who's there and bowls. Oh, and Hamid is beaten by a really good one. That's the best ball of the morning. He had to play at that. It was just on or fractionally outside off stump, and did more than enough to beat the outside edge through to James Rue. So that's encouraging for Josh Davy and Somerset. And they haven't had much encouragement from the pitch so far. 17 without loss after 6 overs.
Did Abel get injured was he with England or with England Lions during the during the winter. He picked up an injury there that kept him out for a while. Is Overton going off?
Yeah, it could well be. He's coming out to be attacked, Peter Siddle. Yes, he is going off, and you can see him limping.
Yeah. So
oh dear.
So he's bowled what? 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. Craig Overton.
He may just have turned his ankle.
Yeah. I seem to remember there was a time, I think it was Jamie rather than him, down at Taunton, just couldn't seem to get the right footwear in a match against Notts, and was forever going off and changing his boots or having boots brought on by the 12th man. But I don't think this is a footwear problem. As you say, he did look to be hobbling a little bit.
Well, the twins, when they were younger, had a habit of falling over in their delivery stride and ending up splayed out across the pitch. But they've overcome that as they've got older.
So here is Siddle. He's going to go round the wicket to Ben Duckett. Bleached blonde hair. First ball is pretty much a loosener, and he's got away with an off-stump half volley that Duckett will feel he's missed out on. Driven straight to that position. It's sort of a position that's covering both extra cover and mid-off, isn't it? It just happened to be in the right spot, otherwise that was another boundary. But Duckett not holding back, not afraid to have a real go first ball. Decent crowd in. Already I would say there's probably more in than we saw at the Ageas Bowl on any day last week. A lot in this stand. Siddle bowls to Duckett. And this is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. 17 without loss as we come towards the half-hour mark. It's just the 7th over. Should be speaking to BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in the fullness of time. Next one pushed into the offside, slight misfield, and they'll take a single. Is that Lewis Gregory at point who...
No, that's Sean Dixon. Gregory's at mid-off to the left-hand.
Yeah. Sean Dixon, who moved from Durham in the close season. Former Kent man as well.
Opens the batting for Somerset.
Yeah, there's a couple of extraordinary statistics alongside the name of Sean Dixon. South African born, Johannesburg born, but he's had a 300 in the county championship for Kent. There's not too many that have done that. As Siddle now to a Mead, who's still looking for his first run and keeps this out, and also he's the last player to be dismissed handled ball in the county championship in 2016 against Leicestershire for Kent, because since then the regulations have been changed. It's now obstruction. Obstructing the field, yeah. So Dixon will be the, unless they change the rules back, will be the last of all time, or the laws back, the last of all time to be given out handled the ball in the county championship. Remember Gooch doing it once in a test match. Siddle bowls, and again a Mead can't get him away. This pair will have been Lancashire teammates around about 2016-17, something like that, after Siddle left Trent Bridge. He had a year or two at Old Trafford, so he'll know Hamid pretty well, the young Hamid. Ground bathed in sunshine, looks an absolute picture as Siddle bowls and Hamid again defends. Not been easy for Steve Burks and his ground staff, nor for any of the ground staff up and down the country. So Siddle begins with an over that just went for the 1 run. There is that update. Oh, it's lovely to be back here on home territory, Mark, after the trip to Hampshire last week, which didn't go too well for Nottinghamshire. They lost in 3 days to Hampshire. They'll be looking for a better result here against a strong Somerset side who won the toss. They've put Notts in. We've had 7 overs so far. I suppose the most noticeable incident is that Craig Overton, the big England fast bowler for Somerset, he only bowled 3 overs and has just hobbled off the field. That will certainly help Nottinghamshire's cause if he can't come back. Hamid and Duckett are still there. Duckett's virtually got all of the runs. 16, Nottinghamshire 18 without loss.
And that last delivery from Josh Davey just defended into the offside by Ben Duckett. On this, the sun's not out at the moment, and the Somerset flag that Polly Rhodes herself, the Somerset scorer, made during the winter is not flying from the left-hand flagpole on the pavilion. This is pushed into the offside by Duckett, looking for a single, but it's not there. As what's that there? Oh, it's Bancroft. No, it's not Bancroft. It must be, I know it is, it's Casey Aldridge, because Casey Aldridge is on for Craig Overton.
Subfielder, yeah. Should be 8 matches today in the county championship. It's playing 6 of them. No play today at Bristol. We were mentioning it earlier. Gloucestershire, Yorkshire, wet outfield. No play today, and they've not yet started between Leicestershire and Derbyshire at Grace Road.
David Duckett, who hammers this through the offside away, through extra cover. It will not be cut off by Sean Dixon, doing his level best to sprint across from cover point to deep extra cover. And again, he didn't actually time that particularly well, Ben Duckett, but it's so hard that it's a decent pace in the outfield here.
It usually is, yeah.
I must say, considering the wet, I presume it hasn't been quite so wet up here in the East Midlands as down in the southwest, but even so, it looks a picture, the outfield at Trent Bridge. The whole ground does.
Didn't get much cricketing in the warm-ups, the scheduled 3 warm-up games. A lot of rain that week. 22
without loss as Davies in and bowls to Duckett. He's looking again for that push single. There's a big gap at in the covers, because with Sean Dixon having been sent back, they've just got Dixon on the cover point boundary, Lewis Gregory at mid-off, so plenty of scope for a 1 or a 2 out into the vacant cover area. 22 without loss. 20 of those to Ben Duckett. The other 2 are no ball. Hamid yet to open his account. Davy bowls, and he's again looking for that gap in the covers, but can't. Even though Lewis Gregory misfielded that, he was onto it fast enough to deter the batsman from taking a single.
You may have seen last week Middlesex in their home game against was it Essex at Lords were 4 for 4. They're at Northampton for this round of games. They're 10 for 2. Hampshire, who beat Notts, another poor start in that one. They're at the Oval against Surrey, and Hampshire are 17 for 2. Lancashire 12 for 1 at Chelmsford against Essex, and Warwickshire 18 without loss against Kent at Edgbaston.
Davy to Duckett. Oh, and Duckett's beaten. That's a rather loose shot from Ben Duckett, and he played a firm-footed offside swish at that. Unfortunately for him, made no contact, but could easily have nicked off to James Rue. He's playing with plenty of confidence, Ben Duckett.
Yeah, he always does.
He's not at his best yet, I don't think, despite the fact that he's got 20 not out from 27 deliveries.
There's elements of his game that you certainly wouldn't encourage a 12, 13, 14-year-old to sort of copy and imitate, but it works for Ben. But there are 1 or 2 that not exactly, as you say, textbook shots. As Siddle is into Hamid again down the leg side, nicely taken by Rue. He was a very keen and very skillful and successful hockey player as a youngster, Ben Duckett, and he very supple wrists, and he sort of credits his ability to sweep and reverse sweep to an upbringing as a young hockey player.
Yeah, James Hildreth was a very, very talented hockey player as a young man. You could see that in his batting as well, very, very wristy.
Siddle, sweater on, wristband on, he's hit him on the pad there, balloons out on the offside, and again interested behind the wicket but not from the bowler. Ben Duckett's just getting undressed for a second, taking his gloves off. I think he's sorting his pads out. 22 without loss here at Trent Bridge. You're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, the live stream brought to you by Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. Glad to have you along with myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Anthony Gibson up here in our our eyrie on top of the Radcliffe Road stand, looking down. There's a bit of a hold up here once Duckett now puts his gear on.
Short leg.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be for Overton, but of course he's now off the field. Oh, in comes Siddle, and Hamid has backed away. Maybe some chatter out there, or Hamid, who just likes to go through the same setup as do a lot of successful batters for every delivery. Maybe he was just not quite ready there to look up and face Peter Siddle, with Siddle closing in on releasing the ball. 22 without loss in the 9th over. Somerset winning the toss. Siddle bowls, and Hamid's still on naught, happy to block, and that's his 25th delivery faced for Asib Hamid. It doesn't matter if he's there for 225 balls without scoring, or that would be a little bit exceptional, but we're getting on for 40 minutes of cricket now, and he's not yet got off the mark.
No, he's bowling well, Peter Siddle. After that first ball loosener, which he got away with, he's been there or thereabouts every delivery.
He comes again to Hamid, again nicely defended. Can't really remember if he had a favoured end during his time here at Trent Bridge, Peter Siddle, but he was sort of thrust into action quickly and had to bowl from this end, with Craig Overton of course going off. Plenty of options of course for Somerset, with Lewis Gregory and Tom Abel. I guess they're both fit to bowl should the need arise.
Not sure about Tom. Not sure. I doubt they risk him.
Siddle wide of the off peg and through to the wicket keeper.
Not sure about Gregory either, if it comes to that, given his chronic back problems. But
well, that would be a blow. I mean, there are still.
I think he's fit to bowl, but whether he's fit to bowl as the Lewis Gregory of old used to bowl, I'm not so sure.
Very talented player. I think he opened the batting here one year. Must have been a need for a partner for Marcus Trescothick for some reason or other, but I'm pretty sure Gregory's opened the batting here as the over comes to an end, with Hamid just prodding this out on the offside, and there we are. If you're looking on the live stream, you'll see that shot from our camera crew right here up on the gantry. Trent Bridge looking a picture. The sky fairly nondescript really, but as long as it stays dry we don't really mind. It's 22 without loss.
The camera crew up on the roof. Pretty chilly up there. There was a cold wind blowing through Nottingham yesterday evening, and it's quite chilly this morning, but let's hope that it stays dry. The weather forecast suggested that the likelihood of showers would increase as the day wears on. Josh Davey then to Ben Duckett. He's there in bowls, and Duckett punches this through the offside. That was beautifully timed. This time Dixon will cut it off though. Tumbles over as he makes the stop and sends in the return lead, complete 2 runs.
Do they need a bit of protection in there, Somerset? Because he's just feeding and feasting in that area with that shot almost every over. Now they've got a man out saving, or trying to save the boundary, but it's nothing more than just a pleasing push through.
Well, I suppose they're
extra
just
cover,
encouraging him to play the shot.
Yeah.
That's the tactic, or the strategy. Picks up to 24 without loss knots, and this time he's playing that straight to Lewis Gregory at mid-off. And Davies certainly nailed down his off stump just outside line now.
Talking earlier about Duckett and his runs last year, he didn't play the last 2 games because he was whisked away to join up with England, at over 1,000 runs at 72.2 in the county championship. As people will say, well, it's Division 2, but to average 72, tell what sort of year he had.
Davey bowls. Oh, and this beats Duckett. He was in about 3 minds as to how to play that, and really good delivery from Josh Davey, who's settled now and is in a good rhythm. And Ben Duckett looking down accusingly at the pitch and seemed to make a signal with his hand as if that had gone 2 different ways. We'll just watch the replay. Ooh, just beats the pitched middle and off, I should think.
That'll get your attention, won't it?
Good.
It's good delivery from Josh Davey.
Here he comes again. Is there bowls and Duckett, who doesn't play with the straightest of bats, as he gets that up to Lewis Gregory. Mid off. Gregory, after that previous bit of fielding, just doing some warm-up bowling actions, which suggests he's going to come into the attack, presumably from the pavilion end, to relieve Josh Davey. See what he can get out of this pitch, which looks, from our vantage point, a pretty good one. There's just a hint of green about it, but no more than that. This is pulled by Duckett and not really timed. It's going to be pulled in by Tom Lammonby, and they settle for 2 runs. It was in the air for quite a time, that miscued pull shot by Ben Duckett. He was going for his shots, but not always completely convincingly. 26 with that loss. Moves on to 24. No, it must be, yes it is, yeah, 24.
We all delve here, there and everywhere for our cricket stats and our information and all the relevant bits and pieces we need. Rob Taylor's been in touch, just asking if I can give a mention to something after this ball.
Davey to Duckett, and Duckett this time gets it between the 2 onside fielders, but not at full power, and it's just a single, as it's fielded by Tom Lammonby.
I don't know who
27 without loss at the end of the over.
Sorry, I don't know who you'd want to bowl to at the moment, because Duckett, there is the semblance of a chance every time you bowl to him, because he's going to have a go at you, or Hamid, who hasn't scored and does lunge forward with that front pad from time to time. Yeah, Rob Taylor's been in touch. Could I give a mention to the Leading Edge Cricket database? The Ultimate County Cricket database is now live. He says, can you give us a mention? He's on the old Twittery thing at Leading Edge Pod, and if you go on there, there's all the information, lots of stats and all the other bits and pieces. I know there's lots of places you can get your information, but if you want to have a look at that, at Leading Edge Pod, and then he's got a database of all the county cricket stats you might need. There is a bowling change, so Siddle only had a couple of overs from this
strange,
end,
isn't it? Perhaps I guess they're going to switch him to the other end.
And it is going to be Lewis Gregory, Trent Rocket's skipper for the 2 years of the 100 on this ground. Lots of Nottinghamshire players involved in that, but it's a Somerset man who has been the skipper here. And right arm medium pacer, Plymouth born, bowls to Ben Duckett, who just tucks this on the leg side, and there's no run. A couple of fielders there just trying to stop that Duckett push through mid wicket. So Gregory appears to be fit and well, thrust into action inside the first 3/4 of an hour of the opening morning. 27 without loss. He's listed at number 8 on the scorecard. Can't be too many better number 8s.
He'll come in at 7 though.
27 without loss.
Yeah,
yes, because the scorecards we've got George Bartlett in. Yes,
he bowled a ball short of 15 overs in the only innings that Warwickshire had down at Taunton. Got two for 59, but both those 2 wickets were in the final over, the 110th over. He denied Warwickshire a 4th batting point and picked up a 3rd bowling point for Somerset.
Has played white ball cricket for England in the not too distant past. Lewis Gregory's in again, bowls to Ben Duckett, who has a little nibble at that one, a little flinch, and then having missed it just glares back down the track and then rehearses a defensive shot. Meanwhile, Asiba Amin just leans on his bat, totally unflustered by what's gone on so far. Managed to catch a glimpse of the Notts members brochure, the new season brochure this morning, covered. Knew what is out, terrific. Stephen Mullaney on the front cover. This one's down the leg side and pulled away. Very dismissive from Ben Duckett for 4. Again, something he'd probably not prescribe as the ideal way of playing a decent decent length delivery on or around middle and leg, and he's just heaved it away.
Well, no, I think that's it. I thought that was a really nice shot,
Yeah.
short arm pull, and because he's not tall, Ben Duckett, we know that, and he hung back in the crease, and it was only just short of a length. Absolutely latched onto it.
There was obviously no fear of having a look at the ball. No, I thought maybe just showed it to the umpire because it clattered into. There is a brick wall there at the base of that stand, and sometimes the players just, this isn't us that scuffed it, umpire. Just have a look. It's hit that brick wall. There's Gregory. And again to Duckett skews this out onto the offside. Certainly didn't mean to play it there, but as Anthony pointed out, he seldom brings the bat down straight. He is always looking to work it to be innovative and proactive. Been sent some stats by Christopher O'Brien, which, if you don't mind, Christopher, thank you very much. I will save them for later on in the game because they may become useful then, as Gregory bowls another one, defended by a diminutive Duckett, who's on 29, Asiba Mead on 0. And as I look up to the scoreboard, to the Batman board, my gaze obviously takes me into an upward looking direction, and as I look up, the floodlights are just starting to come on.
I don't see really real necessity for them. I've had a couple of tweets. Greg Hill down there in Honiton says, "Good morning, gentlemen, thank you for the commentary. It's already been an eventful morning for me because my wheelchair decided to die on the way back from town."
Oh no,
Greg. But I'm back at home now, hoping for some poles, i.e. wickets. And
steady.
Andrew Frampton down there farming in West Dorset. Good morning, gentlemen, listening to in West Dorset while hauling straw back to the farm for animal bedding for this extended spring. Losing Overton so early doesn't bode well for the Somerset attack. You can say that again, Andrew. Where does Anthony expect Somerset to finish in the table this season? Well, we'll see.
It's Siddle from the far end.
And bowls, and this is pulled again, not timed, but it's Hamid off the mark. He's finally got a run from his 30th delivery, and ironic applause around the ground. Yes, he has taken his time.
And it was a bit of an un-Hamid sort of shot. It was a bit of an ugly pull. Didn't time it at all well, but he's got a run.
I think where is Somerset going to finish? They could finish. They could challenge. They could struggle to avoid relegation. So I think I'll hedge my bets and say mid-table probably.
I think in the current Cricketer magazine, all the writers there have had their say. I think Notts are sort of predicted to finish 5th or 6th, and Somerset 6th or 7th.
Siddles in and bowls, and this is just tucked to square leg by Ben Duckett for a single. Moves on to 33 without loss. Annie Chave says bowling looks a bit thin. Well, we've been saying that, especially without Craig Overton. Always look on the bright side of life. Podcast. Ian Shepherd says, morning, listening to you on a glorious morning on a walkabout in central London with the family. I bet the family appreciate that. Yeah. This is pushed into the offside by Hamid for his second run.
Smashing it to all parts now. He is 2 from his last 2 balls.
Yes, it's 34 without loss, and Hamid moves on to 2. The sun just momentarily breaking through. This
always happens when the floodlights come on, doesn't it?
Are they the energy-saving type of?
Oh, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
This is pushed into the offside by Duckett for a single. He's been looking for that single, but otherwise it must be quite an expense. I suppose, but Nottinghamshire have got loads of money, haven't they, Dave?
Don't be silly.
Make a profit of 800,000 or something like that.
That'll all have been earmarked for something or other. Nobody's got any money in cricket.
Here comes Siddle, 35 without loss, 3 slips. And Hamid, I think, just draws his bat inside the line.
This isn't good radio, but if I explain what I'm doing, Helen Adams, who has a farm not too far away, they've had a new calf called Fletcher, obviously after their big bull. Well, you know your animals, or am I putting you on the spot? Do you know what sort that is? Is that some sort of Highland?
It looks a bit like a Highland calf.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks Helen, who's sent in a picture of a Highland. I'll retweet it at Brace Cricket so you can all see it. A Highland calf called Fletcher.
Ooh. That came back sharply from outside the off stump, and Hamid played no shot and didn't miss the off stump by much. Simon
Trafford, who's our resident photographer here, says odds on. Well, if I read this out, Simon, you're going to jinx him, but odds on Duckett 100 before lunch. He's 31 not out, for goodness sake. I don't know what the odds are, but crikey, I think we might have to show Ben that a little later on if you jinx him out. Odds on a Duckett century before. Slimmer than a slim thing. He's 31 and we've been playing 53 minutes. 35 without loss, and he's got 31 of them. He's got a high percentage of the runs scored this morning. We had a no ball early on from Josh Davey. That gave us 2 runs on the extras column as Gregory bowls 2. Duckett works it to mid-on. Slight misfield again, and Duckett moves on to 32, 36 without loss, and a couple of singles recently to Seba Mead.
Jack Leach, the guilty party there. First time he's handled the ball this morning, and he didn't handle it very successfully.
You were talking about England earlier. I think in Test cricket they've got a one-off test, haven't they, against Ireland, and then the Ashes. So you were sort of speculating on if Seba Mead might get a chance. I think probably Duckett and Crawley are the two with the shirt, and maybe they'd already be penciled in for the Ireland one and maybe the first 2 Ashes games. Let's see. There's Gregory wide of the off peg. Extra slip's gone in there now. Back to 4. So there's just an indication that Lewis Gregory is perhaps a little quicker than you'd maybe think. 4 slips there, and all stood a respectable distance back, hoping that Seba Mead will oblige and nick through to one of them.
That's Craig. Is it Craig Overton at second slip? I think it is. So he's back on the field.
There's Gregory. Balls to a Mead and he defends. Yeah, it certainly looks like him, doesn't it? The big lad is back out there, which is good to see.
Very good news.
Yep.
Let's hope he's fit to bowl. I suspect he may have just jarred his left foot. He's just flexing it now, even as we speak.
So in the squad was George Bartlett, Casey Aldridge and Jack Brooks. There's Gregory bowls and a Mead.
It's the 3rd time he's done that.
Yeah, he threw the bat at it, got the left leg well forward outside the off stump, went hard at it, didn't get anything on it. It's been a fairly sketchy 3/4 of an hour, 50 minutes or so for Seba Mead.
But Notts have not lost a wicket, and given that they were put in, that's got to be disappointing for Somerset.
Well, it's that luncheon interval, isn't it, as Gregory comes in, and Hamid this time does get it through the offside for 4. He's been waiting and waiting for that one. He's, as we mentioned, tried a couple of times to connect with the ball outside the off stump, but he's caressed this one away and got the boundary. You've got to be patient and then look at it at lunch, and if they get 2 or 3 wickets by lunch having put a side in, then they'll be more than happy, irrespective of what's happened in the first hour of the morning. If they have a good second hour, they will fully justify Tom Abel's decision. If not for 120 for none, it might be a different conversation in the dressing room at lunchtime. Hamid on 6 now. Gregory bowls, and this is punched a point, and there's no run.
Previous delivery from Lewis Gregory just floated up outside off stump. Had hit me written all over it. And Hamid happy enough to oblige. So 40 without loss.
Dave Downing says, do Batman's ears serve any purpose at all, or are they purely decorative? Greetings from a very sunny Bridgewater. I'm sure you'll be well aware that the scoreboard there, the Batman sort of shadow with the ears sticking up, very distinctive, hence its nickname of the Batman board. No, I don't think they do serve any purpose. They're just concrete columns that stick up in the air, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Never been up on the top. Don't really want to, so no point inviting me.
Siddle from the pavilion end, bowling 2. Duckett, who plays a rather loose shot at that and gets a thick edge down to Josh Davey, moving around the boundary at deep backward point, and takes a single, 41 without loss.
Paul Ellis says, Dave, can you tell your colleague that having made a profit of 800,000 last year, not so budgeting for a 1 million plus loss this year? This is Paul Ellis, who's the Notts treasurer. Says it's all about hosting the test matches, and yet again Notts haven't got an Ashes test match, or Trent Bridge hasn't got an Ashes test match.
They did make a profit of 800,000
Yeah, but if they're budgeting for a million loss this year,
it's a lot better than some clubs.
Can't fritter it away on whatever you were talking about.
That's played into the onside by Peter. Said, no, I was going to say, it's very good financial management. And I'm talking to the Somerset chief executive, Gordon Hollins, where, they've had to close off the Somerset stand during county championship matches because they can't afford the stewarding to keep it open, and some horrendous figures for electricity bills and all those sorts of things. Very hard to get staff on the catering side. It's not easy for any cricket club at the moment. Siddle bowls and Hamid defends.
But are they so out of control at Taunton that they need stewards in every stand? If you look round here, you tell me how many stewards you can see.
Well, I can see a couple.
I can see two in the bright fluorescent. I mean, I take your point. There will be enough stewards around should the need arise to respond to any incident. But it's when you go to Lords, isn't it, that half the ground won't be open. Slightly false look.
Siddle's in and bowls just stroked away backward of square through the offside, with fielders going in hot pursuit, and the return comes in. That's Casey Aldridge, so I wonder who he is on for. And they come back for, I think they got 3 there.
I tell you what, you said fast outfield. When that was cut away, I wouldn't have given a prayer for that not to go for 4. That's very unusual for Trent Bridge. It must just have been a little bit of lush grass that just held that one up, but once it's beaten the inner ring here, it's generally away for 4. Did seem to get plenty on it, Hamid, and he's moved on to 9.
44 without loss. Siddle to Duckett, who pulls this, and it's very well fielded by Tom Lammonby at mid-on. Gets down quickly to his left, Tom Lammonby. I interviewed Tom at the end of the match against Warwickshire on Sunday, and it struck me that he'd grown. He looked taller than he was last season, and of course it's quite possible that he actually has grown, because he is only 22. So I suppose he's still just about growing at age 22. Siddle in bowls, and this is pushed into the offside by Duckett, and they hesitate, but there was a comfortable single there with Tom Abel having to make good ground from the slips to do the fielding. So Duckett will keep the strike. 4 runs from the over, 45 without loss at the end of it. Duckett on 34 and Hamid on 9.
Smack on midday, 14 overs have been bowled. Quite rightly, I've been ticked off a smack across the wrist from Sophie. You're absolutely quite right, Dave. Trent Bridge has got an Ashes test match this year, the England women's 5-day test here at Trent Bridge. You're absolutely right, Sophie, to tick me off and remind me about that. England men, I think they're just playing an ODI late on in the season against Ireland here as this has worked away. But yeah, very much everyone here looking forward to hosting a match in the women's Ashes, England women against Australia later on in the year. 46 without loss. A single is taken by the busy Duckett, who's on to 35 from 46 balls. Asiba Mead 9 from 40 balls, 46 without loss. Lewis Gregory into his 3rd over now, none for 10. Somerset have used 4 bowlers. Gregory and Siddle at the moment. Overton and Davey opened up as Hamid cuts this away for 4. Certainly the ball going a lot quicker towards the Fox Road side of the ground. It is shorter hitting it that way, but it does go very, very quickly and then comes to an abrupt halt as it clatters into the wall, and that's the 50 partnership right on the hour. 87 balls. Hamid's contribution 13, Duckett 35. That's 50 without loss.
Wasn't a very good ball from Lewis Gregory. A long hop outside the off stump at gentle pace.
Comes in, trying to find some response. An LBW shout here towards umpire Milnes, and almost down on one knee. Dennis Lilly-like there, Lewis Gregory. David Milnes says no, not out.
Change of pace. Bowled that one a little bit quicker. I think it was going down. I didn't think it was a particularly convincing appeal, but.
Another update for Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment. Gregory, right arm, medium fast from our end of the ground, bowls a ball that Hamid has nothing to do with, leaves it alone. And a fairly successful opening hour of the first home match of the season for Nottinghamshire. They were put into bat by visitors Somerset and Asiba Mead, and in particular Ben Duckett have been very much on the front foot. Duckett scoring freely is on 35, Hamid on 13. Stuart Broad and Broad and Brett Hutton into the side for this one. Nottinghamshire batting their 50 without loss. Duckett's going to have to run quickly here as a throw comes in from the deep to the non-striker's end, but he does get back for 2. Yes, initially I thought it was going to be Jake Ball to replace Luke Fletcher, but it's Brett Hutton who plays. Broad in for Stone.
I'm rather disappointed that they rested Ollie Stone. I was looking forward to seeing Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone bowling in tandem.
Yeah, made his debut.
As they may very well for England later on in the season.
Yeah. His debut for Notts last week. 3 wickets in the first innings. Good ball here from Lewis Gregory. Just outside the off stump. The corridor of uncertainty, as somebody once coined that particular area. Good delivery. 52 without loss after 15 overs. Gregory now 3 overs none for 16. They're not particularly flattering figures for Lewis Gregory. He's bowled a little better than that, but there's absolutely no margin for error with that short side, and both Hamid and Duckett have tucked him away nicely.
That over got better as it went on. It was, the first delivery was a sort of gentle half tracker almost outside off stump, which was whacked away for 4, and the last delivery was a really good one. Siddle is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. He's bowled 4 overs for 10 runs. He's bowling with the left-handed Duckett, who just pulls out of offside shot at the last moment.
A black cat's lucky or unlucky. Geraldine sent a photograph of her black cat Tika watching the photo on their big smart telly, watching the cricket. Even Tika's following the cricket this morning, she says. Thank you, Geraldine, for that, much appreciated. And Craig says, loving the coverage from New Zealand, looking forward to attending live in person next year. Thank you, Craig, appreciate that.
Siddle to Duckett, who runs this down past Gully out to Josh Davey, fielding at deep backward point for a single. 53 without loss. Casey Aldridge is still there, so is Craig Overton, so it's not Craig Overton who is off. Not quite sure. There's Tom Abel. Tom Abel's gone off. Can't actually see him at the moment. Siddle is into Hamid, and Hamid covers up and throws it back.
Notts are at Lords next week, and already I'm a little concerned because, as I mentioned earlier, Middlesex last week were 4 for 4. This morning they're 11 for 4. Robson, Stoneman, Milan and Eskenazi all out cheaply as they were last week. They're saving up their runs for Notts last week. They're now up to 30 for 4, but Middlesex a sticky start to their return to Division 1. They came up behind Notts last season.
Siddle in the bowls. Hamid plays across his front pad, but safely enough out to Gregory at mid-on.
Hampshire also 4 down. They're 48 for 4 against county champions Surrey at the Oval. In Division 2, Durham are 53 without loss at home to Worcestershire. That's the only Division 2 game currently going on. Gloucestershire, Yorkshire, no play today. Leicestershire, Derbyshire, there'll be another inspection round about now to see if they can get some cricket on before too long there in their version of the East Midlands derby.
Siddle bowls. Hamid punches this, just gets it backward of square. Leach is in pursuit. It'll be touch and go, and Leach just reaches it as the ball comes almost to a halt, and they come back for 3 runs. 56 without loss. And Hamid just getting going now. He moves on to 18 from 48. That part of the ground is certainly the slowest area for the outfield. Jack Leach has been told to stay down at third man. Presumably Lewis Gregory, who's captaining Somerset in the field in the absence of Tom Abel. Siddle around the wicket to duck it, who drives firmly without quite timing it, hits it hard into the ground, and it bounces nicely for Lewis Gregory to make the stop at mid-off. 56 without loss. We've had 16 overs, so not quite the ration. 8 minutes past 12, so not just behind the required bowling rate of 16 overs to the hour.
They'll sort that out as the game goes on, I'm sure. Duckett, 28 years of age now. Hamid, 26, had a birthday in January, Asib Hamid. He's on strike. 12 first-class hundreds to his name now, Hamid. Gregory bowling to him, and one might just have hurried on to him. Again, strikes the pad outside the line.
Tom Abel back on at third slip.
Yeah, chilly old morning out there. All the Somerset players in their cable knit woolly pulleys. Very smart. See, Somerset has gone where no one's gone before with regards to their blast shirt this year. There'll be a different one apparently to be worn for batting and for bowling. 56 without loss as this is defended. Lots have got
not sure how many parents of cricket loving children
I'll buy them both. You see spectators changing them in the interval depending on what Somerset are going to be doing. It'll be fun to look out for.
An extra expense, isn't it?
Lots have got it. Some new shirts for both the Blast and the Royal London One Day Cup available now in the shop. Different design, same green and gold ostensibly, but slightly different. Gregory bowls and Hamid again punches into the offside.
Bowling a full length, Lewis Gregory as ever, but I haven't seen much evidence of swing, and I didn't see much evidence of swing in the game against Warwickshire last week either, and I wonder if this particular batch of Duke balls are going to swing as much as some of the...
Did you have a many ball changes in that game?
No, we
did at the Ageas Bowl.
I think we had one.
Don't think they had any of the first day, and then had 6 or 7 days 2 and 3. Lewis Gregory to the Bolton-born right-hander who lets it go through to James Rue, who I think I saw making his first-class debut. He played for the game I did a couple of years ago, the first-class counties 11 against India up at Durham a couple of years ago.
He was just 17.
There was also another young man you might have heard of involved in that game as well, Rian Ahmed. He's had quite a start to his career, and Hamid with a lovely shot, straight drive down the ground just to the onside of straight, and the ball over the rope down below us. That's lovely. That's possibly the most conventional cricket shot we've seen this morning, but nicely timed from Asiba Mead. Straight down the ground for 4, and knots are up to 60 without loss.
Yes, that's what happens if you're bowling a full length and you don't get it quite right. Juicy half volley, which was handsomely dealt with.
So food for thought for Lewis Gregory, who's again conceded a boundary. Bowls to a Mead, works it to short leg, no run. End of the 17th over, not 60 without loss. Having been put in on, I think, a traditional first day morning looking pitch.
I just wonder whether the decision to put Nottinghamshire in had anything to do with the presence of Stuart Broad in the Nottinghamshire attack. I think Broad would have been a real handful on this first morning pitch. He would have got more out of it than the Somerset seamers have so far, in the absence of Craig Overton, who is still feeling his left foot, hasn't come back into the attack since he came back onto the field. Siddles in and bowls to Duckett, who was looking to play that late and almost too late. It was a lazy little dab at the ball.
The thing with Broad is he's had no cricket since the New Zealand test from that February time. Didn't play in any of the warm-ups. Obviously didn't play in the first round of matches, so this is his first game. But anybody else, you'd think they're going to be rusty, but he knows. He's been doing it so long, and he'll have got himself ready. He'll have had enough nets.
Siddles in and bowls, and Duckett gets a bottom edge that could so easily have gone back onto his off stump, but it missed it, and it's run away down to fine leg for a 4. A streakier boundary as you'll ever see, that one. That was a little bit of extra pace from Peter Siddle, and Duckett was late on his square cut and could so easily have dragged it on.
Could indeed. It's moved on to 40. Just looking at the head-to-head here, Somerset have won their last 4 county championship matches on this ground.
Siddle in and bowls, and this is a loose shot again from Duckett, who goes for a firm-footed off drive, and the ball goes past his outside edge, and Siddle is just cranking it up at the moment. 2 good deliveries to Duckett, who's intent on getting on with it.
Yeah, he always is. Yeah, Notts won in 2014, and the 4 meetings since 2015, 2016, 2018 and 2019 all been won by the visitors, Somerset.
Well, Notts in a good position here this morning as Siddle is in and bowls to Duckett, who again is looking to score off every delivery. Ben Duckett. You wouldn't say he was treating the Somerset attack with a great deal of respect at the moment. Ben Duckett. So he's got 40 from 53 deliveries at the other end. Asiba Mead 22 from 54, and these two have made what is already a very good start for Nottinghamshire, especially when you remember that they were put in here this morning. Siddle coming around the wicket from the pavilion end is in and bowls, and this is nudged. Not sure, I think that was probably off the pad. I think we may be getting our first leg bye of the morning. No, there was a little bit of bat involved. Mike Burns.
This is already Nottinghamshire's highest partnership of the season. They didn't have too many partnerships of note down at the Ageas Bowl last week. I think 40 odd was their highest, but a decent enough start. Lily's with us. She says, I'm listening to you because there's no play at Bristol. She says, I'm a Yorkshire fan. She's not. She's a Notts fan, but she said hello to Dave and Anthony.
Here's Peter Siddle in and bowls, and this is turned by Hamid to yes, good morning, Lily.
I'm sure you know Lily, Anthony.
I do indeed. Yeah. I do indeed.
Steve Crawley, that last drive down the ground, he says, there's your gate money right there. Asiba, sublime to watch when he drives like that. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, lovely looking shot. I like that phrase. There's your gate money right there. 65 without loss after 18. couldn't have put it better myself, obviously.
I think the fact that Craig Overton hasn't bowled is worrying from some sort of perspective.
Well, he's on the field.
Well, I know, but you'd have thought if he'd come onto the field and was fit to bowl, given that he's had, what did he have, 2 overs? 3 overs. So he's only bowled 3 overs. Tom Abel, if I'd been Tom Abel, if he was fit, I'd have got him back into the attack.
Gregory
straight away.
Into his 5th over. He's gone for a boundary every over. First ball into the pads of Duckett. Could be a dangerous animal, Craig Overton, if he's only playing as a slip catcher and as a batter. Maybe boost him up the order with a runner and just send him out there to have a swing. Could be a dangerous player.
He batted actually very well in the second innings against Warwickshire when Somerset were 6 down and in danger of being beaten, and he resisted the temptation to go after the bowling, batted very sensibly.
Duckett's on 41, he's on strike, just chops this away, and nicely fielded by Overton, who didn't show any signs, didn't show anything either, didn't show any signs of ailment as he moved to his left and fielded that. Nice bit of fielding.
Well, he's a brilliant fielder anywhere. Anywhere.
65 without loss. Was as heartbroken as the most passionate Somerset supporter when his brother Jamie got out in the 90s on his England Test debut. Was it a couple of years ago now, as this one's eased through the offside by Duckett? They've already run I think 3 threes. Might well come back and nope, going to settle for 2. Duckett won't mind that because it'll mean he keeps strike, but eases this one out in the direction of the William Clark stand. 67 without loss.
You must have played cricket with Mark Overton.
With Mark, yeah.
That was like last season, wasn't it? It was 97. Last season.
Was it? Who was that against? New Zealand?
It was against New Zealand.
67 without loss. Duckett on 43. This one is blocked. Back to the bowler. Yeah, seems like a million years ago now, the mid-80s, when I lived in North Devon, played for Braunton. I think Mark played for
deadly rivals.
A number of sides. I think he's had an affiliation with Westley down there, and 1 or 2 other sides in and around Barnstaple and North Devon, of course.
I was him in North Devon. Lovely ground.
Well, last time I was down there, I actually met him for a drink at Westwood Ho. We watched a game together there. Andy Davis, the groundsman there, he was another one I played against when I was down there. 68 without loss, but yeah, when I was there I was very fortunate to play for Braunton. Mark
Lathwell's club.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Dave Halfyard, of course, who played for
his parish.
Yeah, played for Notts. Sadly, no longer with us. He came back and played a little bit at the midweek touring games in his 60s and worked on the ground.
Played for Cornwall as well.
Played for Cornwall, played for Kent, and of course did some umpiring. Here's Lewis Gregory bowling to Asiba Mead. Drops this on the leg side. There's some good players down there. When I played, there's Bob Cottam, the former Hampshire and England seamer. He played down there. There was Graham Burgess at Tavistock.
Yeah.
Brian Rowe, of course, another former Somerset man, a real legend in North Devon. Brian Rowe. We're going to have a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff with Jack Leach peeling off his sweater and cap.
Did you ever play at Bude?
No, but I've been to Bude, had a ride down there and had a little look at the cricket ground, but no, I never played there.
No, I was there 6 weeks ago or so, right by the sea, ground at Bude, and I've never seen cricket there, and so it's one of the things I intend to do this year.
I think it was obviously a day ride out to Clovelly and down that part, and let's go and have a look. Simon says, is this a case that Overton's not allowed to bowl yet because of the time he was off the field?
No, I don't think so.
We're very much on on Craigo watch, Simon, so we'll see if he has a bowl before lunch. But we're going to have the first semblance of spin, so look out for perhaps a reverse here with Duckett involved. He might just, of course, England teammates, they'll know each other very well. I'm sure he'll have bowled to him in the nets, and I'm sure he'll try and avoid giving him a delivery that he can reverse sweep away.
I suspect Duckett's going to go after Jack Leach. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, forward short leg and a slip.
Well, he's going to go over the wicket, isn't he?
I beg your
Yeah, he's going to go over. Yeah,
he was right-handed spinner.
He's going over.
Yeah, over the wicket to the left arm, over the wicket, of course. Leach in and bowls to Duckett, and he stretches forward and plays back quietly into the onside, won't get a run.
I'd be surprised if he just blocks all 6 like that. He may do, but does look to be proactive. Take the fight to the bowler.
Leach, sun just glinting off his bald head, and there's a reverse sweep, and away she goes for 4
Second
runs.
ball.
He middled that. In fact, he nailed it.
Jacob Lund's been in
his 50.
touch. Yeah.
50
Oh, yeah.
to Ben Duckett from 61 deliveries with 7 fours.
It's a 6 fours and a 6. Did that go all the way? Must have done. Yeah, it did. He was on 44.
Yeah.
So he's got it away for 6.
Yeah. This is not looking good from a Somerset perspective. Sun's coming out, but it's shining very much on Nottinghamshire at the moment. And this is a quicker ball from Leach, which has Duckett going back on his stumps, just turning it to Bancroft, who's under the helmet at forward short leg. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip. Leach bowls, tosses this one up, gives it a little bit, well, doesn't toss it up, just gives it a little bit more air. Played with respect by Duckett. We've got 3 saving 1 on the offside, mid-off, shortish mid-wicket. Short fine leg. It's a short and quicker Casey Aldridge out on the boundary at deep backwards square leg. Which suggests that somebody, I'm guessing it's Peter Siddle, who's gone off. I can't actually see Siddle at the moment. Leach is in and bowls, and Duckett's down the pitch, turning this in to the onside. Aldridge will come off the boundary to do the fielding. 75 without loss. So just the two scoring shots in that over, push into the onside and a reverse sweep that went for 6.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just about to tell you that Jacob Lunn had been in touch. A good return this from Ben Duckett. My dad, Matt Lunn, has been on a cricket tour with you, Dave. He has indeed. Ardent Taverners down to North Devon. I think several times actually, Jacob, but give him my best. Lovely to hear from you, and yeah, Ben Duckett going along nicely. Josh Davies going to come back, 5 overs, none for 25 at the start of the proceedings, at the start of the day, and 5 overs, none for 25. Probably tell you that he wasn't totally at it, but Duckett again looking to start positively. Got him away. Duckett on 51. Duckett got 51 at Hampshire last week, and that was the highest score by a Nottinghamshire player in the contest. He defends this first ball from the Scottish international. Does he still represent Scotland?
Yes, he did. He played in the T20 World Cup. Played 3 games for them in the qualifying section of the World Cup.
21st over of the innings, and that's ticking along at 3.7 and over. Duckett on 51 works this deftly away behind square on the leg side. The umpires will swap over. Mike Burns, who he had a spell, didn't he, as Somerset's wicket keeper, also Warwickshire's.
Yep.
Been first class umpire, I should say, for 10 or a dozen years or so now. Swaps over from square leg to square leg. David Milnes, who had 2 spells with Notts, either side of a stint with Leicestershire, is standing at our end of the ground. 76 without loss as Davey now comes into Mead, who's on 22, pushes this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. 5 bowlers now been deployed by Tom Abel.
Yeah.
Sharing the workload around, but I'm sure he would have liked to have given Craig Overton a longer burst at the start, but in case you weren't with us, bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1, Craig Overton, and then had to leave the field. Seemed to be hobbling off, but he is back out there, fielding in the slip cordon. This one jags back, struck a Mead on the pad. Davey, almost like the angel of the north, standing there with his arms spread wide, maybe even signalling a wide, but it wasn't. It was a good delivery that jagged back.
Bit of inside edge, do you think?
Maybe, and Mead had to be...
there was certainly something that disqualified it from an appeal.
But he had to be careful there, because there is a short leg in. Just don't want to proffer up a chance. Davey in once more to a Mead.
No ball.
Defends this one, second no ball. Sent down by Josh Davey, 1 from each end, and that doubles the extras from 2 to 4 and takes Notts on to 78. Decent crowd in, as always. Can't really get a true picture because there's so many on the Radcliffe Road middle tier that we can't really see, and of course we can't see any of those down below. A lot like to come and sit downstairs in the Radcliffe Road stand. Next ball is another no ball, which has been deflected, I think, off the pad down to long leg. We'll come back for 2, so there's going to be 4 runs added to the Nottinghamshire tally. A little bit of police in our ears. Sting giving it message in a bottle. Chris Thorne said, move from Kingston St Mary to Bude this winter. The ground is looking good, guys. Bring some Kingston Black if you're coming. We're running out. Somerset cider he's put in
Yes,
on his hashtag. Thank you, Chris.
He gave me a couple of bottles of his excellent cider a couple of seasons ago.
Next one nice and full, and Hamid has been denied a run by a decent stop at mid-on. Who's that?
That is Sean Dixon.
Seems every time I ask you who the fielder is, it's Sean Dixon. I should be aware.
You can tell by the big muddy stains on his cricket trousers.
I'm sure there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in a second when Sting's done his bit. 82 without loss. Mead has 22. Mead drops this to mid-wicket. This is an 8-ball over that's come to an end. 21 overs have gone. Notts are 82 without loss. The board says 75 overs remain in the day. Full allocation 96 overs.
Could be a long day for Somerset. It's not started well. It isn't as if they put down catches or anything like that, but they have yet to find the outside edge of either of these batsmen's bats. And I suppose the nearest Somerset had come to a wicket was when Ben Duckett got an under edge to a ball from Peter Siddle, which just missed his off stump. And although he hasn't looked particularly secure or particularly in form, Ben Duckett, he's been accumulating at his usual brisk rate, and he's taking the attack to the bowlers. And we've got a deep cover posted for that reverse sweep. Leach bowls to him. He's down the pitch and slogging this away over the top of mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, moves on to 56, 86 without loss.
He's been handed a bit of a poison chalice here, Leach, hasn't he?
I know, I did say.
Are you sure you want me on right now, Skip? 86 without loss.
Just listening to the cue.
Yeah.
Moment when Dave has to leap into action. Just do this ball. Leach is in and bowls, and this is swing and almost a miss that almost got underneath Ben Duckett's bat.
And so far, so good for Nottinghamshire. Their first home game of the season. They're 86 without loss, having been put in. Not spatters down at Hampshire last week. Really found it difficult to get any meaningful runs. Ben Duckett, the only one to get a half century. Well, he's done it again. He's 56 not out, really leading the fight here this morning, playing positively as usual. And he's just gone to his 50 with a reverse sweep for 6 off his England teammate Jack Leach. You'll have enjoyed that one. Duckett 56, Hamid 22. We take lunch at 1 o'clock. Notts going along very well indeed. They're 86 without loss.
Leach again to Duckett. He's there, he bowls, and Duckett sweeps. It's a slog sweep, and it's gone away for 4 more. Rather an ugly shot, but plenty of bat on it. And, Duckett moves on to 60. You were pouring cold water on the idea of a century before lunch. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. If he carries on like this, 60 from 71, Notts into the 90s. Not a good morning for Somerset. Making a shaky start to the Division 1 County Championship season. Leaching and bowls, and this isn't far away from Cameron Bancroft at forward short leg. You probably heard the ohs from the Somerset fielders. It's Tom Banton shouting his encouragement. Leach bowls, and this is turned down to backwards square leg, where it is fielded by Sean Dixon, and it's the end of the over. 90 without loss. 22 to Hamid, but 60 to Duckett. And this has been assertive, more than assertive, aggressive cricket, I think, from Ben Duckett, looking to impose himself on the bowlers and succeeding.
Yeah, very much so. He, even before he was reintroduced to the international ranks this past winter, remember he did play for England in that winter of 2016-17 as a young man, played a bit of Test cricket in Bangladesh and India, but has then sort of been overlooked by the selectors since fairly recent times. But he has looked to score his runs positively, and I think there's a lot about his game that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes enjoy, and I guess he's almost got the licence to go and do it. Now Notts have sort of elevated him to the opening berth rather than his usual number 3. He is somebody who likes to be out there batting, so I think he very much enjoys the move. We'll just have to sort of see over the course of the season if it has a detrimental effect on Ben Slater. I wouldn't have thought so, but he's another one who does like to open, and sitting there not having the certainty of when he's going to bat and all the rest of it. But they've switched the 2 Bens around. It's Ben Duckett opening, Ben Slater at 3, as Josh Davey bowls and Hamid throws the bat at that one.
Without moving his feet.
Is the board... I thought when Davey came on for his last over, I said Davey's figures were 5 overs, no maidens, none for 25.
They were.
So that last over hasn't clicked on or some such? Because he had quite an expensive last over with the no balls, didn't he?
No, that was Gregory.
Was it Gregory? Ah, well, they did. Right, here's Davey in again and bowls, and cut away for 4 by Hamid. The board did change then ahead of the last over from this end, showing change of bowling Josh Davey 5-0, 25-0. That's why I read it. It was Gregory that bowled the no balls, was it?
No, Davey bowled an opening spell of. Gregory's bowled 2 no balls, and Davies' opening spell was 5 overs for 25, as you rightly said.
94 without loss, with Hamid getting that boundary just run with an open face away there. 2 slips and a gully, but none of them brought into play. There's Davey. There's number 38, bowls and goes through to the keeper. We had a conversation about Josh Davey in the last over where I asked if he was still a Scottish international. I don't know. He obviously didn't. But the board said Josh Davey was bowling. I know that, and that's why I brought it up.
That was fairly sure it was Lewis Gregory.
Davey again goes all the way back to a pile of sawdust, which hasn't been required. It's just slightly been blown by the breeze, scattered about a bit as Hamid strikes lucky here. Might have been looking to leave that one alone, or perhaps even run it towards third man again. He's got an inside edge past the stumps, and it's going to bring in 2 more runs, and Notts go to 96 without loss. And Hamid on to 28.
Somerset not getting the rub of the green at the moment. There have been mistakes by both of these Notts batsmen, but they haven't proved costly.
Yeah, Sam Darling, who's down in the press room, says it was definitely Gregory. Enjoyed hearing you going on about Josh Davey, though, he says. As Hamid again throws the bat at that one. But the board did say change of bowling Josh Davey, and brought him and brought all his details up. That's why I went into the Davey monologue. 96 without loss. We are still just over 20 minutes away from lunch, so the runs have come at a healthy enough lick. 4.2 runs and over for Nottinghamshire, having been put into bat. But as I said early on, it's all about getting to the interval. How many wickets will Somerset get in the session? So Mead turns this away for another single.
Yeah, Somerset went at first session against in the Warwickshire innings last Saturday. They went at 4.5 and over, and they're going at very close to 4.5 and over here today, bowling at least 1 4-ball per over.
Leach is going to have another go, Anthony.
Well, at least he'll be bowling to Hamid at the start of it.
Well, that's right. Elsewhere in Division 1, quickly, Middlesex 54 for 5 at Northampton, Lancashire 57 for 4 at Chelmsford, Hampshire 79 for 4 at the Oval, and Warwickshire at Edgbaston at home against Kent 84 for 2. One Division 2 game underway, Durham 65 for 1 against Worcestershire.
Well, if Surrey get away with wins against Lancashire and then Hampshire, they're going to be hard to catch, I suspect. Lancashire and Hampshire, 2 of the...
They didn't beat Lancashire last week, though, did they? I thought it was a draw.
It was a draw, yes.
Yeah.
Quite right, yeah. Leach, then, to bowl to Hamid, who turns that in the direction of Cameron Bancroft.
Kent beat Northants, Hampshire beat Notts last week. The other 3 matches, I think, were drawn, weren't they?
They looked as if Surrey were going to win for a time, but they didn't. As Hamid is right forward. This time in defence. We've got a slip and a short leg, backward square leg. Tom Abel clapping his hands at mid-wicket. Lewis Gregory at mid-on. Craig Overton at mid-off. Siddle in the covers. It's driven straight back on the bounce to Jack Leach.
And we both know it was on the bounce because nobody's afield or got excited, but it was difficult to pick up with the natural eye, wasn't it?
It was.
If he'd thrown that up in the air, I'd have been with you.
More convincing crowd catches. This is shorter and just run down past Sean Dixon at backward point. He puts in the slide, a very good slide. He's left quite a big scar on the outfield, but he keeps them down to just the 1 run. 98 with that loss. Hamid on to 30. Duckett on strike with 60 to his name. What's he going to produce this time? Similar field, obviously a mirror image of it because it's a left-hander.
Wonder where he's targeting. He's just had a complete look all around the ground, Duckett, as you'd expect.
Leach bowls. He goes for the sweep, and that just comes off the pad and dollies up in the air and retrieved by Tom Kohler-Cadden. who's wearing a peculiar sort of apron, which we can't see from this angle at first slip. He was doing it down at Taunton the other day as well. Standing there, legs akimbo at first slip as Leach bowls shorter and turned around the corner by Duckett, fielded by Bancroft. End of the over, 98 without loss. 32 Hamid and 60 to Duckett.
Could be quite a bizarre scenario here if this goes all the way to its natural conclusion and it's a fairly dull finish Sunday tea time, because Nottingham Forest are playing Manchester United behind us on Sunday afternoon, and might be a little strange if there's only 200 or 300 people in the ground here, watching a fairly dull passage of play, and Nottingham Forest and Manchester United roaring away behind us, and it'll be a little strange. Stuart Broad, for one, will be looking to get this game over and done before the start of that one. Here is the one and only Josh Davey bowling to Hamid with knots on 98 without loss and defence. There's also football on Saturday tea time behind us with Notts County playing Woking. We're in the 25th over, 98 without loss. Really need a bit of a following wind to be able to hear the roars from Meadow Lane. .42 the numbers on the scoreboard. New addition to the Batman board, the clock in the bottom left hand corner. We've not had that before, as this one goes through to the keeper.
Interesting tweet I've just come across. The first one was from Wisdom. Joss Butler is the only player in IPL history to average 40 and strike at above 150, which is a great stat. Mark Puttick says he has respect, but for some reason he doesn't inspire adoration in the same way as other great modern players. Well, speaking as someone from Somerset, I can assure you that he inspires plenty of adoration down in our neck of the woods.
Hamid has 30, Duckett exactly double his tally, 60 and 30. I have to say I've not watched a single game.
I've watched Joss. I tend to ration my IPL watching to focus on players I particularly like.
Davey to Hamid, lets it go through to the keeper. I must admit I do like the Big Bash, the very fact that's on sort of breakfast time and first part of the morning.
Trouble is, there was so much franchise cricket on, around just after Christmas, wasn't it, with the SA20, and then there was the tournament in Abu Dhabi.
I had a little follow of the Big Bash, but I've not seen any of the IPL. 98 without loss. Hamid has faced, in fact both batters have faced 75 balls, and Hamid's 76th ball is wide of the off peg. He bottom edges it down past the stumps and through to the keeper.
See, that could have gone back onto the stumps as well, but it didn't. Then I wouldn't say they're living a charmed life, these two, because they're batting pretty well, but
I wouldn't have thought they'd had an even split of the deliveries, but they have. Took it 75 deliveries, Hamid now 76. Seems like Duckett's been controlling things for much of the morning. Floodlights are still on as Hamid again defends quietly out into the offside. One ball left in this over. Josh Davey closing in on a maiden. There's a real powwow going on in the slip cordon there. Could be talking about absolutely anything. Who do you fancy for the National on Saturday? 98 without loss.
Come on, Sluggy they call.
Who's Sluggy? Davey?
Yeah, Slugger.
Here comes Slugger to bowl to the Bolton Bradman. Nasib Hamid had a little flinch at that, gets nothing on it, and Josh Davey does have a maiden, a quiet passage of play for once this morning. 25 overs have gone. Nottinghamshire put into bat 98 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, myself Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, I'm not perhaps I'm imagining things, but just after he bowled that ball, Josh Davey pulled up and just sort of felt around.
What a chat's going on.
Backside, yeah. His right, below his right buttock, and he has a long chat with his skipper. Again, there's just a hint of a limp as he walks in. Oh dear. Perhaps he's just put it down to my imagination. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over against the dreaded Duckett.
Won't be saying that if he gets him.
Leach has gone for 16 in 3, and this is tucked away, swept away, just beating short fine leg. 4 more runs, and the 100 is on the board for Nottinghamshire. 102 from 154 balls, and the perfect start for Nottinghamshire, looking to make amends for that defeat down at Hampshire last week. Duckett moves on to 64. Leach tries again. This time, oh, he almost goes back onto his stumps. It was a dead bat defensive shot, and the ball just ran down the face of the bat and almost went back onto his stumps.
Frightened the life out of me then. I was just tweeting the fact that it's a century opening stand.
Leach is in and bowls, and this is tucked round the corner, but Dixon will field at that short fine leg position. We've got men out on both square boundaries, deep cover and deep mid wicket. Peter Siddle out there just doing some stretches. Leach bowls, and this is swept, and that's gone for 4, or it's 4 again. Middle that one, sweeping from outside the off stump, which is a pretty safe shot to play, although to get it in the middle of the bat, it's always the danger you're going to get the top edge. But Duckett got that right in the middle of the bat, and it flew away down to deep backward square leg for 4 more runs. 106 without loss. He moves on to 68.
Could be a fun watch if he gets a spell like this once the Ashes are on this summer. Ground staffer loitering with intent by the hover cover.
Just some heavier cloud.
In fact, there's rain now. If you have a look at the Batman board, the black bits on the Batman board, you can see rain falling.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
It is drizzling here at Trent Bridge, sad to report.
Leach to Duckett. Pushes this into the offside. There would have been a comfortable single there, but I think Duckett fancies something a bit more.
Then again, 10 to 1. In fact, they're going to go off. 10 to 1. So
go off for an early lunch.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the session, isn't it? 106 without loss after 25.5 overs, and I think, well, will both sides be happy to go in? I'd imagine so right now. Clearly, Somerset would have loved to have got a wicket before the break, but I think perhaps want to get off and have a bit of a chat with the coaching staff and regroup. And Amid and Duckett, I'm sure, after their near 2 hours out there in the middle, they'll also be looking just to get in and get the pads off and just get ready to go again this afternoon. A little bit of noise. Let's turn the effects microphone off, Anthony, because the hover cover, good as it is, well, it's brilliant to get it out there quickly, but it don't half make a noise.
It does. Not a good morning for Somerset. Whatever luck has been going hasn't been running in their direction, and the fact that Craig Overton has only bowled 3 overs is very worrying. Josh Davey has a question mark against his fitness as well, and the pitch is offered a little bit to the quicker bowlers. There's been a certain amount of seam movement, but in all honesty, the Somerset bowlers haven't got the ball in the right areas often enough to build pressure on these 2 Nottinghamshire batters. Ben Duckett in aggressive mood, taking on in particular Jack Leach, who's gone for 24 in 3.5 overs, largely via the bat of Ben Duckett. So not a good morning for Somerset, and at the end of it, Nottinghamshire, who were put in very much on top, 106 without loss.
Thanks very much. Anthony, more from Anthony Gibson this afternoon, obviously. Hopefully, well, we're just hoping it'll blow away and they can they're not going to restart now, that's for certain. They will take an early lunch, so they will be they will be out to restart, hopefully 10 minutes earlier, round about 1:30. So when the players return, we'll return with the commentary. Normally at this stage we'd go through the full scorecard, but there isn't an awful lot to add to what we've already said. Ben Duckett, 68 not out, got to his half century from 61 balls with 6 fours and a 6. Asiba Mead, quite content to play second fiddle to him. He's 30 not out. At lunch, Notts put in 106 without loss. Thanks for your company this morning. We'd love to hear from you. Anything you want to get off your chest or you'd like a mention, at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, and we'll speak to you when we come back in 40 minutes time. Hope you'll join us then. And hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Sorry if we sort of took you a little bit by surprise there. We're around about 12 minutes ahead of where we should be at the start of the afternoon session, but of course that's because the players went off. A little bit of drizzle then developed into something heavier. The umpires took them off, and we had an early lunch, to put it in a nutshell. So thankfully it's dry enough to start. The ground staff are still loitering with intent near the hover cover.
There's a big black cloud just away to the south, which is poised to come over the ground.
Yeah, I mean, just looking there on the live stream, you'll see the floodlights are still on. It looks perfectly well, and I mean the light is well enough, isn't it? In fact, I'll improve the light. I shut the window for a second because the wind was a little bit chilly when I sat here having a sandwich. But we've got one ball to go, Anthony, in this unfinished over from Jack Leach. Caught up with one or two Notts members and supporters on the concourse behind us during the luncheon interval, and to say many of them were a little surprised at what had happened this morning would be an understatement. But certainly Nottinghamshire's morning, talk about winning sessions, well, I think you have to say they won that session 106 without loss. One ball to go in this Jack Leach over, and then they'll all switch round. It was interesting, I know you've been downstairs, I don't know if you caught sight of Craig Overton. He has been out there bowling.
I did.
with the coaches, and obviously, understandably, perhaps a little gingerly, didn't want to go over on an ankle or anything, but he looked to be okay. I'm sure we'll see him.
Jack Leach, last ball of his over to Duckett, who sweeps. Appeal for LBW. Given not out.
It would have been just so typical cricket, wouldn't it? Not necessarily this game or either of these sides, but so typical cricket. You play for 2 hours and don't get a wicket, you come back and bowl one ball and get one, but it didn't happen.
Here's some good news for Somerset followers. Craig Overton is taking off his sweater and handing it to David Mills.
Yeah, well,
and he's probably had a pain-killing injection, I should imagine. I think, I don't know what the nature of the foot injury is. He was favouring it down at Taunton last week against Warwickshire. It didn't seem to impede him that much, but interesting, the suggestion that maybe
might be a case of just, right, let's give it a go and see, rather than holding on, or he might just be absolutely 100%. We'll have to see how it goes. It's very interesting. I mean, fantasy cricket's gathering momentum again, isn't it, as Craig Overton runs away from us at the Radcliffe Road end and bowls to Asiba Mead, who defends, seems okay. There are one or two people getting in touch during lunch. What's happened to Craig? Is he my fantasy team? And this, that and the other. It's gathering momentum, a little bit of the old fantasy cricket, and people a little concerned that one of their star picks has not really had much of an input so far. Where's 7? Passed umpire David Mills wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Well, I think for a lot of Somerset followers, their fantasy cricket's probably rather more enjoyable than the real cricket. It's not been a great start to the season for Somerset.
Well, or not going into this game. Can almost make a claim. I think they won one session at the Ageas Bowl, 1 out of the 9. I think by committee. I think everybody gave them one session. Hamid's thrown the bat at that one. It was full, right up in line with the popping crease, and Hamid forced it away through the backward point region. It took the aerial route to begin with, but nobody there to cut it off, and he's got a boundary.
Closed it up though, wasn't it?
110 without loss. Here is Overton again. This goes through to the keeper. I'm not by any means suggesting there might be a repeat, or saying this to lessen the spirits of Somerset supporters, but last year against Derbyshire, this pair put 402 on together. You remember the the week where we had temperatures in the 40s.
I do.
Well, we went to Derby. Ben Slater got out, and Hamid and Duckett just took the toll of a visibly wilting Derbyshire attack. They put 402 on a county record for the second wicket.
We were playing Yorkshire at Taunton and it rained on the hottest day.
Duckett 241 and Hamid made 196. Next ball to Asib Hamid. He just blocks it.
Didn't move his feet there, did he?
No.
To play that defensive shot. Just got his bat in the right place, but
No,
he's quite a correct player normally.
well, this is it. And this is what I thought coming to down from Lancashire, but he does have any number of little foibles and ticks, if you like, at the crease. He's not totally pure in style. He's nicked this, and I think that's gone down at slip.
That's Cola Cadmore.
Well, funnily enough, that may well have been straight into Craig Overton's hands had he not been bowling, but he'd been standing at second slip. Cola Cadmore went a long way to his right from first slip. It was very low to the ground, but he got both hands to it. End of the over, 110 without loss, and on 34 Hamid has had a live.
Well, it never rains but it pours, and I think it might be exactly what's about to happen. There's some heavy cloud, heavy rain-bearing cloud away to the southwest.
Let's hope it blows away. Interesting though that despite the cloud cover they're sticking with Jack Leach.
Well, I'm not sure how fit Josh Davey is, but they could bring Peter Siddle back. Jack Leach in his fifth over has gone for 24 runs so far. He's bowling to a poor ball outside leg stump, which is helped on his way down to long leg by Ben Duckett. Leach got away with that. He's just shaking his hands if it's cold. It is chilly out there. He's rubbing his hands and blowing in them at the moment.
That was just a deliberate ploy to get the total onto Nelson, see if that can bring a wicket.
11 without loss. And it means he's got the right-handed Hamid. Slipping a short leg. Short extra cover as well in a catching position. It's played into the offside, and it will just be a single as Sean Dixon comes across to do the fielding. Lewis Gregory has got his hands firmly in his pockets at mid-on. It is chilly out there. Craig Overton likewise at mid-off. Leach takes pace off with that ball. Just played quietly into the offside. Leach in bowls to Hamid. That's a good length ball and off stump. A quicker one played into the offside. Still no Somerset flag on the flying over the pavilion, and it is the scorer's responsibility to bring the flag with him or her to away matches. This is Hamid laying back and finding the gap through the offside. Nice shot. Given the opportunity though, because it was too short from Jack Leach, and he had plenty of time to pick his spot, which he did to perfection. And that's 4 runs to Hamid, moves on to 38, 115 without loss. Nottinghamshire, Somerset badly in need of a wicket.
I think that bad one, Anthony's blowing over.
Could do. Leach is in and bowls, and Hamid stretches forward. Plays a defensive shot out into the offside at end of the over. 28 overs have been bowled, 115 runs are on the board, and the scoring rate almost exactly 4 runs and over, which is probably at least 1 run and over too high from Somerset's perspective. They've been guilty of bowling at least 1 bad ball per over, and it shows on the scoreboard.
And Somerset's over rate now -2 on the board as well. You don't really want to let it get any worse than that. You can always pull 2 back, but you won't want it to get any worse. I did say the cloud was blowing over. It's got blustery out there. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if suddenly, during the course of this or the next over, they just suddenly head for the pavilions. It's sort of got that feel around it, but blue skies behind as Overton bowls. Duckett works this onto the onside for a single, 116 without loss. So Craig Overton can have another go at Hasiba Mead, the last ball he bowled to him at the end of the previous over. Found the edge, and it gave a semi-catching opportunity. Interesting looking at Kohler Cadmore. I had a little look close up on the live stream there. He's got like a little hand warming bag or something in front that he puts his pocket, his hands in his.
That's what it is.
To keep them warm. This has worked on the leg side, no run.
It's like a muff.
Is that what you call it?
Well, they're usually made of fur, and genteel ladies.
There, we can see it now on the live stream there at first slip. Well, he's the one that got his hands to that edge from Hasiba Mead previous over.
The logic is it's easier to get your hands out of that to make the catch than it would be out of your pockets.
Overton in once more.
He's not himself, Craig Overton, is he? He's looking hard at the footholds and scraping at them. He's not bowling anything like full pace.
No, I was just going to say it'd be interesting if he did run in and look to bang one in short. We're now going to have a little bit of sawdust, which the rain will have fallen on, brought from this pile at this end to be laid down on the crease on the white lines in the foot marks. Yeah, not really sure just how much response Craig Overton would get out of this surface if he did bang one in halfway down at full tilt. Guess until he does that we don't really know. But generally they're pretty good paced wickets. He's in now, nice and full, and Mead again drives loosely outside the off stump with minimal foot movement, and is fortunate not to nick it through to James Rue. Bit of a charmed life he's leading.
He is. Craig Overton is saying to himself, what do I have to do? What do I have to do?
His fifth over is
walking briskly back to his mark. They're obviously conscious of the overrate situation.
Not giving anything away. On for 6. Ball's wide of the mark, and again it goes through to Rue. The patch of blue sky getting closer, more encouraging. 116 without lost knots. Toss at 10:30. Tom Abel back in the Somerset line-up after missing last week, skippering, and won the toss. So Stephen Mullaney's won one, lost one. Mead on 38. Bowls now and drives it up to mid-off, no run. End of the 29th over. Knots 116 without loss.
Tom Abel in his 7th season as Somerset skipper, which makes him one of the longest serving Somerset captains. He is, this is courtesy of Steve Pittard, retired joint landlord of the Rose and Coronet Episcopi, better known as Eli's. And Steve says, with Derbyshire's Billy Godelman stepping down from captaincy duties, Tom Abel is now the most experienced captain on the county circuit. Skippered Somerset in 72 county championship matches. The next most experienced are Hampshire's James Vince with 64, and Notts' Stephen Mullaney with 61. Leach is bowling to Duckett, who just chips this.
That is playing cricket on a beach, isn't it? That sort of stuff.
Just the reverse, what do you call that?
Scoop?
Scoop, yeah. Didn't hit it too hard. And
just like you were just knocking one on the beach for the kids to chase.
2 runs is the result, 118 without loss. Leach bowls, and this is played on the bounce to Cameron Bancroft at forward short leg. Leach bowls This again is played to Bancroft. Almost toying with his England international teammate Ben Duckett at the moment. Sweeps hard. It's going to be cut off. It will be cut off by Sean Dixon. And they take a single, 119 without loss.
Last time we saw Cameron Bancroft line up against Nottinghamshire was a skipper of Durham at Grantham in 2019. Walked out to the middle with Stephen Mullaney. They had the toss, they walked back, and then down came the rains, and we didn't get a single ball bowled.
Leach then to the right-handed Hamid. Hamid cuts, and he's found that gap again. That'll be 4 runs. Again, too short from Jack Leach. Wasn't quite as short as the one in the previous over, but Hamid still had plenty of time to open up the offside and steer it between backward point and cover. 4 runs, 123 without loss. Hamid on to 42.
They've looked to target Leach, haven't they? He hasn't bowled a maiden yet. None for 36, final ball of his 6th.
Leach bowls, Hamid gets a quicker one, back on his stumps defending. End of the over, 123 for naught. Yeah, I think a lot of teams, Warwickshire did the same against him at Taunton last week. They're taking a leaf out of the Australians' books and looking to hit him out of the attack. But it's Leach's greatest strength is also his greatest weakness, and his greatest strength is his metronomic accuracy, putting the ball in the same area ball after ball after ball, which is great if the pitch is doing something. If it's not doing much, then what it enables the batsman to do is to line him up.
So there's the chief liner-upper, Ben Duckett, on strike. Craig Overton bowls to him. This is guided to backward point. They take a single, sharp single, but they comfortably get home. 123 without loss becomes, now 124 without loss. Duckett on to 74. Elsewhere, Division 1 then, they're just starting now after lunch everywhere else. At Chelmsford, Lancashire 70 for 4 against Essex. At Northamptonshire, Northants playing Middlesex 85 for 6. They were 11 for 4 very early on. Hamid's on strike. That crouching stance brings the bat nicely into line to work it onto the leg side. No run. At the Oval, Hampshire the visitors, they're 98 for 5 against county champions Surrey, and at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 108 for 2 at home to Kent. In Division 2, there should be 3 matches going on. Gloucestershire, Yorkshire at Bristol, no play today due to a wet outfield. Leicestershire, Derbyshire, they're planning to start at 2:15 in that one. No play so far today. Overton bowls, Hamid defends. And up at Chesterley Street, Durham are 83 for 1 against Worcestershire. I don't know why some teams, a couple of teams have got a round of matches off already. It does seem a little early, doesn't it? Play one and then miss. Glamorgan is one of the sides. I don't know who the other one is. One of the other Division 2 sides.
Somerset got a week off the week after next.
Yeah, not so the same. Play 3 and then a week off. Overton bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. I think that's fair enough. Play 3 and then have a week off, but not play 1 and then have a bye week.
Then they'll have four others trot, won't they? 4 or even 5. How many rounds have we got before the end of May? Is it
Notts play 6. I think it's 7 rounds and Notts play 6.
Yeah, that's right. Then we've got the extra fixture in July this year.
Here comes Overton. Bowls now, and Hamid blocks. Brian Barish has been in touch. Nice to hear from you, Brian. When figuring out which county championship match to listen to, I usually pick the matches being done by commentators I like. Bonus to have Anthony. And Dave on at the same time. Double delight. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I was worried. I started reading that before I got to the end. Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated. I know you're one of the regulars Lovely to hear from you as Hamid again looks to drive with a flourish and just inside edges it onto his boot and it runs past the stumps, and there's no run. 124 without loss. Very kind of you, Brian, and thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch today. We try and get to all the messages, but sometimes they come through pretty quickly, and we do miss one or two. So sorry if we do that. By all means, come back to us.
Grumpy Git says the sight of Big Craig Overton bowling after lunch is the best sight of the day so far. I feared the worst, but Annie Chave replies quite rightly. He's not quite right though, is he? No, Annie, he's not, I'm afraid. He's not bowling it flat out. He's not a happy bunny at all. You can often say that about Craig Overton. But I think he's got good reason for feeling a bit grumpy at the moment. He's got a sore left foot. He's just had a catch drop at first slip, which should really have been taken.
Here's Banana Man. Tweeted a picture of Peter Siddle and Stuart Broad this morning, and obviously during the luncheon interval Peter must have had access to his phone because I see he's liked it.
Siddle then, very straight approach from the pavilion end, is there in bowls, and this is tucked off his hip by Duckett for a comfortable single down to Jack Leach at deep backward square leg. The ground staff still waiting by the hover cover, which suggests that there is more rain in the offing.
Lily's been back. Good afternoon to Dave and to Anthony. Asib Hamid and Ben Duckett batting well. Craig Overton, very good bowler. Very much enjoying listening to the coverage. Thank you, Lily.
Tom Abel persisting with 3 slips, or 2 slips and a first, second and fourth, really.
Yeah.
What's the betting that the ball will squirt between second and fourth? Siddle bowls and Hamid covers up, plays it into the offside. White seats all around the ground here at Trent Bridge, as indeed there are now at Somerset, because all of the green seats that were in the Somerset stand have been replaced by white ones, and the whole ground looks better for it. But Trent Bridge is as a test ground, I think it's much my favourite, because it still has the atmosphere. It is a test ground, but it still has the atmosphere of a county ground. Siddle bowls, and this squirts off the outside edge of Hamid's bat out into the covers all along the ground.
Yeah, not something I think about a great deal, seats, but I did a football match at Walsall on Monday, Easter Monday, and
some people have all the luck.
Well, yeah, they play in all red, and all their seats all around the ground are bright red, and there weren't many there were only 6,000 there, and I must admit there was a time or two I was looking towards the far side or whatever, and I thought it was a pass gone straight into touch, but
it's outside the off stump and no shot.
It's quite difficult to pick out a player with in all red with a backdrop of red behind him.
Yeah. It must be a very good seeing ground, this, for batsmen, one would imagine, with all the white. Less so, of course, if it's a white ball, but
some would take exception with the far end because there's no sight screen down there, so the patrons have to not come in red and sit very quietly and still.
Outside the off stump again, long way outside the off stump. Good tumbling take by James Rue.
There's no real sight screen down there in front of the pavilion.
No, there isn't. I mean, there is a sight screen, but it's not very long. It's in the wrong place at the moment.
And it's not at bowler height.
No.
I'm watching the ground staff, Anthony.
They're just coming into line now.
They're spreading out, moving to all
see them stand
4
like
corners of
greyhounds in the slips, to quote Shakespeare. Siddle brings that one back, but still missed the off stump comfortably enough, despite the fact that Hamid declined to play a shot at it. End of the over, 125 without loss.
Yeah, there's 5 of them down there. They were all stood together, just like five mates watching a game of cricket, and then suddenly they've all deployed, one to each corner of the hover cover, and Steve Burke's there, the head groundsman, overseeing it all. I just wonder if they can see something that we can't, just to our right, round the corner.
Round the corner, exactly.
Over the top of the council house there. It's Craig Overton, but it's not the sort of sky that looks permanently threatening, as Overton comes in to duck it, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, there's a dark cloud and then a bit of blue sky, and then a white fluffy cloud, and then another dark cloud. It's sort of weather where you think it's just going to blow over. Even if we do get a little bit of rain, it won't hang around for long, I don't think. Hopefully, says he. I think that's the forecast, isn't it? You may be unlucky and you may cop one.
Yeah. But there are supposed to be more showers around this afternoon than there were this morning, so we may get a couple of interruptions.
Overton to Duckett, who's on 75. Is it on the pad and given?
Yes.
Ben Duckett stands there. He usually has a little bit of a look and just a check, just lines up his stumps and sees where he was, but he's given and has to go for 75. Only added 7 to his lunchtime score, and just shows what a different animal Somerset are with their linchpin, their key quick bowler, Craig Overton. Firing them down for him. He's hit him LBW just there on the live stream. You'll see Ben wandering off, little shake of the head. He'll be disappointed. 75. He's been at the crease for just over 2 hours, faced 91 balls and hit 10 fours and that 1 6, and not so 125 for 1.
Yeah, Overton's been pitching the ball right up, and he does it again there as we watch the replay. And Duckett just a little bit late on the shot. Pad's got in the way of his bat. Again, he's looking to just turn the ball around the corner, always looking to score runs, Ben Duckett, and it looked pretty plumb from here. Full length ball heading halfway up the pad, pretty much in front of all three. But a very enjoyable innings from Ben Duckett. He is box office, always worth watching. Somerset have finally made the breakthrough. Ben Duckett, LBW to Overton for 75 from 91 deliveries, with 10 fours and a reverse swept 6.
Well, one left-handed Ben at the crease is replaced by another left-handed Ben, with Ben Slater, former Derbyshire man, of course, been here 4 years now, on his way out to the middle, where he's been greeted by Asiba Mead. Little chat between the two of them. Ben Slater, Chesterfield born, 31 years of age now, has been primarily an opening bat since moving from Derbyshire at the back end of the 2018 summer. Last year 703 runs at 33 and a half, just the one century, but it was a big one. 225 not out against Durham. Played 6 matches before against Somerset, but a best of only 59. He'll be looking to improve on that. Last week against Hampshire, scores of 11 and 43. Here is Overton in to bowl to the lefty, and he's away first ball. A little push into the offside, into the open space, takes the single. 126 for 1.
Again, bowling a very full length there to the new batter. He's looking a bit more jaunty, is Craig Overton now. Just a bit of a spring in his step as he marches back to his marker. And the whole Somerset side a good deal more animated than they were before the fall of that wicket.
And all his fantasy managers will be happy as well. He's got a wicket. He comes in, bowls to Mead and strikes him amidships with one that just nips back.
Ground staff are more relaxed now. I think that immediate threat of rain has passed.
Grumpy Git, obviously referring to my Walsall tale, says the players were the red bits that move. Next ball on its way. It's just difficult to make them out, that's all. Next one's deflected down to long leg by Hamid gets a couple of runs.
He's still bothered with the his footholds.
Yeah.
Craig Overton.
Richard Dawson, lovely to have some county championship cricket back on the airwaves. Very nice of you to add there, enjoying the commentary. Richard, thank you. 128 for 1. Hamid 44. Run rate just dipped under 4 and over, nice and full, and Hamid has tickled this fine. That will go for 4. Got a good piece on that ball. Plenty of pace from Overton, but it was just drifting down the leg side, and Hamid really gave it a bit of a nice whip away down, nice and fine. Won't be cut off. He's on to 48, 132 for 1. In its own way, quite an expensive over, but an important one for Craig Overton, because he got the wicket of Ben Duckett. Overton now 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14, so still very respectable figures. But what went from that over? Was it 8 from that over? 132 for 1.
Overton gets a low 5 from his skipper, but the jauntiness momentarily faded away with that last delivery. Peter Siddle, who I'm informed by Steve Pittard, has the Southern Cross constellation tattooed on his back. There, did you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah, off the Australian flag, of course. Siddle to Slater. He bowls. Slater on his toes, defending a ball that didn't bounce quite as much as he was anticipating. We've got 3 slips. Kola Cadmore, who dropped a chance off Hasib Hamid a couple of overs ago. Craig Overton, the unlucky bowler. Then Cameron Bancroft in a nice new Somerset cap at second slip, and Big Craig himself at third. Siddle bowls and almost gets through there. It's rather a hurried push at that from Slater. It squirts off the inside part of the bat out to Jack Leach. Long leg, they take a single. 133 for 1.
What's Bancroft's availability then? Is he
First 4 games.
right?
He was brought in as cover for Tom Abel. Worst case scenario was that Tom Abel wasn't going to be fit for the first 4 games, so they signed him as cover for those games. Siddle bowls to Hamid, who's forward in defence, but it does mean that well, the likes of George Bartlett or Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Banton, when he's fit, and I presume he's fit now because he's been playing for the seconds, he broke his finger, Tom Banton. But those 3 very promising homegrown young batsmen can't get in the side at the moment, which is a shame. Siddle in bowls. Hamid gets a good ball coming back into him from outside the off stump, plays it comfortably enough. He's always on the move, Hamid.
Yeah.
Hasib Hamid wanders off towards square leg, scrapes out his guard. He's batting just outside the crease on off stump, as is the modern way. Siddle. Oh, and this is a really good one. That's as good a ball as we've seen all day. That was angled in towards the right-hander's off stump and left him sharply off the pitch. You would have to be a very, very good batsman indeed to get an edge to a ball like that. Went like a fast leg break. And bowling looking more threatening this afternoon than it did this morning, no doubt. Jason Kerr, the head coach, has had a few choice words with his bowlers over the lunch interval. Siddle bowls, and again Hamid not in trouble, but having to play a hurried defensive shot. The ball runs down into the gully. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 133 for 1. Peter Siddle 8 overs, none for 21. Hamid on 48. Slater has just come in as on 2.
Yeah, Somerset had to begin with Jack Leach because it was an unfinished over, and they gave him another one. But I think this is absolutely right to have the experience of Overton and Siddle at the moment as the visitors try and drag back some of the initiative that certainly Notts built up in that first session. 2 o'clock, so there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in a second as the over begins with a fairly gentle push out into the offside by Ben Slater. Well, they have lost a wicket, and it's Ben Duckett who's fallen for 75. Craig Overton, the England fast bowler, only bowled 3 overs this morning and then hobbled off with what looked to be a little bit of an ankle turn, but he's back after lunch and bowling quickly, and he got Duckett with a full pitch delivery that thudded into the pads. Umpire Milne sent him on his way. So Duckett out for 75. Asiba Mead still there on 48. Nottinghamshire 133 for 1. Overton past umpire Milnes, and Slater will let this go through to James Root, and there's no run. We said sort of what a good position Notts have got themselves into, but the next 2 in, Joe Clark and Lyndon James, both coming into this innings off the back of ducks in the second innings at the Ageas Bowl last week. And Stephen Mullaney at 6, then a trio of left-handers, Tom Morsley and Patterson White, Stuart Broad. This is pushed into the offside. It may be that Brett Hutton comes in ahead of Broad. I'm not sure. It might be Broad Hutton or Hutton Broad, and then Dane Patterson will bring up the rear.
Slater just playing across the line at that delivery from Craig Overton. Thought momentarily he might be through, but got enough bat on it to keep it out.
Yes, must remember that we're going out to the audio community as well as a little push and run here, single taken. You know, most people now follow the action with the pictures, the live stream. But yeah, a little push and run and easily in the end gathered single. 134 for 1.
Grumpy Get says, can we assume that Tom Abel isn't fit to bowl? Yeah, I think you can assume that. Well, he might be fit to bowl, but they ain't going to risk him.
Here's Overton. In bowls, Mead drives into the offside. He's on 48. Pushes this to extra cover. And there's no run, because there's a ground where, mentioned it earlier, Tom Abel has a first-class hat-trick as a bowler. That extraordinary match at the end of the 2018 season. Tom Abel and Craig Overton in the same match, both taking hat-tricks against Notts. Mead has 48, faced 114 deliveries. And happy just to bide his time, as he has been since 11 o'clock, by blocking the final ball. 35 overs have gone. Notts are 134 for 1 here at Trent Bridge. You're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset. Everybody that's joined us via the BBC Sport website, and those watching the pictures via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, you're very, very welcome to what we hope is a decent contest over the course of the 4 days. Second round of matches, neither side I don't think had too much to take away from last week in terms of results. Somerset getting the valuable draw points against Warwickshire. Notts got 3 bowling points, and that was it. Defeat against Hampshire, who, for my money, are likely to be one of the strongest sides in the division.
Siddle into Slater. So the off-time Slater. Let's go through. Yeah, because of the quality of their attack.
Yes, Mohammed Abbas got 6 wickets in the first innings, and Kyle Abbott got 3 wickets, 3 for none in 8 balls early on in the second innings. In fact, Notts were going along nicely at 70 odd for 1, and then Kyle Abbott came back on and got 3 for none in 8 balls, and that just rested the momentum back again.
It does make such a difference to have a really potent attack outside the off stump. Away movement off the seam, but starting too wide. That was the secret of Somerset's success in 2019, which almost carried them to the county championship. The quality of their attack. Josh Davey had a tremendous season. Craig Overton likewise. Lewis Gregory was a real force to be reckoned with. Jack Leach to bowl spin. But they're not quite the same force with the ball. How many years on are we now? 4 years on, as they were back then. Siddle bowls, Slater leaves through to James Ruth, bowling a lot tighter post tee. What did we go in at lunch? Was it
106 without loss after 25.5.
So we have had
just coming
nearly
up to
10 overs. And
29 for one.
Yeah.
No, 28 for one.
28 for one. Much more like it from Somerset.
Did they look after you at lunch? I've not asked you. Did you?
I managed it. Well, it's very, very busy down there, and so I got a sandwich in the end outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Rue. But he's keeping a good line. Is Peter Siddle, good line outside off stump, which is what the Warwickshire bowlers did very effectively against a Somerset batsman last week. Several of the Somerset batsmen like to play their shots outside the off stump. Like to assert themselves, and sooner or later they're going to give up leaving the ball outside the off stump and play a shot at it. And 3 catches to Rob Yates at first slip resulted. This is nicely timed by Slater, but a good tumbling stop by Tom Lammonby, whose cricket trousers have taken a bit of a beating as well.
They have. Dan White's one of our regulars, been in touch and just had another look back at the LBW, and so it felt it might have been a touch leg-sided, but that's the way it goes.
It was one of those where as soon as it hit the pad, I thought, out. This is driven away, and very well driven by Slater, and a very good piece of fielding by Tom Abel, who leads by example in the field and saves any runs. 134 for 1 at the end of that over. Hamid on 48 and Slater on 3.
As in pitching just outside leg, he's come back to qualify. Thanks for that, Dan. 134 for 1. Floodlights still on. They came on fairly early on in the piece, around about I'd say about 20 past 11. Didn't make a note of it, but on very early. Lewis Gregory going to come on for a second spell. 6 overs none for 28 this morning for Lewis Gregory. A little expensive. Ben Duckett in particular was just looking to try and dominate against him. Right-handed Hamid is on strike. The Somerset slip cordon was having a right old natter then, and somebody must have said, we're ready.
It's a right-hander.
We're ready. Hamid has 48.
Tom Abel again coming back to have a chat with his bowler about field placings. Craig Overton being moved to 4th slip from 3rd.
Runs away from us then, Lewis Gregory. Hamid leaves alone, and a little bit of a Zorro flourish with his bat, swishing away at the air as it goes past him. Gregory, as he runs, you can see either bright red or bright orange soles to his cricket footwear. We did have a little spell where all the heels were coloured for a number of years, either bright blue or bright orange, and I think they sort of clamped down on that a little bit. Nice and full, and Hamid's thrown the bat at that one and gets nothing on it. It was very wide, taken low down by Rue.
Good place to bowl to him though. I wouldn't say he has a weakness, but he has a predilection for that shot. He loves to play it, and he's played it 4 or 5 times without getting an edge, but sooner or later he is going to get one.
I was going to say odds slightly in his favour. There's no protection out on the bench, and he really does go hard at it. There's Gregory again. Bowls nice and full, drives into the
got away with
offside.
That one.
No run, straight to the fielder. 134 for 1. Mead 48, Slater 3. Joe Clark doing next. Because he was at Worcestershire with Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Less said about all of that, the better.
Kohler-Cadmore, of course, he's had, what, 3 years with Yorkshire and then made the move. Three of the top 5 for Somerset are recent imports, as this one wide of the off stump could carry through to Rue, with the Mead not drawn into chasing after that one.
A little bit of life in the pitch, isn't there? I mean, that one really went through at good height. Just the odd ball. And it's medium paced, I think you could say, this pitch. It's not a slow wicket, and it's certainly not a quick bouncing.
No. Decent enough cricket wicket as we often get here, and that's without bigging up the well, it's a boundary here for a Mead, and that'll take him to 50. It certainly wasn't meant to go there. Sliced high over the slip cordon and away, and Asiba Mead gets his first half century of 2023. It's been a very patient innings, 2.5 hours to get there. He's faced 120 balls and hit 9 fours. They've not all gone exactly where he would want them to go, but once again, Asiba Mead is delivering. And he's gone on to 52, 138 for 1.
Yeah, streaky.
Comes Gregory to bowl to him again, driven up to mid on, no run.
Yeah, it's a good line of attack though from Lewis Gregory. Nearly got his man. And as I was saying, Somerset bowling with rather more intent and rather more discipline since tea.
Lunch, hopefully. Lunch.
Since lunch.
Don't wish the day away.
And, just looking at the clouds, nothing too threatening at the moment. Peter Siddle's going to bowl another over. Siddle 9 overs for 21 runs. Craig Overton, the only wicket taker, 1 for 15 in 8. Not at full pace, but bowling very effectively. 3 slips go down. Siddle to Slater, who turns this in the air for a time, up to mid-on, where Tom Lallenby comes sprinting in. 3 slips, backward square leg. Tom Abel marshalling his troops from shortish extra cover to the left-hander. It'd be a mid-wicket for the right-handed Hamid, and mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, stroke straight mid-wicket, and Jack Leach down at long leg. Siddle bowls. This is played again up to Lallenby.
We're loud and clear in South America, Anthony. Howard's with us. Hello mate, I'm back in sunny Buenos Aires. Whilst I was in Nottingham recently, I passed Trent Bridge. My brother said the new building just outside the ground, the residential apartments over there, the care home, he said, it may well affect the swing of the ball. Any thoughts regards Howard?
It's all a mystery there. Why the cricket ball swings. This is punched into the offside nicely by Slater, but straight to...
I'm not sure it's that big. I mean, it is filling a gap a little bit. What it's doing is spoiling our view. I'm not sure it's that big to totally affect the wind whipping in on that corner, because there is enough of a gap, I think. The wind can still come in over the top of the William Clark stand, but it'll be interesting. I mean, the players that were here during the the building of this Radcliffe Road end or Radcliffe Road stand said this affected it.
Siddle bowls. This is pulled by Slater. It wasn't a completely convincing shot. It was in the air for some time. It bobbles away though. 3rd or 4th bounce over the boundary rope at deep mid-wicket. The ground staff are poised again.
Yeah, they're not
4 runs result.
Not getting much of a break, are they? Since lunch, they're still by the hover cover. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, Howard. To be honest, I'm certainly not a specialist in prevailing winds and what effect they have on a cricket ball. Like Anthony says, there's more theory than Darwin been written about swing.
Siddle bowls, and Slater makes a belated decision to let that go through to James Rew. Where the scientists have done all sorts of tests and decided that there's no reason, no scientific reason why it ought to swing, but it does.
Yeah.
And it does swing more under certain weather circumstances, weather conditions than others, and it swings more on some grounds.
I don't think that is taking up that much space that it is going to have an adverse effect myself, but might be proved wrong. But lovely to hear from you, Howard.
Still bowls, and this is turned into the onside, not timed, but there'll be a single as Lammonby shies at the stumps. Just one stump to aim at. I think that Slater would have been safely home, and a single accrues 143 for 1. Slater on to 8. Hamid on 52. So 1 wicket has not brought 2 thus far. Last wicket fell at 125. That was Ben Duckett who made an aggressive 75 without looking completely convincing at any stage. He went for his shots without perhaps being exactly in what Henry Blofeld would call mid-season form. But the form will come, no doubt.
There's Lewis Gregory to continue. Oh dear, full toss to Ben Slater, who's missed out. He's drilled it straight to mid-off. Was quite a loose one. David Milne's having a quiet word and a chuckle with the bowler, but I'm sure there'll be a... Please don't do that again.
David Milnes. He spoke at the West of England Cricket Society during the winter, back at our January meeting, I think it was. He spoke very, very well.
I bet he's found some sun during the winter somewhere. Likes to get away and get in the warmth. Don't blame him. 143 for 1. That's Gregory bowls. This time he pitches it, and that's going to be a leg by, I think, off the back of Ben Slater's legs. Yeah, leg by. 144 for 1. A gross in old money. 9th extra of the innings, and that brings Hamid back onto strike. This partnership already worth 19. You said about Duckett not in mid-season form yet. These players that play all around the clock, you don't really know when mid-season is for them. He's played. I think he's played in Pakistan, UAE, South Africa, Bangladesh, and New Zealand in the winter. And to say South Africa, this one goes through to the keeper. I think he's pretty much been everywhere. Ben Duckett, both with England and various franchises and what have you.
He obviously thrives on it. Various people on Twitter made that point about Somerset looking rusty against Warwickshire, making the point that several of the Somerset side have been playing franchise cricket around the world. There's no reason why they should be rusty.
Lewis Gregory, nice straight approach, whippy right arm, bowls to Hamid, who defends it and then holds the pose if there's a photographer just looking for a Seba Mead forward defensive pose. He gave it you there.
Just lost a yard and a half of pace, Lewis Gregory. This back condition that he's had for probably best part of 10 years now.
Played for Devon as a very young man. Plimpton was his club side, I believe. 144 for 1. This is steered to backward point.
Went to Plimpton Grammar School, where my mother taught for many years. She didn't teach Lewis Gregory because she retired by then, but it's a very good school. And he was... I first saw him for Somerset against Pakistan when he was 17. He took 4 wickets. Looked very much, he bowled very much like Tom Cartwright.
Comes in once again. Hamid, pleasing push into the offside, will take a single to conclude the over. 145 for 1. Hamid on to 53. I think my first game for Braunton in the Devon League when I moved down there was away at Plimpton, and it's quite a way from North Devon to South Devon through all the various little roads, and we had a fairly sociable bunch, the Braunton side. Then we'd go down in a minibus together.
Stop at regular intervals.
Well,
we
didn't stop in regular intervals. I seem to recall that we stayed at, I presume, at the Plimpton clubhouse for a while, and then actually went into Plymouth and got home the other side of midnight back in North Devon. Not really used to that, going out to play cricket and before lunch on a Saturday and coming back after midnight, but that's what it was then. 1:45 for one. Have we got a bowling change? Yes, Siddle out of the attack.
Yeah, Davey, I think, is coming back in, which again suggests that perhaps he's had a pain-killing injection in his bottom.
You're very speculative about these injections. Well, that's two that you've had jabbed up during the luncheon interval.
I was down in the press box, and they agreed that he seems to have a bit of a problem with his right glute, I think is the technical expression. He's in now bowling to Hamid, and Hamid plays that into the offside, wanders off towards the square leg umpire. The ground staff still on shower alert, and does look a bit threatening away to the southwest, which is where the weather's coming from.
Yeah, we've been out there 45 minutes now, and they've not been able to get in and get a cup of tea and put their feet up since all the tidying up and whatever they did during their lunch interval.
145 for one as Davey bowls to Hamid, who lets that go through outside the off stump, quite comfortably outside the off stump. Players jumping around, trying to keep warm, keeping their hands in their pockets. Most of them have got their hands in their pockets.
I was just going to say, watching the live stream there, jumping about, that's just evidence how excellent camera crew out there bringing you the pictures. The camera's blowing around, really is blustery. So apologies if the pictures do appear a little wobbly from time to time.
Davey bowls. Hamid gets one that comes back quite sharply from outside off stump, plays it well. Picked up by Tom Abel, sprinting in from mid-wicket. The umpires are conferring. The ground staff are poised.
Can't see
You'll
any,
hear a roar in a moment.
I can't. I'm having a good old peer. I can't see.
They're going off.
They're going off.
They're going off. Must have just started to rain, because they won't be going off for the light, I don't think. The blood's not that bad.
Maybe you can see it coming.
Yeah. And 145 for one. We have had 39.3 overs. Hamid on 53 and Slater 8. The man out. Ben Duckett, LBW2, Craig Overton for 75.
We've had 13.4 overs since lunch, 39 for one. Nottinghamshire. Again, we'll just kill the effects microphone there, so you're not subjected to the row that the hover cover causes. The stumps are brought out at this end by David Mills. Michael Burns hasn't taken his out yet. Take your stumps out, take your sticks out, Michael. They're just writing down, as they have to do, what time they went off, how many overs, all the bits and pieces. But they'll.
Umpires are still out there. I'm not sure.
Well, I can't see any rain
at the moment.
If you look at the the Batman board.
I think it was I think you were right, Dave. I think it was an anticipatory, a preemptive off for rain that hadn't actually materialised, but was almost certain to in the next few minutes. But it hasn't yet. But the players drifting back to the pavilion nonetheless.
Just keep abreast for a minute or two. Just make sure they all do just disappear. Quickly tell you elsewhere, Lancashire now 95 for 6 at Chelmsford against Essex. Middlesex are 8 down. They're 106 for 8 against Northants. We'll have a click on that and see who's got the wickets. 3 to Sanderson, 2 to White, 2 to Proctor, 1 to Tremaine, who's one of the new Aussies that they've brought in. But Middlesex, that's 2 weeks running. They've had a miserable time with the bat. You see next week when they play Notts. Surrey versus Hampshire at the Oval. Ben Brown is 50 not out. The wicket keeper who moved from Sussex a year ago. He's on 50. 121 for 6 Hampshire. at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 130 for 2 against Kent. Durham 111 for 2 against Worcestershire at Chesterley Street in Division 2, and they've just started at Grace Road where Leicestershire and Derbyshire are meeting. Leicestershire batting 15 without loss. No play Thursday due to a wet outfield at Bristol between Gloucestershire and bottom of the table Yorkshire. Can we throw that in there? I don't know if you were still playing on the Sunday, weren't you, last week, Anthony? One of the small wins I had last weekend was that I got home obviously 24 hours earlier with a 3-day defeat. Nice roast leg of lamb for dinner, and then I watched Leicestershire complete that 390 run chase against Yorkshire at Headingley, and I mean they look terrific, but you know, no dog in either camp really, but enjoyed watching Leicestershire get a rare win, and you know, everybody's been saying, oh, Yorkshire will win the Division 2 in Division 2. It was it was quite quietly funny, wasn't it, seeing them go down? Sorry, Lily, if you're still listening. One or two.
I don't think it was quietly funny at all. Very unfortunate. My father was born in Yorkshire.
No, I mean, you know, you watch a run chase, you invest yourself in watching it for an hour, as I did.
I was very pleased for Leicestershire and Richard Ray, the Leicestershire commentator, poor chap who's had so few Leicestershire wins to commentate on in the county championship in recent years.
One or two more. Jacob's been back. Hello, Jacob. Tell your dad, Jacob, actually, Chris Smith is here on the ground. Popped in to say hello at lunch. Ardent taverner of many years distinction. Popped in to say hello. And Jacob's been back talking about Tom Abel. Says, haven't heard that Tom's been bowling in the nets, but he may bowl if there's no other options. Anthony, can you ask if he's fit to bowl at the end of the day if you get the chance to speak to him?
I expect
sure
I'll be talking to Jason Kerr, so yep.
I'm sure you'll establish that. Well, we've given it a minute or two. Sometimes the umpires hang around, David. I still can't see any rain, which is why I haven't immediately said we'll speak to you. Oh, there's a couple of brollies going up now, to be fair, in front of the pavilion, and one or two at the base of the Smith Cooper stand. So it does look as if there's going to be a short stoppage. When the players return, I'll return with Anthony, and I'll be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Well, the noisy old hover cover has been put back to rest just over the boundary rope on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. There we are. We can hear ourselves think once again, and I'm pleased to say that the players are on their way out to the middle. In fact, some of them are already out in the middle, following on from our umpires Michael Burns and David Milnes. And we'll be underway in a moment or two here at Trent Bridge, with Nottinghamshire resuming from 145 for 1. Seabermead 53 not out, Ben Slater is 8 not out. And we had a rain delay stoppage there of about, don't know, something of the order of 18, 19, 20 minutes, so we shouldn't lose any of the overs.
We didn't lose any time at lunchtime, did
no, we wouldn't have done.
They came back 10 minutes early, having gone off 10 minutes before 1.
87. I'm just doing the math, as they say, doing the Rachel Rileys. We've had 39.3 overs, and the board says we've got 56.3 left. Does that add up to 96? I think it does.
It does.
So we're back out there. Hamid is on strike, 145 for 1, and nicely refreshed. Anthony's going to finish off this over that began 20 minutes ago.
Josh Davey to Hasib Hamid. He's there and bowls, and Hamid. Oh dear, Craig Overton. That is most unlike you, as that ball runs through the big man's hands, and he gives away a single that should not have been conceded.
Have we got back 8, Craig?
He's just slow getting
Bend
down,
down.
isn't he? It is a long way down, but he is one of the best. He and his twin brother are 2 of the best fielders in the country.
What does all the various books say? How tall is he? 6'8", 6'9", 6'10"?
No, he's 6'5".
Is that all? Oh.
Yeah, he looks taller than
He
that.
does. He does when I look up to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Davey coming around the wicket to the left-handed Slater. Slater plays no shot. I bumped into him. They had a photo shoot for the launch of their new county championship shirts, and they had it in the Somerset Cricket Museum, of which I am a trustee. I'm very pleased to be able to say. And he looked as fit and well and cheerful as I've ever seen him. I think Craig Overton, really looking forward to the season. And he towered. I mean, I'm 6'1.5" now, but he seems to tower above me. He's got a real presence about him. This is outside the off stump again. Good ball from Josh Davies, getting the ball just to move away from the left-hander. 146 for 1.
I think I'm the same with Luke Fletcher. I'm pretty sure it either is, or maybe both. He's still growing, and I'm starting to shrink, because he's 6'6", but
well, I have shrunk. I used to be 6'2",
well,
and I'm now
yeah,
6'1.5".
Yeah, it's hard getting old, isn't it? 146 for 1. Lewis Gregory is going to continue, but yeah, he's a tall man, Craig Overton.
Tall and strong, raw-boned.
Still doesn't excuse his misfielding that over there.
Which is where we started.
Lewis Gregory, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 33. To bowl to the right-handed Seabermead. That's a really good delivery. It's just nipped away off the seam. Terrific delivery. Yeah, you're on about the brand new shirts. I guess sponsors perhaps need a little bit of encouraging before they part with the money. That you will see the sponsors logo, because obviously in the height of summer they won't be wearing these lovely cable knit sweaters. You will be able to see your logo, and of course when they're bowling most of the time, although Lewis Gregory's kept his on. 146 for 1. In now, and that's dismissed from his presence by Seabermead. A conventional pull to a short pitch delivery from Gregory, who's again not going to be able to bowl a maiden. That's pulled away for the 4 that takes Notts to 150 for 1.
Yeah, nice pick-up shot from Hamid. Sort of shot you see being played in the IPL, except in the IPL it would go for 6 with the short boundaries. Very nicely played.
Did I see you put that one of the boundaries was only 40 yards last week, or some such.
Yeah, it was.
There's Gregory. Into ball to Mead, and it's just stopped right in the crease, right by his feet there. Must have played it down into the ground and the ball stopped there. Of course, on these cable net woolly pulleys, Anthony, you've got the wyvern.
It's don't you get me going on blooming wyverns and dragons.
Mead's on 58. Chopped away. Move on to not a slight misfield. Yeah, they're going to come back for 2. Oh,
dear.
1, 2, 3. Who's
Tom Lammonby?
The left-handed Lammonby? He beat the count comfortably, but well, he almost looked like Bambi on ice there. It really did look as if it was slippy out there. He's got up now with green smears on both knees and obviously chilly hands because he's thrust them both into his pockets. 152 for 1. To Mead on to 60. Lewis Gregory to bowl to the former Lancashire man who clips this to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, talking about dragons and wyverns, I was glad to see Polly Rhodes tweeted a photograph of the flag that she has made, Somerset flag, and she said it was particularly enjoyable to do the dragon in the heart of the flag. NB, not a wyvern, because wyverns only have 2 legs. Dragons have 4.
I don't believe this flag exists. You've been telling me all morning there's been...
Well, I don't know where it is.
152 for 1, Gregory. Bowls and to Mead again a little bit fortunate in that it's well, he's given the game away there, Mead, and that he just had a rub and a look and a brush of his right thigh, and the ball could just so easily have deflected onto the stumps but didn't, and it remains 152 for 1 at the end of the over. So what's a wyvern then when it's at home?
Wyvern is a sort of lesser heraldic beast. It's got 2 back legs and a forked tail, and its 2 front legs are wings, whereas the dragon has got 4 legs.
So why the confusion? Why is the wyvern linked with Somerset?
Because the wyverns used to be the supporters club, and somebody in Somerset had got it into their head, a former president, I think, that the Somerset symbol was a wyvern, not a dragon. Is Davy in and bowls to Slater, who tucks it off his hip down towards long leg. Jack Leach is coming round to do the fielding. Take a comfortable 2. Take the score on to 154 for 1. So I think they've been insisting that it's a wyvern so as not to upset the former president who said it was a wyvern when it is. The symbol of Somerset, the heraldic symbol of Somerset, is a dragon.
Well, of course, yeah, you're now twinned with Welsh fire. That's absolutely right.
Absolutely. The dragons feature quite frequently in heraldry. Davies in and bowls, and this is run to a backward point. He was looking for the gap between third slip and backward point was Ben Slater, but didn't quite find it.
I should know a little bit more than I do about heraldic symbols and whatever. I was, a million years ago, I was in the RAF police, and the symbol of that was the griffin. Everywhere we went, our social club was the Griffin Club.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was, an eagle and something.
That's right.
Can't remember.
Davy to Slater, who goes for this and carves it over the top of backward point for 4 runs. That was a real one-day shot from Ben Slater, and he went through with it, even though he didn't middle it. It sailed off a thick outside edge over the top of the point out to the boundary for 4. 158 for 1.
Well, you'll have seen Mr. Slater, you mentioned there, in one-day mode. You'll have seen him in one-day mode at Taunton last year. Can you remember the young man who opened with Ben Slater at Taunton last year?
No, who was it?
Sol Budinger. I wonder if you remembered, because on the day he's moved to Leicestershire now.
Yes, Davy in the bowls and gets some away movement off the seam there, but too wide.
I can remember you saying, I rather like the look of this Mr. Budinger.
Leicestershire obviously did as well.
Yeah, he, his first team opportunities were limited at Trent Bridge, and clearly there's the chance with maybe the size of their staff at Grace Road to feature in all formats for Sol, and he's gone there. Wish him well. But that was an extraordinary day for Notts.
In and bowls. It's closer to the off stump, but again safely left by Slater.
Not had a lot of joy at Taunton over the years, and Notts have won there each of the last 2 years. A county championship win 2 years ago, which was the first time in close to 40 years, and then a 10-wicket win in half a day in the Royal London last season.
Yes, I'm just trying to.
It does make a change.
I'm reminding myself of that grim day. Yes, Somerset all out for 119. Here's Davy in a bowls to Slater, slightly uncertainly forward there. Ball maybe stopped just fractionally on it. Yes, 119 all out Somerset. James Rue top scored with 48, but the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 batsmen, 4, 6, 1, 0 and 2, and then Mr. Budinger, 62 from 29 balls.
Yeah, wanted to get on with it.
No wonder I've forgotten it.
So Slater didn't get many then, did he? With
no,
him?
he didn't. No, but they batted very well together.
I know it was put that it was one of my very few lines of the season. Nottinghamshire 91 without loss. At the same stage, Somerset were 19 for 5. I don't get the chance to say that very often. Believe you me, Somerset have given Notts a fair share of wallopings as Mead drives handsomely through the offside for a boundary which will take him to 64. That was a lovely looking shot, and that is now Seba Mead's highest score against Somerset in 5 matches, averaged 26 from his previous 4 matches against Somerset.
Somerset been bowling at least 1 4 ball per over, and Lewis Gregory's got his in early on in this over with the very first ball. So.
Well, he was 30 deliveries before he got off the mark, Seba Mead, wasn't he? So since then he's scored at a more respectable lick. He's still there, 64 not out. Glorious shot. Next one strikes him, not entirely sure where. Maybe a combination of front and back pad, but no squeals of delight or optimism from those dressed in the Somerset white and maroon. 162 for 1.
Yeah, dismal campaign for Somerset in the 50 over competition last season. Just managed to win 1 game, the very last one. They lost 7 out of 8.
Gregory into his 10th over, bowls now, and again Hamid will push pleasingly. Will only get a single this time to move to 65. Ben Duckett out for 75. At lunch, Notts were 106 for 1. They headed off 10 minutes early, 10 to 1, when a shower came, and then just before 2:30 a stoppage of close to 20 minutes. So we're looking to be going on a moment to 6:20, but probably be nearer 7 o'clock, assuming we get all the overs in. Gregory to Ben Slater, beaten outside his off stump. Gives the bowler and the wicket a quizzical look. 163 for 1. Of course, something that didn't involve Nottinghamshire last week. Batting bonus points, bowled out for 185 first innings at the Aegeus Bowl last week.
Somerset got 1.
Bonus points begin from 250, one of the slight changes to the regulations this season, rather than 200, so still some way to go. Gregory bowls another good delivery past Slater.
Beautiful ball.
It was indeed. A little bit of a gentle breeze rippling the Nottinghamshire flag. At times it's been quite blustery out there today. An update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. These half an hours of whizzed by today. There's Lewis Gregory past the left shoulder umpire Milnes, who watches on as this one wide enough for Slater to leave. End of the 43rd over. We're not at the halfway mark of the day yet. Still 53 overs remain. Notts are 163 for 1, going along at round about 3.8 an over.
And that was another over that improved as it went along. Lewis Gregory bowling a half volley first up, driven through the covers, and then going past Hamid's outside edge twice later in the over with terrific deliveries.
A bit like a boxer, isn't it? Getting pummeled in the first minute of the round and then having a couple of really strong minutes just to catch the eye of the judges. Over finished well.
Josh Davey from the pavilion end to Hamid, who firm-footedly swipes at that outside the off stump.
It's a little late on it, I felt. Almost in Rue's gloves before he completed the attempt.
Yes, he's had plenty of luck, has Hamid. He's been dropped at first slip. He's played and missed a fair few times outside the off stump. He almost played on.
Is that up to date for Radio Nottingham? Yeah, we've been back on for the after the second of those stoppages, around about 10 minutes or so ago, they wandered back out to the middle. Nottinghamshire having the better of the day so far. They're 163 for 1, having been put in by Somerset. The man out, Ben Duckett, for 75. Asiba Mead content to play second fiddle to Duckett whilst he was there, but now he's taken over. He's 65 not out. Ben Slater on 14. Notts 163 for 1.
Last delivery outside the off stump, no shot from Hamid. Josh Davey in his 10th over, none for 39. He's there and bowls and angles this one in at middle and leg, and full length delivery defended by Hamid out into the offside. Still got the 3 slips, first, second and fourth. He's not the most imaginative with his field placings, Tom Abel. Tends to stick with what he's comfortable with. Somerset need another breakthrough. Davey bowls to Hamid and brings this one back into the right-hander and takes him just inside his right thigh, where there's no protection, and he's got off and giving it a good rub, because that must have stung. Especially as it's not very warm. It's warm enough in our commentary box, but it's not very warm out there in the middle. You can see the flags on top of the what's the stand called over there?
The Hound Road stand.
The Hound Road stand. 2 flags flying horizontally from their poles on top of it. Oh, and this is another one that he brings back in sharply, and has Hamid in a certain amount of trouble. And Tom Abel there say well bowled JD. Josh Davey 163 for 1 for such a mild-mannered cricketer. Tom Abel does have a very loud voice. During the plague year, his voice was ringing around the empty grounds which Somerset were playing. Davey bowls outside the off stump, not such a good delivery. 2 wide outside the off stump, no need for Hamid to play at that. End of the over, 163 for 1, 65 to Hamid, 14 to Slater. The only man out for Nottinghamshire, Ben Duckett, who was LBW to a full ball from Craig Overton that may or may not have pitched outside the leg stump, but Duckett made a buccaneering 75.
Yes, as those of you watching the live stream look at it, the double-decker stand on the left-hand side of the picture, that's the Hound Road stand that Anthony was referring to. As we look away to our left at the Radcliffe Road end, comes Gregory Bowles. This is steered into the offside. That's the Fox Road stand away to our left, and then between the Fox Road stand and the Hound Road stand is the Larwood and Vose, and the back of that the Larwood and Vose Public House.
So they are the roads are actually called Fox Road and Hound Road.
Yeah, if you come out the pavilion, you're on the Hound Road. The hounds chase the fox. If you come from the pavilion round. 163 for 1. Gregory to Slater. Nice looking shot, but again clipped to mid wicket.
Pitching the ball right up, isn't he? Gregory giving it every chance to swing.
Who's that made the stop there? With
Tom Abel.
It is the skipper.
Oops.
No.
No.
Got up hobbling.
Oh, no.
He's not getting a lot of sympathy from anybody else. I think he'll be okay. Nicely struck from Slater.
Josh Davies not showing any signs of that slight tightness in his upper leg, which he was suffering from before lunch.
Comes Gregory to bowl now to Slater.
Poor old Tom is limp.
Yes. Don't think it's anything. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to be unduly concerned about, judging by the joviality out there.
I think he perhaps just caught the ball on his shin, didn't he? I think that's probably what it was.
We're halfway through Lewis Gregory's first maiden of the match here. In his 11th over. None for 44. He's bowling to Ben Slater. 3 slips go down. Slater, little push into the offside. No run. Slater remains on 14.
So we presumably have tea with 32 overs remaining despite the stoppages, or will they change the time of tea?
That's a very good question.
If so, it's a long time ago to tea, that's all I was thinking. There's we won't be having tea until 4:20 or thereabouts.
There's Gregory in to Slater. Drives up to mid-on. There's no run. 5 dot balls in this over.
Go on, Lewis.
Slater was caught on the deep point boundary at the Aegeus Bowl. The second innings on Saturday, last Saturday. One outside the off stump, a rare one that he could play a shot at, and it just took off. It just sailed all the way straight into the hands of deep point. Didn't mean to hit it in the air that far. It just sailed away. 163 for 1. Final ball of the over, and it's beaten Slater outside the off stump, taken by James Rue above his shoulder, and Lewis Gregory does have a maiden. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 44.
He's bowled better than that, Gregory. Those figures don't do him any favours. I suppose what they do is they reflect the fact that in 10 of his 11 overs he's bowled at least 1 bad ball.
Yeah, too many times he's started an over with one that's been carved away for 4.
But, he's I think looking a bit fitter. He's bowling a bit more like the old Lewis Gregory. Josh Davies going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. The latest shower is going to pass us by away to the east.
Ground staff haven't gone away, have they? No.
Davy bowls, Hamid leaves, Rue takes, and he's just angling the ball into the right-hander. Is Josh Davy bowling quite wide of the crease from the pavilion end.
Now this is something I wouldn't have been aware of. Nigel says, Dave, you've probably already commented on this. Well, I haven't, because I don't know. Dave, you've probably already commented on this. It's a shame the clock above your commentary position has stopped.
Oh no!
And they've had all winter to check it. Well, we can't see Nigel because it's above our head, but there is now one on the Batman border, a clock that we can see at the far end, which says 15:10.
Davy bowls, and again it's bowling 4 out of every 6 in-swingers to the right-hander, and the other couple are going away, but he just hasn't quite found a tight enough line to compel Hamid to play a shot. Tom Abel bouncing up and down at mid-wicket, just getting his right shin. That was.
Presume Nigel's on the ground, because how else would he know that the clock above our commentary position has stopped?
163 for 1. Somerset pressing for a second wicket Davey in and bowls and goes past the outside edge. There you are. A couple of in-swingers, and there was the away swinger. Very well bowled by Josh Davey. But no reward. It's been that sort of day for Somerset. They've had their chances. They've been full shots. But the inside edges have not gone back onto the stumps. They've dropped a catch. And all three of the Notts batsmen that we've seen have played and missed a few times. Probably Ben Duckett fewer than the other two. Davey bowls, and this is me looking to whip that away into the onside. Mixture of bat and pad, fielded by Tom Abel.
Gary says shout out to the camera crew and the live stream, very much enjoying the pictures and the coverage. Yeah, our stream crew today, Jono, Aaron and Kirsty are in the gallery. Other words for sat there watching the cricket and having a cup of coffee, but out there doing the work. Anu is on the Radcliffe Road balcony. Spence is with the pavilion camera, and Adam is pitch side. I think he's over there. Yeah, pitch side in front of the Fox Road stand. Thank you all for your diligence today, folks.
Davey bowls, and this is nicely played by Hamid. He just waited for that, but couldn't get it past Sean Dixon at backward point. He timed it well. Just again, a hint of rain in the air, but ground staff look fairly relaxed. Sitting down in front of the hover cover.
Steve Crawley says perhaps the old clock hands need Cola Cadmore's muffler to thaw them out to get it to work. Thank you, Steve.
Yes, muffler is a good word for it, as this is a defensive shot. And Dredger from Frome, who must be a relative of the great Colin. Says, watching from Frome, it's a sunny blue sky here. Is that a hand warmer Cola Cadmore has around his waist? Loving the commentary, many thanks down. Yes, it is a hand warmer. A muffler or a muff.
It's probably got its own Twitter account. Cola Cadmore's muffler.
It didn't help him when he had the chance to take a catch low down to his right hand side, but he's a right hander, so he needed to have taken it. Craig Overton would have caught it. Tom Abel would have caught it.
I think it was poor from Craig Overton that he didn't catch it, given the fact that he was bowling. Here's Lewis Gregory, fresh from his maiden, to Ben Slater, who this time gets off strike first ball, clipping it out to deep square leg. 164 for one.
Another good example there of the Lewis Gregory first ball syndrome, bowling a loose one. That was a leg stump half volley. He was lucky to get away with it.
Matches over the years here at Trent Bridge. Notts have won 19 against Somerset and lost 14, been 33 draws. As Hamid goes to pull this away, and I think he's nicked it through to the keeper and has to go, and Lewis Gregory's got his man. Asib Hamid is out for 65. It was a bit of a loose shot, which in many ways is fairly keeping with his innings. He's occasionally just thrown the bat at everything, and on this occasion he must have feathered it through to James Rue. And well, Somerset certainly knew it. They all celebrated, and Asib Hamid stood there before looking up and seeing the dreaded finger of David Milnes sending him on his way. Hamid out for 65, faced 151 balls at 11 fours and was at the crease for just over 3 hours. 164 for 2.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory deserved that. A very good catch by James Rue as well, because it came off the inside edge, I think, and went down quite quickly, and he had to go down very quickly to his left-hand side to take that catch. He is a left-hander, which no doubt helped, but even so, it was a good catch and reward for Lewis Gregory, whose bowling has been getting better and better as the day has gone on. That probably wasn't the best delivery that he bowled, but Asib Hamid has been going for his shots, and on that occasion went for a shot once too often inside edge. Good catch, second wicket.
New man is Joe Clark. Said it last week, said it a number of times towards the back end of last season, really. Could do with a big score, could do with a substantial score. A player of his undoubted quality, not quite delivered the volume of runs that I think everybody thought coming to Trent Bridge he would have got. Last season, 682 runs at 35.9, no centuries, top scorer 95 down at Sophia Gardens, 550s, 1 century for Notts in his last 52 innings versus Somerset, a best of 59 from 5 previous matches, made 47 in the first innings at the Ageas Bowl and a second innings duck. That double wicket maiden that Kyle Abbott bowled, he'd got rid of Duckett in his previous over and then got both Joe Clarke and Lyndon James in his next, and that really took the game away from Notts. So a first scalp for Lewis Gregory, into bowl to Joe Clarke, who solidly defends this one. Right-hander, Shrewsbury born, 26 years of age.
Where's he been playing his franchise cricket? I seem to remember
Melbourne Stars certainly,
right,
and
yes.
He's had a little bit of the old. I think he played in the T10 in the UAE as well, just before Christmas.
My favourite competition, the T10.
Played in the Big Bash for Melbourne Stars. So of course, this coming winter we'll have Peter Moores as their head coach. Nice bit of winter work if you can get it. David Hussey was head coach, but he's stood down from the Stars to concentrate on Victoria. Next one sees Clarke get off the mark, helping it down to long leg. So he's away with a single, 165 for 2.
Yeah, talking of Victoria, Brian Barish on Twitter says, talking batting points, if Somerset played in the Sheffield Shield, they would have taken home 0.84 batting points from their game against Warwickshire to go with their 1 full bowling point and 1 point for the draw. Well, there you are. I didn't know they had. I wasn't familiar with the finer points of the Sheffield Shield point system.
Ben Slater was interested in a run there, and Joe Clarke wasn't. Sorry, I forgot this was mine. A little push into what he thought was a gap on the offside. Slater called his man, but Joe Clarke having none of it, and now Clarke is going down just to have a word. The most encouraging thing I can say right now is that it appears as if the ground staff have been stood down by head groundsman Steve Burks. They're all making their way back towards their little cubby hole. Way to our left, full pitch delivery work to mid-wicket, fielded by Abel. No run, 165 for 2 at the end of the over. The ground staff, they're accommodated these days underneath the big screen away to the left as we look at the Radcliffe Road end, just alongside the old Keaton's Corner around there, the little snack bar named after Walter Keaton. 165 for 2.
Yeah, almost a Yorker, that from Lewis Gregory. He used to be famed for his Yorkers, but this back condition that he's got, I think, precludes bowling more than the odd Yorker, which means he's not such an effective bowler in white ball cricket as he used to be. So, Josh Davey to bowl to Joe Clarke. I was just looking at Joe Clarke's figures. He averages 37.3 in all first class cricket, but only 33.7 for Notts.
Yep.
So Davey bowls to him, he's in bowls, and this one bounces on him and he plays it well as it cuts into him from outside the off stump.
Mark the Mod Lang. Mark the Mod follows Notts, but for reasons best known to himself, he's at Grace Road. He's listening to us, but he's watching Leicestershire versus Derbyshire. I heard you just talking about Sol Buddinger, Dave. He's on one. He's hit a breezy 39 not out of 56 for 1 here. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the update, and enjoy watching Sol.
Davey to Clarke. Clarke gets that off the bottom of the toe of the bat down to Craig Overton in the gully. No run. Andrew
Parker with the question that nobody knows the answer to. Do you know when tea is today, Dave? I'm sure they'll pop it on the screen at the bottom in a mere matter of seconds, Andrew, and tell us. I wouldn't have thought it's. I don't know. We're only just past the halfway stage, aren't we? Really, this is the 48th over.
Yeah.
In fact, we're not past the halfway stage. End of this over. It'll be 48 gone, 48 to go.
Davy to Clark. Oh, and that's edged and nicely fielded by Cameron Bancroft at second slip. That went down off a thick edge. Bounced kindly for Cameron Bancroft, who went sprawling to his right.
My guess is 4 o'clock tea, but that's based on absolutely nothing.
Yes, that's what I was thinking as well.
I did actually foolishly say last week at the Aegeus Bowl something along the lines of, I wonder if we'll get tea in, but nobody really knows what will happen if the scores are close.
Davy bowls, and this is off a thick edge. It eludes Dixon at backward point. They'll come for 2, I think, as the outfield is pretty slow down in that corner. Off the ground, he sends in the return. Craig Everton goes sprinting past him, showing no ill effects whatsoever from that foot injury or whatever it was he was suffering from this morning.
I have to say the Notts lot generally aren't. Moaners isn't the right word, but a philosophical lot. They'll take things on the chin. Well, I did have, if you remember when Ben Duckett got out, somebody said it just looks on the replay as if it's pitched outside leg.
It's Davy in and bowls, and this is defended.
And now, in view with the Asiba Mead dismissal, Nigel says, I'm just looking and looking and looking at the replay, and it's impossible to see where he hit it. It looks like he played the shot far too early, and the ball went past him. Certainly doesn't seem as if he was anywhere near it. So, thanks for that. Obviously, they heard something out there. They all went up, but as we all know, you
got an inside edge.
Well, you have a look at the. You have a look at the live stream, the same as the rest of us, and without all the knickknacks, all the various snickos and everything, you can't be entirely sure. But that's
Davy bowls. This is whipped away over the top of Tom Abel at mid-wicket, over pitch from Josh Davy, and a nice shot from Joe Clark. An assertive shot brings him 4 runs and takes the score on to 171.
That's Nigel's view anyway. Rach says, good to be back at Trent Bridge for some championship cricket. Been there, but I'm home now to see the rest of the day on the live stream. I've got additional responsibilities this season, as you will see. Photo of a doggy. She was really upset about me leaving her this morning. Thanks, Rach, and obviously the new addition to the household.
Any Somerset supporters out there been watching the live stream? Be interested on your takes on the Hasim Hamid dismissal.
171 for 2. Gregory, who's got the wicket, says so in the scorebook, as they say. Bowls to Slater.
Well, I thought on the replay it showed fairly clearly that it was inside edge that went down and was taken low down to his.
There's not been a mass outpouring of scandalous decisions from anybody. It's just Nigel. He's had a couple of looks and
too bothered, did he?
Nigel can't see where he's hit it, but there we are. 171 for 2. It did seem virtually everybody out there heard something and was celebrating long before the umpire raised the finger. Slater has 15, pushes crisply to mid-off, no run. So we're not sure on T, but we'd guess 4ish. I think it'd be unlikely that they'd go all the way until 32 overs remain as the...
That'd be another hour, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's the normal way of doing things. Be a long last session, whatever, if we were to get them all in, especially if they did decide that.
I doubt we will get them all in, judging by the cloud cover away to the southwest.
Gregory bowled nicely in this session, bowls to Slater, it's gone straight up in the air and it's going to be a wicket, and it is. It's nicely caught at mid-wicket, and the Somerset skipper topples over backwards, and Lewis Gregory's got 2 in 2 overs here. 171 for 3, and Somerset have got a bowling point. Ben Slater goes, caught Abel, bowled Gregory for 15.
Yeah, good catch, well judged by Tom Abel. As soon as I saw it was Abel underneath it, I thought this is going to be a wicket. And Lewis Gregory just luring Ben Slater into playing a shot at a ball that wasn't quite there for it and paying the price. So a good piece of bowling by Lewis Gregory, who is getting the rewards he deserves.
Update for BBC Radio Nottingham. I was going to say in just a moment. We're going to get a piece of music first from Sara Bareilles, who I must say I'm not particularly familiar with her back catalogue, or indeed the one we're hearing right now. Here comes Lyndon James. LJ played for the England Lions for the first time this winter under the captaincy of his county teammate Asiba Mead. Big tall right-hander, we can say fully reverted now to the all-rounder role. Couldn't bowl for pretty much all of last season after the first couple of matches, with a little bit of a side and back issue prevented him from bowling. Scored an absolute ton of runs last year, but we saw him bowling nicely down at the Ageas Bowl, and in fact he bowled one of the balls of the match in bowling James Vince, and that's not an easy thing to do. This is his 30th first class match, as you can see. Top score 167 not out, and he joins Joe Clark, who's on 7, 171 for 3.
Yeah, good average, 39.
Yes, obviously he was above 40 before that duck last week. He'll be looking to get it back. Oh, he's bowled first ball! 2 in 2. What a delivery there from Lewis Gregory, who's transformed this contest in the blink of an eye. And Lyndon James has lost his off peg to a super bit of bowling from Lewis Gregory. Well, 171 for 2 just a couple of deliveries ago, and now Lewis Gregory's on a hat-trick, and it'll be Stephen Mullaney no doubt to come out and face it. And you've got a feel for poor Lyndon, 2 ducks in a row.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the replay yet, but it's coming up now, and let's have a look at this. Well, he played it's beat the outside edge. He played down the wrong line.
As you look at Lyndon there, you can't see any of the stumps whatsoever, can you? But as you say, the ball coming in from the angle, and
it was a beautiful piece of bowling.
It was a super bit of bowling.
James was playing for the one that cuts back in from outside the off stump. He went the other way. Terrific piece of swing bowling by Lewis Gregory, who, as I've been saying, has really looked, if not quite back to his best since lunch. He's certainly bowling better than any other stage this season.
Not skipper Stephen Mullaney, another one who averaged well over 50 last year, just shy of 1,000 runs, 993 runs for Stephen Mullaney. Notts captain lost the toss this morning out there at 10:30 with Tom Abel. Will have enjoyed the morning session. I'm sure we'll have been enjoying things up until about literally 2 minutes ago, and has made his way out to the middle, and he's going to be facing a hat-trick delivery. So Anthony, you better take it unless BBC Radio Nottingham come back to me.
Yes.
See if you can get one, because Somerset's bowlers and Anthony Gibson have got a knack of getting hat-tricks on this ground.
Yeah. Well, Tom Abel has reinforced the slip cordon, so we got 4 slips. He's come in himself to become the 4th slip. Other than that, it's a fairly convincing 1, 2, 3, 4 saving 1. I'll keep a close ear on the cue, and it's touch and go as to whether. Come on, get on with it. Here comes Lewis Gregory. Hat-trick ball. Bowling to Stephen Mullaney. He's there and bowls. And Mullaney, it's a no ball. I'll hand back to Dave Bracegirdle after that anti-climax.
He'd have been annoyed had it been a wicket, wouldn't he, with the no ball? Crikey. 173 for 4. Well, Notts need a bit of a pick-me-up in this particular over, because they've just lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. It wasn't a hat-trick because Stephen Mullaney survived his first ball, and in fact for his second ball he's now got off the mark with a couple of runs there. But Notts were going along absolutely swimmingly for most of the day. We've had a couple of stoppages for rain, just short stoppages, but out there they were 171 for 2 just literally 4 or 5 minutes ago. And then Ben Slater, he skied one, he was out for 15, and then next delivery Lyndon James lost his off stump first ball for naught. So a bit of a come down from the lofty heights that Notts were in earlier. 75 for Duckett, 65 for Hamid, set them on their way. Somerset fighting back. 177 for 4, Verity. 1 ball left in this over, so Mullaney is away with a boundary. Here is Lewis Gregory, leaves us alone, goes through to the keeper. T's been in touch and says, Dave, I've just been having a look at the replay of Ben Slater's dismissal, don't think he hit it. Slater's was the one, of course, that was did lots of smiley faces afterwards. He went many a mile high up in the sky and was caught by Abel. Thanks for that, T. 177 for 4.
Very good.
It's all go. It's all go.
Yeah, well bowled, Lewis Gregory. I'm really, really pleased for him because didn't get many wickets last season. He couldn't bowl in September. Big question mark against his fitness to bowl at the start of this season. But 2 wickets in an over, 3 in total, 3 for 52.
Yeah, it was none for 44, wasn't he? 3 for 52, as you say. People moving about behind the arm in front of the committee rooms. I'm presumably Notts committee are stationed at this end of the ground for this game, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sit on the balcony there.
Peter Siddle into bowl to Joe Clark. Clark defends. More on the Neil B from says could hear the Hamid nick down here in Plymouth.
In where? Plymouth or Lynmouth?
Plymouth. Jacob Lund says, good afternoon. I thought it was out, and on the replay it looked even more out.
Steady, Jacob, steady. You might be an ardent taverner, but we can fall out. Yeah, I mean, it looked out to me, but...
I didn't think there was any doubt about it. Here's Siddle to Clark. Clark is slightly uncertainly for Robert Blackwell. Hello, Anthony. I'm watching the cricket after a trip down to Tar Steps up on Exmoor. Glad to see Somerset are taking some wickets at last.
What's Tar Steps? Do we know?
Tar Steps is it's an ancient packhorse bridge across the River Exe with big sort of almost like big flat stones which get washed away periodically whenever there's a big flood.
There's some stones sort of near Tavistock area, like a mini Stonehenge.
Oh, there are lots of those on there.
Oh, right.
Lots of stone circles. And
I remember going there
rows.
once, yeah.
And yes, what does he say? Tell Dave Duckett was plumb and Hamid hit it.
You've no need to tell Dave. I've no issue with anything. I'm just reporting what our correspondents are saying. They've got more time on their hands than I have. Some people just to, go back and freshen it up and look at the replay 2 or 3 times, whereas we haven't.
Siddle in and bowls, and this is on the bounce to.
But appreciate the confirmation.
And Martin Woolley says James didn't look out on the last one. Didn't get a bat on the ball. Well, he didn't. That's quite true.
But again. Straight after it, Lewis Gregory bowling the no ball. Fine margins. Have a look. Where did his? I'm not suggesting anything because I've not looked. But where were his feet landing for the one that bowled Lyndon James? Would that have been close?
This is down the leg side and well taken by James Rue. He missed out Joe Clark there.
That would be a reprieve, wouldn't it? To be cleaned up first ball from a no ball. Yeah. Lancashire 174 for 7 now at Chelmsford against Essex. Middlesex all out for 149 at Northampton. They've already got a Northampton wicket, 11 for 1. Hampshire 152 for 6 at the Oval against Surrey.
Fighting back.
Warwickshire 191 for 2 against Kent. And Durham 200 for 4 against Worcestershire. Leicestershire 82 for 1 against Derby.
Siddle bowls. Clark gets one that bounces a little bit on him, but he plays it comfortably enough out into the onside. The irrepressible Tom Abel comes sprinting in to do the fielding. End of that over. 177 for 4, 7 to Clark, 4 to Mullaney, and 3 wickets to Lewis Gregory.
Somerset leading 1-0 on bonus points.
Oh, indeed, yes. A bowling point. I missed it.
Here's that delivery. Oh, what a delivery that was again. We got the behind the wicket view, and again
It seems. How did that get through?
Yeah, Lyndon will be looking at that and thinking, and I'm sure the coaches are saying, well, you didn't do an awful lot wrong there,
No.
apart from lose your off stump, but it was a lovely delivery. So Gregory's on the roll, 3 for 52, bowls to Mullaney, the not skipper, who guides this to backward point, and there's no run.
Got a good record against Somerset as Mullaney. 931 runs in 16 games at 34.5. Best of 165.
Yeah.
Was that here or at Taunton?
That was here. He has had a couple of very decent innings against Somerset back in the days when he was an opener. Here is Lewis Gregory. Bowls worked away nicely. That'll go all the way to the ropes by Stephen Mullaney on the leg side. Nice bit of timing. Takes Notts up to 181 for 4, and Mullaney on to 8. Yeah, he's only done, as you say, against Somerset 165 here in 2016, where he put on 196 with Jake Libby, but he also made 91 here in 2014 when he put on 203 with Phil Jakes. As I say, both of those were in the days when he opened the batting for Notts. He's also picked up 9 wickets against Somerset over the years as well, and the partnership breaker pushes this to mid-off. There's no run. Mullaney 8, Clark 7, 181 for 4. Ben Duckett out for 75. That was 125 for 1. Seba Mead 145. I beg your pardon, 164 for 2 when he was dismissed, and then 171 for 3 when Ben Slater went. He was out for 15, and 171 for 4 when Lyndon James fell. Gregory bowls again to the right-handed Mullaney. This is dropped on the leg side, so we do some lefties in after these two right-handers are parted. Tom Moore's due in next. Made a nice 49 not out in the first innings last week. Tom Moore's, and Liam Patterson-White, and maybe 3 lefties in a row. So I'd imagine Stuart Broad would come in ahead of Brett Hutton, but maybe not. And Dane Patterson will certainly bring up the rear. 181 for 4. Gregory bowls full of length. Mullaney mistimes it up to mid-on, no run.
He hasn't quite got the pace of old Lewis Gregory, but he's getting the ball to go in the air and giving it every chance.
What's he up to now? He's got some loose soil or grass that he wants to get off his studs, and he just seemed to drop it right where Joe Clark wanted to stand there, the non-striker's end. 181 for 4. Mullaney batting, as I mentioned earlier, finished the game at the GS Bowl last week with the wicketkeeper's gloves on after tea. Drives elegantly down the ground. There's going to be a bit of a chase. I'd imagine this will be stopped. Don't think there's enough juice on it to go all the way to the fence. They've run 2, and Mullaney turns and runs hard, pushes Joe Clark hard for that 3rd, and Mullaney on to 11, 184 for 4, and he'll keep strike. 51 overs have gone, 184 for 4. I'm sure we've got people in the know, especially here at the club. If we could let everybody know what time the tea interval would be, because lots of people asking. I'm sure 1 or 2 have got things they need to arrange or sort out or do in the tea interval, but we're getting lots of people asking when the tea interval is. So if anybody can get the official version and let us know, either on the big screen or send me a message, we can let everybody know. We're guessing at 4.
Casey Aldridge is on as a sub. He was subbing for Jack Leach. Jack Leach is back on. Craig Overton's gone off, and Casey Aldridge is standing at third slip.
I've liked the look of Casey Aldridge when I've seen him before, and there's the other young man, the quick young man. Is that Sonny Baker?
Sonny Baker. He's the quickest of the young Somerset bowlers. This is outside the off stump, miles outside the off stump from Siddle. Yeah, he's got a very nice action, has Casey Aldridge. He bowls at a decent pace. He just lacks a little bit of devil. I always think he could be bowling a little bit faster. But, and hitting the pitch a bit harder, if you see what I mean. But, if he take a bit of a leaf out of Craig Overton's book, just a bit more aggression. Siddle bowls outside the off stump. Mullaney plays no shot.
Never entirely sure who might just be sending from Paul Harrison's account here on the ground. Just keep talking, Dave, until they walk off, then it'll be tea. There's a bit on the end about get on with it, you old goat, but we won't dwell on that. That's very helpful, Paul Harrison, or somebody who might be impersonating Paul Harrison. Thank you.
It's Siddle in bowls, beats Mullaney outside the off stump, but one that's got good carry through to James Rue.
Good mates, these two as well, actually. Really good mates.
Siddle and Mullaney?
Yeah.
From Siddle's time here?
Yeah.
Yes, he's a very good interviewee, Peter Siddle, as well, isn't he?
I think when he was at Essex, one time when we went to Chelmsford 2 or 3 years ago, Stephen went out for the night, just to catch up with Peter, and
Siddle racing in, Mullaney back on his stumps.
Nice piece on Stephen Mullaney in the new edition of Covered, the Nottinghamshire Members magazine. I think non-members can buy one as well. Really, really good piece that Tom Holscroft's put in there, chatting to Stephen Mullaney. This will be his 6th year as skipper, having taken over from Chris Reed.
Yeah.
Really nice piece, that.
3rd longest serving captain in the first
as we discovered earlier.
Siddle bowls and brings this one back into the right-handed Mullaney, plays it into the covers.
Sarah says, isn't tea when there's 32 overs to go? Yeah, normally, Sarah, normally, and it may well be today. It may well be. If that's the case, it'll be another 12 overs from now if there's no stoppages. But sometimes when they know, if we do that, we're going to be in for a stupid late finish or long last session or whatever, they sometimes break up the last 2 sessions.
Siddle bowls outside the off stump. No shot and no run. It's raining away to the east of us. Where would the rain be falling at the moment?
On my garden in Newark.
Ah, right. Yeah. I've had enough rain on my garden down in Somerset. It's to do with a bit of dry weather. But everything is growing now at last after the slightly warmer weather that we had last week. But Andrew Frampton, I think from West Dorset this morning, saying on Twitter that spring has not yet turned to summer down in West Dorset.
Officially, tea will be taken when 32 overs remain. Scheduled close currently 6:22.
Right.
Thanks to Matt at the club for that. Craig Overton back to replace Lewis Gregory, who has taken the last 3 wickets to fall. In fact, all 4 wickets have gone from this end. Spooky or what? Just mere coincidence. 184 for 4. Joe Clark on strike on 7. Faces Overton, who spears it outside the off stump and turns and briskly marches back. 184 for 4, so 12 overs. Going to be getting towards 4:30, isn't it, for the tea interval, if we don't get any more stoppages.
Long afternoon session, because we started at 1:30.
side of the off stump through to the keeper. Yeah, we did indeed. We did have a stoppage though, didn't we? We had the 20-minute stoppage at just before 2:30. 184 for 4. Ben Duckett, LBW Overton for 75. Asiba Mead caught wicket-keeper Rubal Gregory for 65. Ben Slater caught by Tom Abel, back-pedalling and indeed toppling over at mid-wicket. Safely caught off Gregory for 15. So Overton bowls to Clark. Again, Clark almost doubled up with the impact in the breadbasket somewhere. The last one out, Lyndon James, first bowler unfortunately for Lyndon, bowled by Lewis Gregory. 171 for 4, not so bad, 13 since then. Certainly turned chilly again as Overton bowls to Joe Clark. Breeze picking up, as you can perhaps hear in the effects microphone. Chilly old day. 184 for 4. Grand National at the weekend, folks. If you've got any cast iron certainties for those couple of idiots in here, we'll be glad to hear them. Next ball pushed out into the offside. There's no run. It's later and later, doesn't it? The Grand National. It always used to be, I think, about 10 to 4. So if you're at a football match, the referee would always blow the whistle promptly at half-time at 4:45, and everybody would then leg it either onto a concourse or obviously press into the press room to watch the Grand National, and then the second half would never kick off until the race had finished. But something like 20 past or 5:30 now, the race, isn't it? 184 for 4. Next ball worked nicely away by Joe Clark to take him on to 8. 185 for 4.
Craig Overton bowling well within himself, I think would be fair to say. Not sure whether that's on account of whatever's wrong with his left foot or whether it's just a reflection of conditions out there.
Yes, you don't always have to bowl at your quickest to get the most out of the surface.
So, who are we going to? Peter Siddle, who is 12 overs for 26. He's been accurate past the outside edge a couple of times. A couple of wickets would give Peter Siddle a bit of a lift, especially here at Trent Bridge. Edged and caught! Oh, just caught by Cameron Bancroft at second slip. It was a pretty straightforward catch. I mean, he's facing away from us, so we couldn't see.
I wonder if it's lodged in there somewhere.
Yeah, but it went into his midriff, and the celebrations, just for a split second, were on hold, as it must just have. Here we go. We can watch the. Oh, it hit him in the chest, and it clutched it to his tummy. And he should have done better first time, really. It was a straightforward catch. As second slip catches went straight to him at comfortable catching height. Missed it first time, bounced off his chest, clasped it gratefully to his tummy, and that's the 5th Nottinghamshire wicket. And my first of the day, 185 for 5.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that serves me right for saying all the wickets have gone from this end, doesn't it? A wicket for Peter Siddle as well on his return. It's not the first time, of course, he's been back in the colours of Lancashire and Essex, and now Somerset. But this is a good comeback, isn't it, from the visitors? Notts were 125 without loss, and 125 for 1, and 164 for 1 most recently. So the collapse from 164 for 1 to 171 for 4. What's that? 7 for 3? No, can't be more than that.
Well, it's
185 for 5. Hang on,
20,
then.
It's 20. It's
21 for 4.
Yeah,
21 for 4. It was 7 for 3. Now 21 for 4. Tom Moore's the new man, left-hander, wicket-keeper bat. Bowled.
Disappointing from Joe Clark, though, wasn't
Yep.
it? It wasn't it? Just, I don't know, hard to. Didn't seem that the ball did a huge amount. And a straightforward outside edge to a rather half-hearted push outside the off stump.
Started okay, a couple of boundaries, and then got himself down the other end when those wickets clattered at the other end, and got back on strike and nicked one. Can happen.
Tom Moores. Siddle stops almost in his delivery stride. Not sure quite why. Whether he no, it's Tom Moore. I didn't think Tom Moores had pulled out.
No, maybe there was somebody chattering, or maybe he lost his stride pattern or whatever. Tom Moore's 26 years of age. Last year, 385 runs at 25 and a half apiece. Top score of 81.
Siddle is in and bowls, and this is on leg stump turned into the onside. Picked up by Tom Lammonby, whose cricket trousers are even dirtier than they were previously because of that sliding stop that he put down in front of the Hound Road stand at the far end of the ground. What's the big stand on the opposite side of the ground called, Dave?
Well, behind it is the Bridgeford Road, so it's often referred to as the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, but the sponsorship up on the top in blue is the Smith Cooper stand.
Right. Siddle bowls, Moores plays no shot to ball outside the off stump.
It's also called the fridge by those that occupy it because there's no warmth in there at all, because the sun's always behind it. So it's nice and cool on a blazing hot day in the height of the summer, but most of the rest of the time it's pretty chilly.
Yeah. So the Fox Road stand of the two big ones would be the preferred.
Well, that again on certain days you'll be looking straight into the sunshine.
Siddle bowls and beats Moores with a ball outside the off stump, and he's just upped by about 2 or 3 miles an hour in pace, has Peter Siddle, since he took that wicket.
As everything, and you know, there are people who like to be behind the arm. There's people that like to be square on. There are people that, you know, I always call them the fisherman type. Somebody who just wants to get away from everybody else and everything else that's going on in the world and go and sit on your own away from anywhere else, which I think is great.
Siddle comes racing in, he's there and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Moores.
But certainly, you know, you've got the ability and the occasion to, you know, if you are sat in the sun and can't see, to move somewhere else. If you're sat and it's chilly and you want to get in the sun, you can. You can see that now. Look, away to our left is now bathed in sunshine, as the sun comes out to illustrate the point.
It'll be breezy over there. They're all very well wrapped up.
They are. It's very early in the season still.
Siddle bowls. Oh, and gets Moores in a tangle. And that one jags back from outside his off stump. Moores goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. End of that over, a successful over for Peter Siddle, who has figures now of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. So economical, and he's picked up the big wicket of Joe Clark, and it's 185 for 5.
Yeah, Notts could do with a little bit of a partnership to get them going again. Wickets going down at 125, 164, 171, 171 and 185. So we're still 65 runs away from a first batting bonus point of the season. Craig Overton, you have to say, looks fitting well since coming back onto the field coming back onto bowl straight after lunch. Single taken there by the right-handed Mullaney. 186 for 5, as Anthony pointed out. He's not absolutely trying to break the speed gun here, but he's just found a nice rhythm and a nice pace at which to trouble all of the batters. He's got a left-hander in his sights now in Tom Moores, looking for his first run. Overton into bowl, and Moores leaves it alone. It's very, very watchful, Tom Moores, for the bulk of his first innings. 49 not out at the Ageas Bowl last week. He Played very nicely indeed. Deserved a half century, but ran out of partners. 186 for 5. Overton again. Floodlights still on, probably needed, probably required. Moores again defends. Ground looks in pretty good light at the moment. There are shadows around the players from natural light, from sunlight, but I think if the floodlights were turned off it would be a fair bit gloomier. Got a light aeroplane somewhere about, or a helicopter. Can hear it but can't see it. Overton runs in again to Moores. Just deep into his crease again, just to push it back to the bowler. Mayfield have lost their way a little bit. The balance of power has certainly swung over the last 20 minutes.
Yes, been a good comeback from Somerset. They looked a bit, well, they looked very flat this morning.
You put a side in, you're looking sort of a 3 wickets by a lunch and bowl them out in the day, and they're well on course to the latter of those as Moores leaves it alone. This one takes off. Fancy that might have been the effort ball from Craig Overton. Was certainly a mile or two quicker than the previous deliveries.
I think Stuart Braun would have been a handful on this pitch. Particular pitch from his height. If they do bang it in as Overton did there is plenty of life. Still plenty of moisture underneath, I expect.
Overton in again to Tom Moores, and again he's happy to defend. A maiden for Craig Overton. Nicely played though for the most part by Tom Moores. 186 for 5. Yes, Nottinghamshire made 2 changes in case you're coming in from work or school or wherever. You've not heard, Notts making 2 changes from the side that played last week. Luke Fletcher's got a bit of a niggle, and Ollie Stone from the coaching staff, I understand the word was his workload is currently being managed. Not played much cricket, hardly played at all in 2022, Ollie Stone, so they certainly don't want to run into any difficulties with him, so those 2 quicks are out. Stuart Broad cleared to play in this one, and Brett Hutton plays his first game of the season as well.
Peter Siddle in for another over, and I think Mullaney just drew his bat inside the line of that ball, which was not dissimilar to the ball that removed Joe Clark, who did not draw his bat inside the line. Instead he played a rather half-hearted push at it and gave Cameron Bancroft what should have been a comfortable catch at second slip. He made rather a meal of it, but he clung on, and that's what matters.
I felt he dropped it, but it lodged sort of on top of the legs or in the sweater.
Oh, and playing well, I don't know, Mullaney shapes as if he played inside the line of that. I'm not convinced. But Siddle has certainly found his line and length.
Of course, Tom Moores at the non-strikers end, only 2 first-class hundreds, the first of them at Taunton back in 2018 against Somerset. Liam Patterson-White, who's due in next, of course he
got 100.
Yeah, 2021, yeah. Maiden 100 for him as well, remains his only one.
Siddle bowls. Oh, it's hit on the pad and gone, and that's the 6th Nottinghamshire wicket going down with a score on 186 for 5. It's Stephen Mullaney, who looked absolutely plumb, with Mike Burns' finger going up almost before the ball had hit the pad, and Mullaney knew he was gone. He walked off straight away without looking at the umpire. Good piece of bowling from Peter Siddle. He bowled the 2 away swingers and got that one to duck back into the right-hander, pinning him in front of all 3. Good piece of bowling by Siddle. His 2nd wicket. Mullaney has gone LBW to Siddle for 12, 186 for 6.
Yep, and a second bowling bonus point for Somerset. They're having a really good session here, really good passage of play. So that Nottinghamshire collapse intensifies. 164 for 1, 186 for 6, and as you say, Stephen almost walked. He knew as soon as the ball floated into the pad that there was only going to be one outcome. So just mentioned Liam Patterson-White, who has 100 against Somerset to his name and comes out to join Tom Moores, who also does. Between them, they've only hit 3 first-class hundreds. Moores has 2, 1 against Somerset, 1 against Yorkshire.
Now, to what do we ascribe this Nottinghamshire collapse? Is it good bowling, the pitch, poor batting, what?
As always, I think the get out there is a combination of all. It's certainly been better bowling, but you've always got the factor, haven't you, that 1 wicket can bring 2. It's always easier once you've been out there for some length of time, as Duckett, as Hamid, and to a certain extent Slater were, but the others have been hurriedly in and out, particularly of course Linden, poor old Linden. Linden James got a first bowler, but they've got the best bowlers on, and the best bowlers are delivering. They're putting balls in good areas. Gregory, Overton and Siddle know how to bowl on here. They know how to bowl in county championship cricket in April, and they're delivering. And there's been a little bit of fortune gone Nottinghamshire's way earlier in the day. They've not lost wickets, but now coming home to roost.
Siddle is in and bowls, and Patterson White almost plays at that. And I think Peter Siddle would have been particularly pleased to have removed his good mate Stephen Mullaney.
Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second.
Three slips. Siddle bowls to Patterson White, who shuffles across his crease. Doesn't play a shot when he gets to somewhere near the line of the ball.
Still a good half an hour to go until the tea break, if we get them all in, but I see the ground staff are loitering again just in case there's a further interruption.
Siddle. Oh, Patterson White does play a shot at that and didn't miss it by much, and repeats the shot as if to chastise himself for having played it in the first place. Another successful, I think that was a wicket maiden for Peter Siddle. It was 14 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 26 Siddle, Notts 186 for 6.
Update for Radio Nottingham. I think that's a polite way of saying it, a bit of a wobble. They were 164 for 1, an excellent innings of 75 from Ben Duckett. Seba Mead made 65, but when he went, others followed. Notts have lost 5 wickets now for just 22 runs. They're 186 for 6. Peter Siddle, former Nottinghamshire man from the distant past, picked up a couple of wickets, 3 in quick succession for Lewis Gregory as we get towards the tea interval, probably still about half an hour away. Notts 186 for 6. There's Craig Overton bowling at the moment to Tom Moores. Lets it go through to the keeper. As a bowling side, as a fielding side, that's exactly what you want when you look up to the scoreboard. Moores 0, Patterson White 0, partnership 0. It means you can apply pressure from both ends. Nobody's settled. It means you've chipped away at each end, and a really good chance here of inflicting further damage. Stuart Broad listed to come in next, then Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson probably will be that order. Overton bowls and defended. Steve Battlemuch says the cricket is back, hooray, the commentary team are back, and so is the middle order collapse. I added a bit of dramatic effect there, Steve, but the middle order collapse.
There can't have been very many middle order collapses last season. You carried all before you in the second division.
Yeah. Just think about the good times, Steve. From last year, lovely delivery past Moore's bat. I can reveal, or tell you that Steve Burks, the head groundsman, told me that this particular track they're playing on hasn't been used since the first home game of last season against Glamorgan, which of course was the game that Notts lost last season, the home game that Notts lost. So dig this one up if this one doesn't go too well. 186 for 6. Overton in his 11th over goes through to the keeper. He only bowled 3 in the morning session before he left the action very early on.
Pitch has got livelier as the day's gone on, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Those last couple of deliveries from Overton really flying through at chest height to James Rue.
I was trying to stifle a hiccup there.
Well,
I did it once
exactly
off mic.
That's exactly what Nottinghamshire
well, yeah.
just had a hiccup.
Yeah. 186 for 6. Next delivery. Again wide at the pegs. Adrian Thomas says he can remember when the Grand National used to start at 3:15.
Well, it's not that long ago, is it?
I don't know, most of my football broadcasting career it was sort of 10 to 4, so there was always sort of an understanding that the refs would blow the half-time whistle and you can leg it down to the press room and watch it wherever in the country you may be. If there was a press room. 186 for 6 at the end of another tight and tidy over from Craig Overton, and those figures just starting to look a little special now. Overton 11 overs 3 maidens 1 for 17. Peter Siddle 14 overs 6 maidens 2 for 26.
Much more like it from Somerset. Siddle in and bowls and goes past Patterson White's outside edge with an absolute peach of a delivery that pitched, well, let's see, just fractionally outside the off stump. And he had to play at it because Siddle is moving the ball both ways off the pitch, and did enough to beat the outside edge. Those slips do well to keep their hands warm, I think, the way Siddle is bowling at the moment. Kohler, Cadmore, Bancroft and Overton. Siddle bowls outside the off stump. That's the away swinger again. And he just looks up, Peter Siddle, as if to say, pity, it was a foot too wide, that one.
Not looking to wish away the week. Anthony, where are you next week? Back at Taunton? Or?
Back at Taunton, tough game against Lancashire.
Not so at Lords next week.
Well, Middlesex have had a very shaky start, so Nottinghamshire might be looking forward to that. This is a poor delivery from Siddle down the leg side, and Patterson White misses out because unusual field setting this at Somerset. We normally have a long leg to collect deflections off pads and bats and what have you, but Jack Leach is down at deep backward square leg, so if Patterson White had got anything on that, he would have run away for 4, and that's in the air, but lands well short of Tom Lammerby coming in from mid-wicket.
And on your fixture card as a whole, is there is the one that, oh, that's nice, we've not been there for a while, or I've never been there before, or oh, that's a standout fixture that the spectators will very much enjoy? Is there a standout game you're looking forward to?
Not really. I mean, I'm looking forward to going to Old Trafford again for the first time in some time, as we played Lancashire at Southport last season.
It's quite a nice ground now, actually. I know that it's very much Marmite, the point and the hotel and all the rest of it. Do you like all the big red blocks? But,
not much, but
it's quite,
I like Manchester.
Yeah, it's a nice working environment. Everything works, and all the rest of it. We're nicely looked after
Just
there. The umpires are having a chat. Yeah.
I just thought I saw some rain coming across the ground, and off we go.
Yeah,
I presume they're going to take tea.
Yeah, I was going to say we needn't worry about as and when they're going to take tea, because that will happen now. Moores 0 and LPW Liam Patterson White 0. 186 for 6. That, Anthony, was a very, very good passage of play for Somerset.
It was. It's the best that Somerset have played so far this season. After a disappointing first session, they've really come back into it this afternoon, and all 4 of their seam bowlers have bowled well. Lewis Gregory, not quite back to his best, but bowled very, very well, and finally, and rather belatedly, got the results that he did deserve with those 3 wickets, and then Craig Overton making the initial the initial breakthrough, getting Ben Duckett LBW, and then Peter Siddle coming to the party with 2 wickets for 26 in a very accurate spell. And you can see the improvement in the economy rates of the Somerset bowlers. Craig Overton going up 1.54 runs and over, Peter Siddle 1.75, and even Lewis Gregory, who was at one stage going at 5 and over, has brought it back to 4.2 for his spell of 14 overs. And good to see Gregory getting some serious overs under his belt. So much better from Somerset, and they've made life very difficult for these Nottinghamshire batsmen on a pitch that seems to be offering a little bit more bounce and movement for the seam bowlers than it did first thing this morning.
We're half an hour past the scheduled tea interval, so they'll take tea here at Trent Bridge. We'll let Anthony disappear and get his scone and his jam and his Devon cream and what have you, and hopefully this bad stuff that's currently overhead will blow away. Seems to be some finer weather behind, and when the players return, we'll return. Hopefully it'll be in 20 minutes time. Just keep abreast of your live stream pictures or the social media or however you keep in touch. But as soon as they're back out there, Anthony and myself will bring you the commentary with Nottinghamshire 186 for 6 at tea. And welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the start of the third session, the post-tea session here at Trent Bridge on the opening day of this LV County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Very enjoyable day so far. Nottinghamshire with the honours in the first session up until lunch. Openers putting on more than 100 by the interval, still together, but in that afternoon session broken up by a 20-minute stoppage for rain, and they actually went off for tea early. Somerset fought back, taking 6 wickets, so 186 for 6. We've got one over, or an over to be completed here. Peter Siddle's got 1 ball left in this, his 15th over, 2 for 26. Notts have got 2 left-handers out there, both of whom have 0 against their name. We have got 38 overs to go after this one, so if we get to the end of the day, this is going to be a long old session. I'm Dave Bracegood. Anthony Gibson is alongside me, just waiting for movement to stop behind the arm at the far end, and then we'll be underway with this one delivery to be bowled by Siddle.
Here he comes. This is in the air for a time, not well timed by Patterson White, but he gets it away and he gets 2 runs and he's off the mark, and he'll be feeling a lot happier for that. 188 for 6 at the belated end of that Peter Siddle over. And the good news is that in the direction from which the weather is coming, there is sunshine, so hopefully we'll get through this final session of the day, or at least most of it, without any further interruptions.
Yeah, we've not lost any time. We were able to go to lunch a little early, didn't lose any time. Able to go to tea a little early, didn't lose any time. Just waiting for an update for the local radio listeners in a second, but Craig Overton about to get us underway from this end. Bowls to Tom Moores, who clips this to mid-on, and there's no run. 186 for 6 Nottinghamshire as we begin the 59th over of the innings. Yes, the openers are Seba Mead and Ben Duckett, both past 50 and putting 125 on for that first wicket. But once they'd both gone, a little bit of a middle order collapse, not slipped from 164 for 1 to 186 for 6. At that stage, rain came, they went off, they took an early tea, they're just back out there, they've just restarted, a couple of runs added. Nottinghamshire 188 for 6. Latest delivery's gone through to James Rue, the tidy Somerset glove man. Big things predicted for James Rue down the leg side, this one, and that's so clipped away by Tom Moores. He'd be grateful for that one to get off the mark, but quickly lashed onto that one, clipped it away nice and fine down towards the boards and the railing in front of the Hound Road stand for 4. Notts up to 192 for 6, and Tom Moores is away with his first runs. I have to say a big thank you, an unnecessary thank you, well, not an unnecessary thank you, a necessary thank you for an unnecessary gift from the Bear Lady. You know who you are. Next one is chopped out into the offside.
I think we should make it clear that the bear lady is spelled B-E-A-R rather than B-A-R-E.
Last weekend, of course, was Easter weekend. We were down at the Ageas Bowl. Kevin James, our host down there, the Solent Sport commentator, former Middlesex and Hampshire player, brought in an Easter egg for myself. Can't remember which day it was. Myself and Melissa Story, or myself and Emily Windsor. There you go, there's an Easter egg to share, he proclaimed. Thank you very much, Kevin. This one's edged and
short.
Just short of second slip, but a genuine edge. And I wonder if Craig Overton had a little bit of a snarl there at Tom Moores as he played a false shot, nicked it, and lives to fight another day with it not carrying to second slip. 192 for 6. But come tea interval, we were looking for this Easter egg, and Kevin admitted he'd chomped it himself.
Well, that's typical. Absolutely typical of Kevin James.
So a gift arrived during the tea interval from Jackie, our lovely receptionist downstairs at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. As this one's clipped away, and it says on it, for Dave Bracegirdle from the Bear Lady, for Kev eating your Easter egg last week, and some chocolate in there. Thank you very, very much. Totally unnecessary, as I say, but really, really kind of you. And we'll, if you don't mind, we'll share that with any of the camera crew or the production crew, or indeed Anthony, that has a real need for a little bit of a sugar injection over the course of this 4-day match. But it's very, very kind, and as we always say, when kind things are either said about us or brought up, we really appreciate it, but it's not necessary. But thank you.
I don't need a sugar injection. I've just had a very nice cake down in the press box. Is Siddle in the bowls, and this is driven through the offside. Nice shot by Tom Moores. Tom Abel dived in the general direction of the ball, but it was well away from him, and out to the extra cover boundary it goes, to a stand in which 3 people are seated.
Yeah, that's the Larwood and Vose stand. We were talking about that this afternoon. People just have their preferred areas, their preferred places they want to come and sit, and some will want to come and sit near friends that they've sat with for years on end. Some want to just come and get away from it all.
Siddle to Moores, and slightly uncertainly drops this into the offside.
I think there's possibly 1 or 2 that have decided they've seen a few hours of cricket and just got a little bit of a chill in their bones and headed off. I don't think we've got quite as many in the ground as we did have earlier, or maybe like Anthony, they're still tucking into cake somewhere, maybe in the pavilion or the Derek Randall suite, or indeed the cricketers at this end.
Siddle to Moores. Oh, and takes him on the pad. There's a stifled appeal. I think there might have been a little bit of bat involved. It also perhaps bounced a bit too much.
Maybe outside the line as well, just to throw all 3 in there.
Yeah. It was a good ball. Tom Moores in spot of bother. Siddle in and bowls. This is driven back to him, but not at full power, and Josh Davey can come round from mid-on to behind the bowler to do the fielding, and there won't be a run. 197 for 6 is the score.
Lewis Gregory got 3 wickets, but I think the real spells of pressure from Somerset since lunch have come when Overton and Siddle have been bowling in tandem. They began after, well, Leach had to finish an over after lunch, but then Siddle came straight on, and he and Overton kept it quiet.
Siddle is in and bowls, and a square cut with a flourish from Tom Moores.
Bit of a Donny helicopter at the end of it, wasn't there?
It was.
That's the 200 up.
201 for 6.
Normally, years gone by, that would have been the first batting bonus point, but you've got to work a little harder for it this year. Yeah. 250 is the point at which you can get a batting bonus point. Again, the ball's clattered into the wall, the bricks at the base of the Fox Road stand, and again it's been shown as a matter of courtesy to the umpires.
Last ball of the over, Siddle to Moores, and he goes for another big shot, but this time hits it straight to Tom Abel along the ground at extra cover, so won't get a run. But signs of aggression there from Tom Moores. Perhaps he wants to get some decent runs on the board and then get Somerset out there for an awkward half hour before the close.
Again, thank you for those that have got in touch. Pat O'Neill, ouch, early season, I know the middle order seems very frail. Alan Ball, has the wicket been doing a bit all day, Dave, or is it just the Somerset quicks didn't use it very well earlier? I think certainly whilst Ben Duckett was there, he wasn't going to let anybody settle. He was looking to score every ball and take everybody down, and it's very difficult as a bowler, I think, to get into a rhythm. It almost becomes personal, I think, when you're bowling at Duckett. There's Craig Overton there. I'm not entirely sure what happened. The ball was hit back to him, and he's I don't know. It almost looks as if he threw it into the ground, but
I think he was planning, when Craig Overton, if the batsman hits it straight back to him, he'll usually return it with interest.
Well, the umpires are told, or they've told the players, they're going to stamp down on things like that this year. You can't just keep firing it intimidatingly, if that's the word, towards the batter anymore. 201 for 6.
Good ball, that last one, cutting back into Patterson White. Yes, perhaps he at the last minute he remembered that instruction. And just lobbed it in the sort of vague direction of short leg.
Yeah, just back to Alan's comment, has the wicket been doing a bit all day? I think it probably would have done, but they weren't allowed to settle on a line and length this morning, and Duckett just did everything to hit them off it as the next one wide of the off stump goes through to James Root.
It was a good example of what you might call the England style of batting, wasn't it? Taking the bowlers on.
I suspect there was a little bit of helpfulness, or a little bit of help from the wicket if you were able to find it this morning. But I say, wherever you put it, he was just trying to wallop it to the fence. Next ball is hit back to Overton again. He goes to throw it towards Liam Patterson White.
He can't resist, can he? Well, he did resist. The instinct was to hurl it back, and then he just checked himself.
And don't forget, Craig, smile your uncandid camera. The umpires have got cameras on them now. I was a little surprised when I talked to Ollie Stone on the media day, and he sort of said, I apologise in advance if you see me sledging batsmen as this one goes through to the keeper or words to that effect. Said he doesn't mind having a little bit of a word now and again, which I was surprised. Obviously I don't know Ollie that well, just sort of getting to know him and asked him about his makeup and what makes him tick and whatever, and he said he was not averse to having a word.
Doesn't like batsmen.
Somerset's over rate has come down to -1. Not entirely sure how, but that's neither here nor there. It's -1. It's Overton bowls, forced into the offside. No run. End of the over. Overton 13 overs, 1 for 22. Somerset 201 for 6 after 61 overs here on BBC Radio Somerset, BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me, Anthony Gibson.
That's some nice late afternoon sunshine across the ground.
Not very warm though, is it?
No, it's not. It's better to look at than to be out in.
Although we've got the window open, we've still got the fresh air, the benefit of the fresh air. I always, if I can, like to have the window open. Sometimes it is just absolutely too cold. But I'm not a fan of. Where do we go? Lords, for example. They'll say, the iconic press box, but you can't open the windows in there, can you?
Well, there is one, isn't there? As Peter Siddle bowls and it's driven back to him in the Test Match Special commentary box. There's the one window that Peter Baxter insisted was installed at a cost of, back in 1997, £10,000, so it is reputed. But that only applies if you're in the TMS box. It's Headingley and Edgbaston are the two completely cut off. Yep. This is outside the off-stump shot from Moores. And Hove? Hove, yep, Hove as well, yep.
Although there are plenty of other reasons for going to Hove that you're not going to moan about the windows not open.
Our former commentary box at Taunton.
And the potting shed.
No.
I do miss the potting shed.
Yeah, the potting shed certainly was. You certainly had plenty of fresh air in the potting shed. 201 for 6 as Siddle is in and bowls to Tom Moores, who plays it to extra cover. And
oh, you mean the one that
Tom?
You mean the one that you're not allowed in now?
That's right. Taken over by the live stream. And I suppose actually if we are confined to the Gibbo's commentary cabin at Taunton.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Well, it's what some people
a blue
call
plaque on it.
That doesn't have a window that opens either. Oh, well, this is smashed, but not timed. A firm-footed slash to extra cover from Tom Moores, who seems intent on playing his shots. Didn't time that, hit it straight as well to Tom Abel. Lots of Toms.
Yeah.
It's the most popular Christian name amongst English first-class cricketers.
Is it?
It is, at the moment, at present.
Oh, there's a stat I didn't know.
Steve Pittard is responsible for that again. And this time Moores is coming down the pitch and contents himself with just turning it around the corner and picks up a single.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Yeah. Giving Siddle the charge. Peter Siddle won't like that, I suspect.
He could almost have bowled him with one of those high donkey drops over his head. Tom Moores was that far down.
Yeah.
Crikey, 202 for 6. I was going to say I've not got any Toms, says he, just mentioning Tom Moores, of course.
Yeah. Somerset have got loads. Is Siddle and bowls, and this is played square of the wicket to Dixon. We've got Tom Abel, Tom Lannonby and Tom Kohler-Cadmore in this game, and of course Tom Banton waiting in the wings.
Oh yeah, 3 of the top 5 in this particular contest.
Yeah.
End of the over. We do, me more than most, we do talk some nonsense at times, but I like things like that, more Toms than any other. Has that been statistically proven by your man Steve, your correspondent Steve?
I wouldn't doubt it for a moment. I might even have the here we are. Yeah, it's the 22 Toms played in the championship last season. Here you are, there's a stat for you.
Very, very good indeed.
And as he points out, Somerset have another Tom in the pipeline, Tom Rue, younger brother of James, who's in the Somerset Academy.
202 for 6. The Tom Tom Club. They were one-hit wonders, weren't they? I bet you don't remember them. No. Overton bowls, this one through to the keeper. Wordy Rappinghood, I think, was their one and only hit back in the 80s. 202 for 6. There we are. That really is a cul-de-sac we don't want to go down. Dave's music of the 80s. 202 for 6. Partnership of 16 between
it's been some good
two
lefties today, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it's been a really enjoyable day.
It has indeed. It has indeed. Overton past umpire David Milnes, and again Moore's happy to leave it alone, just rely on the bounce, just judge the length nicely, knew it would carry comfortably over the top. Was happy to let it go. Don't know what we do here. The live stream says it's not been used for, it's gone. It's gone. I've lost my live stream, so we'll see if we can get it back. We've got a monitor here in the studio that when the sun's not shining on it we can see what's going off sometimes. Here's Overton. Bowls. Little dab onto the leg side. No run there. Somerset be very happy at the moment. Runs difficult to come by. They've got the entire top 6 of Nottinghamshire out. Problem or two with the 2 openers. Duckett 75, Hamid 65, but the middle order didn't detain them too long, did it? Slater 15, Clark 8, James 0, Mullaney 12. Overton to Moores will cut this away. That'll be 4. Nicely struck by Tom Moores. Anything that surprised me there was that he set off running, because he must have known as that left the bat that was going to be a boundary. And he moves on to 18, 206 for 6.
And Craig Overton, guilty of bowling that one short and wide. He's still not 100% happy, is he? Still a hint of a limp on that left foot. He's got Jack Leach bringing some sawdust up to put in the
See, he's now
footholds.
gone behind the stumps to take the grass and the clumps of earth and whatever out of his spikes. Was it earlier? Did it? Was it Lewis Gregory? Was it?
It was Gregory, yeah.
Oh, I wonder if no, it can't have been told. He's doing it with a bale. That's why he's gone up there. He's got the bale to dig it out. Those bales that are very difficult to see. We had James Vince bowled last week, and I just couldn't see the bale that had just been clipped off. They're very difficult to make out, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
And the sponsor's logo. 206 for 6. Here is the newly reshod Overton bowls with a pleasing drive from Moores, but he gets no runs for it. Decent enough average for Tom Moores individually last week, because he got a red inker in the first innings. 49 not out and 6. So if you take 55 from every game as your average, you're going to have a decent season. But of course he won't have taken too much satisfaction from that, bearing in mind the overall end result. Did bowl a couple of balls as well at the end of the match. He's worked this quickly away on the leg side for 4. He's given that
6.
a meaty wallop. Has it gone all the way? It has indeed. Saw it off the bat, then lost the flight of it, but it's gone into the Fox Road stand and away for half a dozen of your finest. That's a good bit of timing, isn't it? Good bit of ball striking. Moore's on to 24, 212 for 6.
And it wouldn't surprise me if that's the last ball of that spell for Craig Overton. He's been a little ragged, no, not ragged, a little inconsistent since tea. Been guilty of bowling both sides. And I still don't think he's fully fit. He's still troubled by that, whatever the problem with his left foot is, or left ankle.
This is good stuff from Tony Corn. Dave, don't forget, Chris and Tina from Talking Heads made up their side project that was the Tom Tom Club. Thank you, Tony. You know where I was coming from. And Max says Moores will guide us to 275 plus here with Broad back in the attack. That's a good target. The opening stand set us up nicely.
Yeah.
Well, it did indeed. They'll feel it's a bit of a waste if they don't get a good score after 125 for the opening wicket.
Josh Davey into the attack. He's in and bowls to Patterson White, who tucks that to Patterson White tucks that away for 4 runs. Just beats Casey Aldridge, I think that is.
Been a bit of that from Josh Davey today. First ball it away to the fence, and then playing the rest of the over as catch up.
Shouldn't do it really.
It's a nice shot actually, just seeing the replay of it.
Yeah, it just clipped it away between mid-on and mid-on. 216 for 6. Moves on to 6. Here's Josh Davey in again, bowls to Patterson White. This time covers up, plays it up to Casey Aldridge at mid-on. Aldridge on, I suspect, for Peter Siddle. Can't actually see Peter Siddle.
No. At the end of this over, 32 overs will remain. Do we get another tea break?
Well, actually, they might get another break. There's some clouds building up from the...
Well, the ground staff don't seem concerned. Interesting that they've parked the hover cover in a different spot. I don't know what the symbolic nature of that is.
Davey to Patterson White. Plays back to the bowler. Still the 3 slips. Tom Abel's had either 3 or 4 slips in place for the entirety of the day's play. Kohler, Cadmore, Bancroft and Overton.
Kohler Cadmore putting one down. Bancroft just about hanging on to one. I still think he dropped it, but it lodged either in his sweater or as he fell backwards between his legs.
Yeah.
And then he grabbed it.
Davey in and bowls. This is whipped away down towards Jack Leach. Deep backward square leg. Leach field, so it's just a single. Sends in a rather wild return, which is well backed up by Tom Abel. 217 for 6. Patterson White on to 7, means that the aggressive Tom Moores will be on strike. So I've been impressed with the not even, you know, apart from the mid-innings collapse, they've been looking to assert themselves over the bowlers, looking to push the score along.
They play positively.
Yeah, they do.
Saul Buddinger made 72 today for Leicestershire. They're 145 for 2 against Derbyshire. We were talking about Saul Buddinger earlier, if you weren't with us.
Davies in the bowls, and again Moores takes half a step forward and then decides against it and ends up playing that decent delivery from Josh Davey from the crease.
Century today for Rob Yates of Warwickshire. 128 for him. 237 for 3. Warwickshire against Kent. Yates is out now, but Sam Hain, another very, very fine player, is 74 not out.
Saw him get 100 against Somerset last week. It's Davey in bowls, and Moores goes for an aggressive shot, doesn't time it at all, and it's picked up by Aldridge at mid-on. Yes, he's no, he's not exactly a Brendan McCullum acolyte, Sam Hain. He was going along at about 30 runs per 100 balls in his usual solid, implacable way.
Yeah, he's a very, very fine player. Just quickly elsewhere, Lancashire 207 all out at Chelmsford, but they've already picked up an Essex wicket. Essex 1 for 1. Northants 41 for 2 at home, replying to Middlesex's 149. Hampshire 199 for 6, replying, beg your pardon, they're batting at the Oval against Surrey. Ben Brown is 94 not out. Former Sussex captain and wicket-keeper Lewis Gregory's coming back on here. What haven't we given you? In Division 2, Durham 266 for 4. Somebody else with connection to these parts in the runs, David Beddingham, 95 not out, before being picked up by Durham. The South African played his club cricket just outside Nottingham with the Plumtree Club. So Beddingham, another fine player, 95 not out for Durham. Here is Lewis Gregory. 3 wickets in the heart of the afternoon in quick succession, 3 for 59. He bowls to to Liam Patterson-White, and the first one left alone goes through to the keeper. Don't think Patterson-White's faced many deliveries recently. He's faced 21 in all, but Tom Moores has faced most of the bowling in the last 2 or 3 overs. There's Gregory into LPW, who plays it down into the ground, and the ball bounces up high and Gregory stops it. Got his full name on the board, Patterson-White. We have all sorts of things wherever we go. It was P-White at the Aegeus Bowl last week. Just generally stick with LPW. It's as easy as anything. Of course, we've got 2 of the double-barreled names in this match, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Liam Patterson-White. Oh, he's stuck on the pad here, and that's going to be out. Kept a little low, walked across his stumps a little bit, trying to work it to leg a fancy, but it kept low, thudded into the pad, and he looked very, very much in danger there, and up went David Milne's finger yet again, and Lewis Gregory back. It's only taken him 3 deliveries to add his 4th wicket, 4 for 59 now, Notts 217 for 7. LPW is LBW.
Just looking, I thought we were just about to look at the replay. I think credit to the bowler for that, just bringing it back from outside the off stump and beating the inside edge. And as Dave Bracegill was saying, not a difficult decision for David Milnes.
No, looked out, didn't it?
Make. But be interested to see the replay, just to see if it did keep a fraction low. Been saying that there's been a little bit more life in this pit, a little bit more bounce as the day has worn on, but Perhaps he bowled that. Perhaps it was a cross-seam delivery, something like that, which accounted for the lack of bounce. Brett Hutton is the new batsman.
Yeah, don't know if this is to break up the all lefties, or it's probably right, Brett, to come in ahead of Stewart. I mean, I don't think anybody would have said they've got the batting order wrong if Stewart had come in ahead of Brett. It's one of those, isn't it? Stewart, vastly experienced. Brett playing his first game of the season, as is Stuart Broad. Get the right-hander out there.
He's got a very fierce, piratical beard, as Brett Hutton.
He did something last season that no Nottinghamshire bowler in 60 years has done, and that was get a 7-wicket haul in the one-day competition. The first List A7 for a Notts bowler against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Just ran through them 7 for 20 odd. An incredible spell of bowling. It was an absolute privilege to watch it. And on his day, he's got that in his locker. On his day, is absolutely unplayable. He's often been the one to miss out over the years due to the availability of overseas players and what have you. Had 3 years away with Northants, but back at Trent Bridge now, and he's on strike here. Gregory looking for a fifer, and Brett Hutton will get a single first ball, push and run really into the offside. Could have been a little tricky had it been picked up cleanly, but it wasn't. 218 for 7.
You can tell how much moisture there is in the ground by the state of the fielders' cricket trousers.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
great big stains everywhere you look, knees and thighs and shins. Field spreads to some extent, at any rate. We've got 2 back on the leg side.
Down the leg side and just flicked away by Moores. Helped it on its way for 4. In fact, it's given as leg buys. I just thought he just clipped that away.
I didn't think the pad was anywhere near it.
It came off, but David Mills has tapped his knee. It's 4 to the total. Oh dear. Feet off the ground time. 2-2-2 for 7. Double Nelson. Just thought he just held that on its way, but raced away for 4 down to the boundary boards in front of the Hound Road stand. Just got his line wrong there, Lewis Gregory. Final ball of his 15th over, and this is going to bring Moores a couple of runs, I suspect. Will indeed. Again, skewed off the outside edge, and again a Somerset fielder down on the ground.
Tracy Aldridge put in the slide, sent in the return, and then his feet went from underneath him, and he ended up flat on his back.
Did you call him Casey or Tracy then?
Casey.
Sounded like Tracy Aldridge. 224 for 7 at the end of the over, as they turn round quickly.
Yes,
just producer Kirsty, just a gentle reminder for some, and a new bit of information for others. Those of you that are watching the live stream today, perhaps you'd forgotten, or perhaps you need a reminder. The close of play, there'll be an interview on the pitch. If you just carry on watching the live stream.
Josh Davey in bowls, and Peel for a catch down the leg side, but James Root took the catch, didn't seem particularly interested, nor did Josh Davey, the bowler.
In those circumstances, you can completely ignore what the slips are shouting and getting interested in, because they can't see. I tell you what, looking away to our right, I don't like the look of that.
No.
Ground staff aren't anywhere to be seen, thankfully, but it does look like Armageddon's on its way here.
They presumably got the rainfall radar, judging from that. This is a big swing from Brett Hutton.
4. It was the Masters last weekend, wasn't it? That was like Big John Rahm driving down the 16th fairway.
Yeah.
Did you watch that?
I did. I didn't watch all of it.
I didn't watch it till the end. I watched it till he was 4 in front with 4 to go, and I thought, well, we know what's happening now. I've got BBC Radio Nottingham in my ears, so I'm sure we'll have to do an update in just a second. There's Josh Davey bowling to Brett Hutton, who gets bat on this one, clipping it to Abel at mid-wicket, no run. 224 for 7. So Notts were 125 for the first wicket. So they've added 99 for these 7 wickets. 4 of them to Lewis Gregory. Couple to Peter Siddle, 1 to Craig Overton. Josh Davey striving for his first. Into his 14th over. Bowls now. Houghton digs it out. Playing up to mid-off.
Averages 17.45 in first-class cricket, does Brett Hutton, which is okay.
Yes. I'm going to say it's better than that, but obviously he's not, because you are what your average says you are. But there's been days when he's looked $1 million, and certainly earlier on when he got 2 or 3 50s, you thought, yeah, there's going to be a player here capable of getting first-class hundreds. Here is that update for Radio Nottingham. Yes, Notts 7 wickets down now. They'll put into bat by Somerset. Notts had the better of the first session, an opening stand of 125, with Hamid making 65, Ben Duckett making 75, but not much else. The middle order blown away as Somerset have roared back into this. There's still 30 overs to go in the day. Nottinghamshire 224 for 7. Sharp, punchy, to the point. For the BBC Radio Nottingham listeners.
Extravagant swing from Brett Hutton, making no contact with the ball.
It's this one. It's it to mid-off. And that's the end of the over. Did I steal that over from you? Or where were we?
You did, but I was just going to say, I mean, Nottinghamshire playing with real freedom out there. Tom Moore's looking to push things along. Brett Hutton coming in to play what I presume is his natural game, which is to hit the cover off the ball if you possibly can. And I rather fancy that Tom Moore's, or rather Stephen Mullaney, has got in mind how many overs have we got? Still another 30 overs in the day, so there's plenty of time for Nottinghamshire to pile on some late order runs and have a bowl at Somerset this evening.
I've always wanted to commentate on a Stuart Broad century. Will this be the match? Unlikely. He'll be coming in at 10 at best. 224 for 7 as Gregory starts a new over. Although last week at the Ageas Bowl, Dane Patterson actually came in at 10 ahead of Luke Fletcher, who was 11. I'm not entirely sure what he made of that, but there we are. I don't think Broad will be 11. I'm sure he'll come in next. And Dane Patterson at the bottom of the order. And then it'll be all about, as Anthony says, just having a little dart at Somerset this evening, if that's how it pans out. See if you can pull back a wicket or 2. Pulled away by Moores, who's already hit 1-6. He's got under that, and that's his second 6. That was a real shot of aggression, a T20 blast shot if ever there was one, pulling it into the Larwood and Vose for half a dozen. 230 for 7, and Moores on to 32.
That's what you get if you bowl in the slot on leg stump. You get picked up into the stands. It's been a bit of a curate's egg spell of this from Lewis Gregory. Good in parts, but as with the
he's got 4 wickets, but there'll be days I'm sure you've seen where he's bowled a lot better and got nothing.
Yeah. I thought he bowled well this morning. I think he was unlucky this morning. He's got his due rewards this afternoon without bowling consistently well.
Yeah, still only the 1 maiden. I think he bowled 10 overs without a maiden. Comes in round the wicket to Moores, hits him on the pad, he's got his 5 foot. Lewis Gregory does get his 5 foot, and Tom Moores goes, he's got his man. We almost talked him into a 5th wicket there. Congratulations, Lewis Gregory, 5 for 68. Notts 230 for 8, and Moores goes.
Well, he went round the wicket,
yep.
Lewis Gregory, after being picked up for 6 off the previous delivery. He went around the wicket, angled the ball in towards Tom Moores, and got his reward with a 5th wicket. And well bowled, Lewis Gregory. And I think Assuming Stuart Broad is in next, we could be in for some more fireworks from these very positive Nottinghamshire batsmen. And Somerset needing just one more wicket now for 3 bowling points. They picked up 2, and Notts 20 runs short of a batting point, which I'm sure they will also have in mind. They'll want to pick up a batting point, and then the priority will be getting Somerset in and getting in amongst the Somerset top order.
So Stuart Broad, his first appearance for Nottinghamshire this year, and it's also, there you go if you like your stats, his 50th first class appearance for Nottinghamshire, having made his debut in 2008. That's quite something, isn't it? 15 years, 50 appearances, obviously away with England for a large chunk of the time. Made his debut for Notts the same day as Luke Fletcher did at the Parks against Oxford University way back when.
I wonder how many cricketers have played more than 3 times as many matches for England as they have for their counties. 161 test matches for England, and just as Dave was saying, this is his 50th for Nottinghamshire, and his first class career 255, so he's still played more test matches for England than for Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire put together.
Yep.
Wrong. Yes, right, yes, more than put together, because that was 96, 95 for Notts and Leicester.
He's 36 years of age now, and his dad is the club president.
I saw that, yeah.
He's coming off the international match referees list, Chris Broad, and has accepted the honorary position of president. First delivery is an absolute beauty. Stuart himself would have enjoyed that one. Just from round the wicket there, Lewis Gregory pitching middle and off, just left of Stuart Broad, just nipped away. 230 for 8. Taken 186 wickets for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, I just heard tractor driver. Somerset.
Yeah, somebody sent a. Oh, I saw a photo that's been nicked, and Broad gets a second ball duck, and now Lewis Gregory has 6, and that is maximum bowling bonus points. Broad in and out quick as a flash, and it's another day when I won't be able to commentate on a Stuart Broad century. Is Stuart Broad batting? No, he isn't anymore. Out second ball, caught Rue, bowled Gregory, and we heard the snick from up here.
It was a fairly aimless shot, that, wasn't it? It was just a sort of wave of the bat in the general direction of the ball, as if he wasn't really that bothered as to how long he stayed there. But he'll be putting his bowling boots on now, will Stuart Broad. Trying to see if I can see where tractor driver is. I heard his stentorian tones. He'll be wearing his maroon Somerset sun hat, I don't doubt.
So Dane Patterson, he is usually here for a good time rather than a long time. If you know what I mean. Patsy says, seeing as Stuart is now known as the Nighthawk, you never know. Whoops, jinxed it. Jacob says, how many games did Stuart Broad play for Leicestershire? I've just taken his stats down, Jacob.
He's played
Yellow Belly, bring on the Nighthawk. Well, I'm afraid he's been and gone.
44, I think, is the answer.
230 for 9. And
well, it might not. No, that's it. But I could tell you actually.
Are you putting it up, or do you want me to? I'm going to say I've got somewhere I can go to in an instant, but don't want to take your eye off the cricket with Lewis Gregory on 6 for 68. A funny feeling, he's had a 6 for here before. He bowls now, and Dane Patterson into the offside, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. Extraordinary stuff from Lewis Gregory. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 68.
Stuart Broad play 27 games for Leicestershire. 27, 161 for England, 5 for England A, 1 for England Lions, 11 for England 11, 1 for the MCC, 15 now for Notts, and the other 27 for Leicestershire. Right, Josh Davey will be bowling from the pavilion end to Brett Hutton. 3 slips, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, deep cover. Davey bowls, and there's a, well, it would have been a very comfortable single to a vacant area on the onside, but clearly Brett Hutton doesn't have much confidence in the batting skills of Mr. Patterson at the other end.
Lewis Gregory, his best against Nottinghamshire is a previous 6 for 68. He's on 6 for 68 now, but he's had 6 for 68 before.
Davey to Hutton. Hutton fences at that outside the off stump, doesn't get a touch, and it goes through to James Rue. Offside field well set back as well. Quite happy to give Brett Hutton a single. Don't know what Dane Patterson is. He averages 12.5. He's got me the highest score of 59. So he's not a complete
That was
rabbit.
in South Africa some time ago, though.
David Hutton. Hutton swings his bat, and the ball runs out to Sean Dixon on the cover boundary. And they take the single, which means that Dane Patterson has 3 deliveries from, or a maximum of 3 deliveries from Josh Davies. Pouring with rain away to the southeast, but that's not the weather, the direction from which the weather is coming. So hopefully that will pass us by. Davey then, Somerset needing 1 wicket to bowl Nottinghamshire out. He's there and bowls, and Patterson shovels that up to Lewis Gregory, who must be very pleased with the turn that events have taken for him here today, as indeed will, I'm sure, all Somerset cricket followers. It's all the problems that he's had with his back injuries. It's good to see him back amongst the wickets. 3 slips go down for Davey to Patterson, who makes room for himself and lofts it over the top of mid-on for 4 runs. Just came down the pitch outside leg stump in the manner of a 20 over cricketer. He's cleared his front leg and timed it beautifully over the top of mid-on. 4 runs, 235 for 9.
You can give it a wallop, but thus far in Nottinghamshire colours we've not seen it last more than the odd stroke of defiance. Generally hit one, miss one, or hit one and then hit another one straight up in the air.
Davey to Patterson, who tries his best to get a nick on that, but fails to do so. It's the end of the over. Not still 15 runs short of a batting point, and you would have thought that Stephen Mullaney would have said to Patterson, just keep your end up.
No, it's this has been discussed on many an occasion, and it's futile even wasting the words. And I feel for Brett Hutton here, because he can't do right from wrong, because Dane will be saying, just get me on strike and I'll do it. A couple of 6s and we'll get there. Leave it to me. But Brett's instinct will be saying, I really should be trying to farm the strike here if I can. Somerset just really sticking with the field that's got them into this position. We sometimes see with a number 11 out there, we see, as we did at the Ageas Bowl last week, everybody out on the fence just trying to make sure they bowl at the number 11, not give any runs away. Brett's got after that one and pulled it away onto the leg side, and they can run 1, 2 or 3 here, depends what they want. They've run a couple, and they'll settle for 2, so that's fine. Pulled away, not out of the sweet spot of the bat. It almost plugged out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 2 more to Nottinghamshire and to Brett Hutton. Both batters are on 4, 237 for 9, and Gregory 6 for 70. His 17th over. Bowling to Brett Hutton. In comes Gregory, and nicely defended by the works up man.
That's just typical of the last 2 deliveries of the way Lewis Gregory's been bowling. The first ball of the over was a gentle, shoulder length ball on leg stump, which could easily have been hit for 6. And then the second one is 2 yards quicker, pitched right up, and might easily have brought a wicket. Just needs to be on it from the first ball of each over rather than the second, which is harsh criticism for someone who's taken 6 for 70.
See what happens with the third ball. Brett Hutton keeps this one from hitting his stumps. That's just about all you can say for it. Just managed to block it. 237 for 9. Wasn't able to locate exactly when Lewis Gregory's 6 for against Notts was. We'll try and find it when we have a moment or two. 237 for 9. He'll be looking for uncharted territory here if he can get a 7th wicket. And he'll fancy his chances as Brett Hutton carves this one to deep backward point. The 4th ball of the over takes the single. Now, everything you know about batting with the number 11 here should lead you to believe that Dane Patterson will be encouraged to either leave or block the next 2 deliveries. But if it's in his arc, he will be looking to give it the full treatment. So Lewis Gregory, he might get a wicket or he might disappear out of the ground. Can hit a long ball if it's in his arc. Gregory bowls, and well, no, he's restrained himself with that one. 238 for 9. Lovable character, played a bit of cricket for Western Province back in South Africa over the winter period. He's closing in on his 500th first-class wicket as well. That'll be something to look out for when Notts have a bowl. 238 for 9. He's on 4. Final ball of the over. Gregory to Patterson, and I think it thudded into the pad, but must have been sliding down. End of the over. 69 overs have gone. 238 for 9. The board says 27 overs to go. So if we do have a change of innings, which is likely, he'll, well, as it stands now, we'd have 24 overs to go if a wicket went in this over. And it's 20 past 5 already. Craig Overton coming back into the attack just to see if he can polish off this innings. I don't think, well, I think fairly certain he's not bowled from the pavilion end all day, but he's going to have a bowl from the far end right now.
He is 1 for 32 and 14, and he was the one who made the breakthrough. He was the one who got Ben Duckett LBW when it looked as if Nottinghamshire were going to run away with today's play. Overton then in to bowl to Hutton. He's there and bowls. Hutton swings and misses, and it's it's not taken cleanly by James Rue, retrieved by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. They thought about taking a bye. There was a bye available, but they decided in the end that Brett Hutton should keep strike.
Field that's neither one thing nor the other. They're looking to stop 2, aren't they? They've got 6 of them out, but looking to stop 2. They're more than happy to let Brett Hutton have 1, so Overton can have a bowl at Patterson.
Overton from the pavilion end in and bowls. Comes back quite sharply from outside the off stump to Brett Hutton, who plays it solidly. All of the rain-bearing cloud is passing us to the east, which is good news. No sign of any ground staff. We've obviously got a reliable weather radar weather app. Overton bowls. There's a wild swing from Brett Hutton, who took a stride down the pitch at Craig Overton, who won't appreciate that.
Yahoo!
Yeah. I think we might see the next one just dug in a bit.
So where are we? We've had 3 deliveries. He took a single from the 4th ball of the previous over.
We've seen very little short stuff today, have we?
No, not really, no.
Here's Overton then. Comes rocking in. He's there. Bowls, and this is driven back to him and well fielded by the bowler, because that was hit quite hard by Brett Hutton. Not taken cleanly by Craig Overton, but did more than enough to stop the ball. He's just giving Brett Hutton a look.
See on the back of his shirt there, C. Overton. You'd think with Jamie now, sorry, it wouldn't be the necessity.
No, strange, isn't it? And it's not an old shirt either.
No.
Overton bowls, and this is calmly turned into the onside for a single by Brett Hutton, which means that Dane Patterson has 2 deliveries to get through.
No, only one.
Oh, it did, only one. Yeah. It took a little bit of time to click over. It's a very, very prompt scoreboard, the Batman scoreboard. Runs are up on the board almost in the instant that they're scored. Last ball of the over, Overton to Patterson, who pushes this into the offside and
Taking
takes
a single.
I suppose that's just instinct taking over from tactics. 240 for 9 at the end of that over. Notts just need another 10 for a batting point, but it does mean that Dane Patterson will be exposed to Lewis Gregory.
That won't worry him at all. You saw the way he scampered down the other end. He'll be saying, leave it to me. 6 and a 4 and we're there. Leave it to me. Confident young man. Lovely fella.
He's not so young though, is he?
No, he's early 30s, yeah.
34.
He's young to me.
34.
In his 3rd season with Notts, more than 50 county championship wickets each of his 2 seasons. Lewis Gregory to bowl to Dane Patterson, carves it through the offside for at least a couple. Should be cut off. It has been cut off. Yep, they'll come back for 2.
Brilliant piece of fielding. Combined effort between Lemmonby and Dixon. Lemmonby flicking it back full pitch to Dixon.
Just got to be wary, I think, getting very close to that rope, because it's not too far away from the wall. There's not a lot of giving in those concrete blocks, or the structure, the bricks of the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand there. 242 for 9. Next delivery to Patterson is a bouncer. It's a no ball, in fact, so that's 2 more to the Nottinghamshire total. 244 for 9, so they're 1 mighty blow away from a first batting point of the season.
I did say it's been a curate's egg spell, this day's bowling from Lewis Gregory. Some good in parts, but some pretty rotten in parts as well.
Look in the scorebook, as they say. 6 for 75 at the moment. Here he comes. To bowl to Dane Patterson, and he's lifted this one up down the ground. Won't go all the way for 6, but it will go for 4. Couple of bouncers over the ropes. Nice sweet pickup. 248 for 9, and now we get to that little bit of time where you think, oh, now they're going to do it, and it's the hope that kills you and all the rest of it. Crikey me, we've just seen the replay of that Lammonby fielding on the rope there on the live stream, and it's a good job he didn't go any harder into the wall. Could have hurt himself quite nastily.
I think discretion should have been the better part of valour there.
Saved a couple of runs, but
it could have been high cost.
You only run into a brick wall once, I think, in my experience.
Come on, Lewis. Took 2 wickets in the last Warwickshire.
Gregory to bowl to Patterson. Notts need 2. Always push this back to the bowler. Patterson on 11.
He took 2 wickets in the 110th over down at Taunton on Saturday to deny Warwickshire a batting point, or an extra batting point. They've only got 3. But
there's absolutely no need to be like that. We've been as cordial a host as you could wish to have today.
I won't begrudge Nottinghamshire a batting point. They've played very attractive, positive cricket today.
Gregory to Pato, who's gone to lever this out of the ground towards those retirement apartments. Open brackets, unfinished close brackets. But he just succeeded really in hitting it into his left instep. No run.
Jack Leach sent back to the mid-wicket boundary in response to that last shot from Dane Patterson.
So a little bit of Leach either side of lunch, but Ben Duckett was determined to take him down. Next ball is going to bring Notts at least the 2 they require. I'm not sure what it came off, if anything. David Milnes is going to signal something, but Notts have got a batting point. Their first of the season. Is it going to be a bye or a leg bye? It's going to be a bye, so thank you, Mr. Rue, for your generosity in assisting Notts to their first batting point of the season after a blank last week at the Ageas Bowl. 250 for 9. Yeah, sometimes a swish and a miss can be very beneficial, and that's what happened there. Gregory in to Patterson, and he's wafted at that one without getting anything on it. End of the 71st over, and Lewis Gregory 18 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 79.
Yes, his economy rate not great, 4.4, but he's got the wickets. And we've still got plenty of overs in the day's play. 25 to be bowled, 2 for the change of innings. We'll lose 1 for the, even if Overton takes a wicket with the first ball of the next over. So as things stand, if a wicket falls in the next over, Somerset will have 22 overs to get through, light permitting, which is quite a daunting prospect.
Yeah, 5:30 now.
Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton. Overton in and bowls and beats the outside edge of Brett Hutton. Good carry through to James Rue. James Rue, I'm sure, has grown at least an inch during the course of his winter in Australia, playing for North Sydney. He's really grown up.
Great experience for a youngster.
Here's Overton in and bowls to Hutton, who plays a wild swing at that, absolutely nowhere near the ball at all. Just goes through low to James Rue, and I think Hutton has decided that now the batting point has been secured, he's got licence to hit.
Licence to thrill. He's 6 not out.
Overton in and bowls, and having said that, he just drops that into the offside. Intelligent piece of batting, and picks up a comfortable single. 251 for 9. Moves on to 7, being outscored by Dane Patterson at the moment. Field just brought in a little bit for Patterson.
This could go anywhere if he hits it.
Overton in and bowls, and that nearly bowls in. Patterson down on one knee. Craig Overton with his both hands on his head. Really could not have missed by very much, that, judging by the reaction of both batsman and bowler.
251 for 9. And now they go out again. I don't necessarily understand why, but there we go.
They want him to take a single, I suppose. So Oh my goodness me! This is an appeal for a catch behind again. That missed.
And umpire Patterson tapped his leg. I don't know if you saw that. Craig Overton's appealing for a caught behind, and umpire Patterson tapped his knee, just showing exactly where it hit.
Didn't miss the off stump.
Yeah. Didn't hit it, Craig. It hit here. Be another update for Radio Nottingham. Can't be another half an hour's flown by that quickly.
There's Overton. In and bowls.
He's missed it.
Backs away, plays an almighty swipe. There's lots of smiles out there. It's been played in a very good spirit, this game. And Craig Overton ruining his luck. Here we go.
Well, they've got a batting bonus point. Their first of the season, didn't get any last week at Hampshire. They're 251, but for 9 now. 9 wickets. Lewis Gregory, Trent Rockets supporters will know him as their captain. He's returned to Trent Bridge with ball in hand here. He's got 6 for 79 at the moment. He's done most of the damage, and that's after Hamid and Duckett put 125 on for the first wicket. Not a lot in the Nottinghamshire middle order really to write home about. We're watching an entertaining last wicket partnership now between Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton. Nottinghamshire 251 for 9.
So Brett Hutton collided with Lewis Gregory. Lewis Gregory wasn't looking, and Brett Hutton sort of ran into him and ended up turning a somersault in mid-pitch. And it was completely unintentional. We're having a good laugh about it now, and no harm is done to either batsman or bowler. I
think BBC Radio Nottingham listeners to the 5:30 news had a blast of Anthony there going, oh no! 252 is the score. Yes, it's usually fun and frolics when Patterson's involved. 3 slips, field being brought into him now, which is interesting because he will, if he gets hold of it, hit it in the air and try and hit it as far as he can. Gregory trying not to land it in his arc, but he has done, and it's cut away for 4 by Dane Patterson. Useful runs for the number 11. Moves on to 15, 256 for 9. And Dane Patterson on to 15. He's got more than Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Liam Patterson-White, Stuart Broad, and he's matched Ben Slater, his joint 4th top scorer in the innings. Says a lot from number 11 in the order. Somerset have roared back into this after Notts convincingly won the first session. 106 without loss when they went off for an early lunch at 10-1. Here's Gregory, 3rd ball of the over to Patterson. Backed away but kept the bat nicely in line with the stumps and defended it. It remains 256 for 9.
Somerset have come back well into it, but I still think 256 on the board on this pitch with the attack that Nottinghamshire have got is a pretty strong position. I think Notts would probably have settled for this when Stephen Mullaney lost the toss this morning.
13 wickets have gone down at Chelmsford today. Lancashire 207 all out. Essex 31 for 3. Next delivery from Gregory. I thought for all the world that one had bowled him. Not entirely sure what stopped it from hitting the stumps, but he played it with the bat and he's thrown it to the fielder who wasn't looking. Is that the skipper? 256 for 9.
That's Jack Leach. That's the skipper clapping his hands.
They're off for rain at Edgbaston, which usually blows this way about an hour later, but I don't need to worry about that too much. Next one is carved away in the air out to deep backward point, should be taken, and it is, and it's a 7th wicket for Lewis Gregory, and Dane Patterson has gone for 15, caught on the deep point boundary. 256 all out. Patterson's fun ends with a very fine catch in the deep, but it's Gregory who is going to lead them off. 7 for 84, Notts 256 all out.
And I think that was Sean Dixon.
It's Dixon gone up on the scoreboard, Adrian, yeah.
Sean Dixon taking
Anthony,
a
well-judged
catch. So, 256 all out. Nottinghamshire, I think, ahead, bearing in mind they were put in this morning by Tom Abel. Pitch is just doing a little bit. It's done more this afternoon than it did this morning for the quicker bowlers. Somerset have bowled much better this afternoon than they did this morning as well. And it means that Lewis Gregory finishes with 7 wickets.
Yeah.
7-4.
I think it was 84. It's up there now, look.
Yeah. 18.5 overs, 1 maiden, 7 for 84. Well bowled, Lewis Gregory. And a good comeback by Somerset after disappointing morning when they didn't really have the run of the green, as well as not bowling as well as they can do. And those are Lewis Gregory's best figures in first class cricket, eclipsing 6 for 32.
A couple of wickets for Peter Siddle, 1 for Craig Overton, who bowled 3 overs early on and then had to go off. Didn't bowl again in the morning session. Wondered how big a loss he would be for Somerset, but he came back and bowled really nicely in the session and a bit we've had since then. And really the passages where Overton and Peter Siddle were bowling together really got Somerset back into it, because runs were hard to come by. Lewis Gregory's got the 7 wickets, but he owes a little bit, I think, to the other two. Siddle 2 for 37, Overton 1 for 35. It's just gone off the board. But I thought it was the passage of play straight after lunch. Overton and Siddle tightened things up a little bit. Leach finished an over and then had 1 more, and then he came out. Siddle took over and just really wrested back the initiative, and then Overton got rid of Duckett. It was 125 for 1 at that stage. Seabermead went on, got to his half century, but we just look at the numbers: 75, 65, and then after then 15, 8, 0, 12, 32 from Tom Moores with a couple of sixes, 7, 0, and 15 the players dismissed. Stuart Broad's out there already with the headband on, loosening up, and it's going to be an interesting little passage of play in the time we've got remaining this evening. We'll have a little comfort break. We'll leave you'll be able to watch the live stream and hear the noise, and we'll be back with you in around about 5 minutes time. And welcome back to Trent Bridge. The 10-minute changeover has just about been completed. The umpires David Milnes and Michael Burns are out there in the middle. Nottinghamshire having a bit of a huddle. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, drawing his players all around him, and as they break up we can see the white headband of Stuart Broad, most prominent and from a distance instantly recognisable figure. Looks as if he's going to be opening the bowling. The Somerset opening duo on their way out, Tom Lammonby and Sean Dixon, will be with us in a moment, and we'll be underway for the last session, the last act of day one. Nottinghamshire all out for 256, career best 7 for 84 for Lewis Gregory, 75 for Ben Duckett and 65 for Hasiba Mead for Notts. This game's moving on nicely, and if we get these overs in this evening, a chance for it to move on even further, I guess.
Absolutely. Very, very critical mini session from the point of view of both sides. If Nottinghamshire can pick up a couple of wickets this evening, get in amongst the Somerset top order, we'll be in a strong position. If Somerset can get through this awkward period of play, then they'll feel they've justified their captain's decision to ask Nottinghamshire to bat this morning. But I think Nottinghamshire would probably have settled for 256 on this pitch today.
Lammonby's going to take strike, Anthony, the left-hander, and there are a quartet of catchers ready for him.
There are indeed. Joe Clark at first slip. Here comes Stuart Broad then, bowling to the left-handed. Lammonby is in and bowls down the leg side, and good take by Tom Morris.
Yeah, it's Clark, Duckett, Hutton and James, the four slips. Liam Patterson-White at point, Dane Patterson at mid-off, skipper Stephen Mullaney at mid-on. Got Ben Slater under the lid and Hasiba Mead down below us at long leg.
Tom Lammonby batted very well on Sunday for Somerset, making 65 not out. Broad in and bowls. One appeal for LBW, but I think he got his pad outside the line of off stump. That was my instinct. I'm just going to say Stuart Broad looking just a little bit stiff.
Well, the second ball of the summer brought a fairly vociferous appeal in the direction of umpire Burns. Didn't appear to have that much going for it, but always nice to let out a throaty roar to begin with.
Stuart Broad, familiar tall figure, those extraordinary long legs that he's got. Here he comes in and bowls to Lammonby, who plays a solid forward defensive shot to that, accompanied by much applause from the Nottinghamshire slips for that delivery from Stuart Broad.
Dad now, Stuart and his partner Molly, baby daughter in the close season.
Lots of encouragement for Stuart Broad. Another 20 overs for Somerset to get through, light permitting. After this one, Broad to Lammonby, outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. Broad just taking a little bit of time to get warmed up. He won't have played since his last Test match for England, which was
in New Zealand in February.
Did he play both Tests? Or
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Won one and lost one, didn't they?
That's right. Thrilling finish to the second one. Broad in and bowls. Oh, and Lammonby plays and misses at that. Rather a aimless sort of dab at the ball outside the off stump, caught in two minds as to whether to play it or not.
Dane Patterson generally seems to prefer bowling from the pavilion end, and also seems to prefer coming on as first change, so I'm presuming it'll be Brett Hutton from this end. Find out in a moment.
Last ball of the first over. Not so many people here now. It's a chilly afternoon.
Yeah.
Broad in bowls to Lammonby, who whips him away through square leg, and Hamid makes a stop. Not the cleanest of stops, but he prevents the boundary. They take 2 runs. Somerset are underway. Lammonby on 2, and Stuart Broad's first over just gone for those 2 runs, and he looked in that over as if he needs a few overs under his belt. Stuart Broad is just not moving quite as freely as we're accustomed to seeing.
This is going to be Brett Hutton. I've got written down here amongst the plethora of notes, not the most telling statistic of all time, but Brett Hutton has bowled 3,999 deliveries at Trent Bridge in first class cricket, so this will be his 4,000th delivery. So if he gets a wicket, it will be worth having that little stat to hand, but otherwise it will pass by fairly unceremoniously. 30 years of age now, Brett. Doncaster born, but very much a Nottinghamshire man. Nearest hospital just over the border in Doncaster. There he goes, right arm medium pacer to bowl that 4,000th wicket, and well, it came and went, and
wasn't the most
it wasn't
distinguished
the best.
in those 4,000. Sean Dixon needs some runs. He scored 5 in the first innings against Warwickshire and didn't break his duck in the second. He's been brought in to bring some stability to the Somerset top order.
There's Brett Hutton to bowl to him, and he defends. Talked about him this morning. Former Kent and Durham man, South African born, was the one mentioned this morning who will be the last ever to be given out handled the ball in 2016 at against Leicestershire. He handled the ball, and you can't be out in that manner anymore. Well, you can be out, but it's called obstructed the field. This is wide of the off stump and driven into the offside to LPW, who is the ball polisher. If
wouldn't it look very clever if he got an edge to that, would it?
No, played a long way away from his body, but if you are wondering where the ball is, it's generally in the hands of Liam Patterson-White, and he'll be polishing it. He's an obsessive, and very quickly those clean cream flannels he's got on will be smeared with red as Hutton bowls to Dixon. Leaves it alone. Great powers of concentration. First class 100 in his Kent days, and there's not many can say that.
Yes. He averages just under 35 in first class cricket. He averaged 35.4 for Kent and 35.6 for Durham.
Here's Hutton to bowl to Sean Dixon. Defends this one, plays it down into the ground off the bottom of the bat, and it runs safely to Lyndon James. Could have gone anywhere.
Averages 2.5 for Somerset so far.
Not sure where you would regard his UK home as if you begin at Kent and then move to Durham and then end up at Taunton. Bit of a detour, isn't it, from Canterbury to Taunton. Wide of the off stump via Durham. This goes through to the keeper, and Brett Hutton begins with a maiden. It's 2 without loss. We've got 19 overs left. Notts bowled out for 256. Somerset's over 8 at the end of that innings, -1. So I think that's pretty much okay in the first innings of a match, and they'll sort that out.
I don't know exactly where Sean Dixon lives, but it's in the south of England, which is why he moved south from Durham.
Yeah, it's a long way from anywhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chesterley Street.
There's not much to see when you get there either.
No. There's no truth in the rumour he wanted to get away from Martin Emerson.
Yeah, no.
Purely
Sean
for
Martin isn't either.
Purely for cricketing reasons. His spies will tell him, even if he's not listening.
Here comes Stuart Broad for his second over. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs from the slip cordon as that passed 6 inches outside Tom Lammonby's off stump. He's another batsman, Tom Lammonby, who likes to wander around. He'll play a shot or not play a shot, wander away towards the square leg umpire, taking this off stump guard that I don't much like. Batting just outside his crease as Broad is in and bowls. Oh, and this false shot from Lammonby gets a leading edge. Fortunately for him, it goes all along the ground out into the covers.
Had quite a good day so far, Durham. They're at home against Worcestershire. They're currently 308 for 5, a century for David Beddingham. He's now out for 118, and Alex Lees, recent England discard, out for 70. Of course, it was Lees who had the shirt, and now Ben Duckett has found himself as the opening partner for Zach Crawley.
Broad to Lammonby, and he's dropped by Tom Moores. Moores going in front of first slip. It would have been a comfortable catch to Joe Clark at first slip. Moores decided that to intervene and got plenty of glove on it, but couldn't hold on, and Tom Lammonby has a life. Just watching the replay, right across in front of first slip.
It was Tom's, actually. It was. You know, he was quite right. Yeah, he was quite right to go for it.
I think it would have carried.
Well, it would have carried, but if your keeper's not going to go for those, he's not going to go for any. He hardly had to move.
Broad in and bowls, and Lammonby this time in behind that. I don't know. I think he was well in front of first slip when he took that, or didn't take it. But anyway, it was a catch that you would expect to see taken 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
I think we can agree on that. Stuart Broad will not be best pleased. No run was taken. Score remains on 2 without loss. Should be 2 for 1. Broad bowls, and Lammonby gets on top of a ball that bounces and plays it down nicely into the offside. Bounces more than some have done on this pitch, but hasn't been much in the way of inconsistent bounces. It's a good cricket pitch. This is offering a little bit to the quicker bowlers, but coming on nicely for the batsman, as Ben Duckett demonstrated in that buccaneering innings of 75 earlier on in the day. Broad to Lammonby. Lammonby playing round his front pad, but gets the middle of the bat on the ball, and he survives that examination from Stuart Broad. And here come the ground staff with a tamper. I think they're going to try and fix the footholds at this Radcliffe Road end. Brett Hutton has obviously called them on. It was this end that Craig Overton had the problems with his foothold, and Lewis Gregory.
Thanks to all the recent correspondence, including Adrian Thomas. Dave, Sean Dixon first played in the UK as a youngster for Clevedon Cricket in North Somerset. His wife is a West Country girl. Durham didn't want to lose him, but Dixon wanted to come back to live in the West Country. Thanks for that, Adrian. The Sheffield Outlaw, Notts bowled out just as we arrived back in Sheffield after a good day at Trent Bridge. Enjoyed the comms in the car from Dave and Anthony. Joe's happy, met lots of players, and we'll be back on Sunday. Hopefully the game's going on. Outlaw Chris, hello Chris. Back home, Dave, watching on the tablet now. It's a bit warmer at home, sorry I didn't see you this morning. Catch you soon. Thank you very much, Chris, one of our regulars, as Brett Hutton bowls nice and full, and this one dug out by Sean Dixon. We're not far away from Crucible fortnight. Chalk your cue, Sean, right at the bottom of his bat. Mike Brown, who's on the ground, our Guernsey correspondent, who's made the journey up for this one. At 11 a.m, would I have taken that? Yes. Had you asked me again after our opening stand, the answer would have been no. Our middle order has to do better if we're to compete in this division. Thanks for that, Mike. Stuart Broad just showing the ball to the umpire, who gives it back to him. Thanks to everybody that's been in touch at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, very, very kind of you, everybody that's been in touch today. Brett Hutton bowls, and that's hit him on the pad, and they're asking a given. Sean Dixon's gone for naught, wandering across his sticks, trying to heave it towards mid-wicket. He's been hit by Brett Hutton full on the pads and given out. We're not in line, but Dixon risked life and limb there, wandering across his sticks and then playing across the line, and he's paid the penalty, and it is 2 for 1, and it's not Lammonby that's scored yet. It's not Lammonby that's gone. He was dropped in the last over, but it's Dixon, LBW, Brett Hutton, Somerset 2 for 1.
Well, I don't know about bringing some stability to the top order. That was a poor shot from Sean Dixon. When he played the shot and there was the appeal, I was expecting it to be given not out, on the basis that he wouldn't have played that shot if he wasn't reasonably confident it was going down the leg side. But it wasn't going down the leg side, it was on the line of middle and leg stump, and that's 2 successive blobs for Sean Dixon. And well, it's too early to be questioning the decision to sign him from Durham, but he certainly hasn't done much to reinforce the wisdom of that decision.
What have we got now? Cameron Bancroft is coming in ahead of Tom Abel. I think that's probably right, isn't it? We just got Abel written down as 3 on our, or typed down on our scorecards as number 3. Cameron Bancroft. Just been doing an update for Radio Nottingham. Last played against Notts 2017 at Bristol, when Luke Fletcher thought he'd got him first ball of the match, given not out, and then got him first ball of the second innings. But the last time I actually saw him, mentioned it this morning, he was the Durham skipper at Grantham in 2020. He went out, tossed up with Stephen Mullaney, and then it rained all day. So Cameron Bancroft is out there. Shadows lengthening. It's good that we've got shadows, because they're coming from the sunlight at the moment rather than the floodlights. This one into the thigh pad. That, by the way, was Brett Hutton's 249th first class wicket, so we're on Hutton watch as well with regards to the milestones. 2 for 1. Decent start this with the ball for Notts. Here is another update for Radio Nottingham. Yeah, they've just clawed a little bit of Somerset's initiative back here. And LBW Shad, I'm just watching, turned down. But a moment or two ago, Brett Hutton dismissed the Somerset opener, Sean Dixon, for naught, getting him at LBW. Notts all out for 256. It was everything going rosy for Notts at the start of the day, when Hamid and Duckett, both past 50, put 125 on, but not much after them. All out for 256, with Lewis Gregory taking 7 wickets for the visitors. Now Sean Dixon's gone. In reply to that 256, Somerset a 2 for 1.
Ooh, blimey. Could have been 2 for 2.
Here is Hutton. Again, driven away handsomely by Bancroft for 4 through the offside. You had a good look at the replay, Adrian, just while I was doing that bit for Radio Nottingham. Was it in the vicinity?
It certainly was. But Brett Hutton, I think, asked umpire Milnes as he was walking back why he'd given it not out. And whatever the answer was, Brett Hutton sort of nodded in acknowledgement, and there didn't seem to be any sort of petulant reaction at all. So maybe he got an inside edge, I don't know. But if he didn't, it was very close.
Nice comeback from Bancroft from the ball after. Is Hutton bowling to the Australian Test batter. End of an eventful over. 4 overs have gone 6 for 1. Matt Trigg says, Dave, I managed to finish work, got into Trent Bridge just in time to see the final ball of the Notts innings. So is it my fault? No, it's not, Matt. It's not. But it's a shame you didn't see more of the cricket. But it's people like you that keep the wheels of industry turning, Matt. Hope you get a decent last hour or so. 17 overs to go here at Trent Bridge if we get them all in, and the sun is shining, Adrian. The sun is shining.
The Australians due to announce their squad for the first 2 England Test matches and the India Test shortly. Here's Broad in and bowls, and that's defended by Lammonby.
Are you thinking about Bancroft?
Yeah.
That's your reason for looking?
Yeah, he's in contention.
Yeah.
I gather it depends a bit on whether they play David Warner, who of course is Stuart Broad's rabbit.
They've got to play Warner, haven't they, just for the pure theatre of it?
Yeah. But anyway, it's an important game, or could be important, for Bancroft in context of his Test career. And this is played back to the bowler by Tom Lammonby, fielded by Stuart Broad.
Yeah, if he turns this into a stylish 150 with Stuart Broad in the opposition ranks, it will get the headlines, won't it? If Broad bowls him neck and crop, then likewise it'll make one or two ripples.
6 for 1, another 16 overs after this one for Somerset to get through, and with the weather as it is, they probably are going to have to get through all 16. And again, Lammonby plays that well, gets on top of the bounce.
Are you loose? Are you good for another hour?
Well, I think so. And saying this, if the sun stays out, then
tell you what, after doing football all across the winter, the suddenness of 8, 9, 10, 11 hour days at the cricket hit me last week. Crikey. End of the day, you're ready for a little bit of rehydration.
Absolutely.
These football commentators, I mean, they have it easy, don't they? 90 minutes.
It's Broad in and bowls, and outside the off stump, no shot from Lammonby. Yeah, except, you know, that my colleagues on BBC Radio Bristol Sport, you know, have to drive to Hartlepool, let's say, for an evening game. And they get away at about 10:30, and then they've got to drive however many hours back it is. It's a very long evening.
Yes, it's not all glamour, this showbiz industry that we find ourselves in, he says, tongue-in-cheek.
Broad to Lammonby, outside the off stump, but again, oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Batsmen haven't changed ends yet.
No. You'd have thought he'd have got a sponsor on that headband by now, wouldn't you, Broad? Or a little logo on there or something. Yeah. Chanderpaul made a nice killing out of those strips that he had under his eyes. He certainly won't want to be still playing in this match at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Stuart Broad with Forest playing Man United just behind us.
He's in bowls to Lammonby down the leg side, and a good take this time by Tom Moores, rolling over to take the ball low down, well outside the leg stump. Stuart Broad's third over, 2 of them have been maidens, just the 2 runs he has conceded. Somerset 6 for 1. Those 2 runs were scored by Tom Lammonby, who was dropped by Tom Moores in Stuart Broad's second over. At the other end, Cameron Bancroft has 4. The man out, if you're just joining us, is Sean Dixon for his second successive duck LBW, plum LBW to Brett Hutton.
And here is the very same Brett Hutton, bowls nice and full to Cameron Bancroft.
It's the second Yorker he's bowled, as Brett Hutton.
So what's Dixon had? 5-0-0?
Yep. Not a great start. But there's no obvious replacement. Unless they, well, I suppose they could move Cameron Bancroft up, but the obvious thing to do, move Bancroft up to
Hutton bowls left alone, goes through to the keeper. Like the look of Bartlett, got a century here the last time Somerset came.
Yes, he's a very good looking batsman. He's a pleasure to watch, but every so often he'll play a really daft shot.
Don't they all?
Well, some more than others.
Brett Hutton again to bowl to Cameron Bancroft off the outside edge, nicely fielded by Lyndon James at third slip, dropping down to his right.
I'd like to see Tom Banton being given a go. He's said that he's really concentrating on red ball cricket this season, wants to get himself back into contention for
as opposed to your other young dasher, Will Smead, who wants nothing to do with red ball cricket, which is a real old shame.
It is a shame.
It's a shame. If you're listening, Will, it's a shame. This is the finest form of the lot. 6 for 1. Somebody sending me a message. Is it Will Smead? Mind your own business, Brace Girdle. No, it's not. Hutton. In again. LBW shout at the back of the leg. Gave all the impression, or the first feeling was that it was going down the leg side, but
that's what you expect from the shot that was played, but we can watch it on the replay. It was going down, but not by much. That would be the umpire's call, that, just clipping the leg stump.
Hutton again. Ball to Bancroft. Oh, and he's had a loose waft at that one, and it's gone away for 4. Let's have a look. Yeah, so there's
Inside
some bat
edge,
involved, inside edge, past the sticks and down to the boundary boards in front of the pavilion for 4. Somerset 10 for 1. Bancroft on to 8. Lammonby has 2, and Brett Hutton threw 3 eventful overs, 1 for 8.
I like the length that Brett Hutton is bowling, keeping it right up to the bat. Getting a little bit of swing on that occasion, which found the inside edge of Bancroft's bat. And, lucky to get away with it, as was the case with Seep Hamid and Ben Duckett this morning. 2 or 3 inside edges, narrowly missing the stumps. Stuart Broad to bowl his 4th over. He's in and bowls, and this comes off the inside edge of Tom Lammonby's bat, down to Hamid at long leg. Has Hamid got, what's he got protruding from under his cap at the back?
Hair.
That's hair, is it? Has he got a mullet then?
No, it's just
long hair.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Let's just have a little look with the binoculars, see if there's a semblance of a... No, you're absolutely right. He's got is it hair or is it a bandana?
I don't know. 11 for 1, and the batsmen have changed ends for the first time. So Stuart Broad is going to be bowling at a right-hander for the first time. Cameron Bancroft, a little bit of extra edge, one would expect. England versus Australia, potentially, in the Test series. Bancroft defends comfortably enough. 3 slips and a gully. Leg slip and a forward short leg. In fact, Hamid is just retreating to more of a backward point, stroke deep gully, presumably for the square cut that Bancroft doesn't keep down. Broad bowls, and this is up into towards the ribs of Bancroft, not bouncing quite as high as that, but well controlled by the Australian.
Looking at David Milnes, it's a long old day for the umpires as well. He's
looking hopefully in the direction of the clouds.
No, he was flexing and bending as if he was getting ready for a bowl, actually, but long days to be on your feet all day.
So an attacking field for Stuart Broad to Cameron Bancroft. And Bancroft is beaten by a really good delivery from Stuart Broad. Bancroft looks bemused, as if he can't quite believe what has just happened to him, but he's survived it not through any particular skill on his part, but good fortune. That ball pitched on off stump and left him at good pace. Beat the outside edge.
Sam Hain has now reached his 100 for Warwickshire.
Second of the season in successive innings. 11 for 1. Broad to Bancroft. Oh, this is sure whether it comes off bat or pad. It's squirted down just wide of second slip, who's gone in pursuit down to the third man boundary below us, and they come back for 2 runs. It was off the bat, didn't carry, but it was an authentic outside edge.
I think he was, in his early years, seen as somebody that would certainly be elevated to the international ranks fairly quickly, wasn't he, Sam Hain? But didn't happen.
No.
Played in the Big Bash this last winter for the first time, expanding his game a little bit in the T20 format.
Broad to Bancroft outside the off stump, no shot from Bancroft, end of the over. 13 for 1, 10 to Bancroft, 3 to Lamb. Yeah, he's a real split personality of a batsman, is Sam Hain, because he's a very effective T20 batsman, and yet he's got this very solid, painstaking, remorseless approach to red ball cricket. He has to be winkled out, doesn't give it away very often. And he was on great form last season, his first 1,000-run season for Warwickshire, and picking up where he left off this season with 200s in successive innings. Here it's 13 for 1. Somerset have another 14 overs to get through this evening.
It'll be Brett Hutton to continue. From this Radcliffe Road end, just the 2 bowlers used so far. That's on the pads of Lammonby, who turns this away behind square for a single. Lammonby will move on to 4, 14 for 1. Bancroft with the other 10 runs. Wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before we see Dane Patterson. Broad's had 4 overs, none for 5. May well be that Dane Patterson might spell him sometime soon, and maybe Broad will have a go at this end when Hutton's finished. This one through to the keeper. Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney provide an alternative right-arm medium pace. Lyndon James a little quicker than Mullaney, and of course Liam Patterson-White is the slow left-arm spinner. Makes so many squads for Nottinghamshire, Brett Hutton, and then finds himself as the unluckily omitted 12th or 13th man. This one squares up Cameron Bancroft, looking to play in the V, but the ball scuttles along the ground to backward point. There's no run. I think that's fielded, yeah, that's Calvin Harrison on as a sub-fielder at backward point, so not sure who's off the field. Let's have a little look. Broad's still out there, Dane Patterson's out there, Mead and Slater, Clark and Duckett. This one down the leg side. It's a skipper out there. I can't see Stephen Mullaney.
No, I think he's the one who's missing it. Strange approach that Brett Hutton has. He almost turns his right shoulder towards the batsman as he's running in, as if he was going to bowl left arm medium pace.
Liam Patterson-White's in as a leg slip. Hutton to bowl to Bancroft, worked it away on the leg side. That's a good stop by Ben Slater under the lid at short leg. Would have been 2, 3 or 4 had Slater not stopped that one. Just depends if it had all the strength to go right out to the rope. There's not a lot else the other side of Ben Slater. Stephen Mullaney's on the boundary edge now, just come out of the pavilion, so just a quick comfort break for the skipper, no doubt, as Hutton bowls once more. Again, nice and full. Brett Hutton's slipped over in his follow-through. It's worked away down to long leg, fielded by Dane Patterson. Went a tumbling there, did Brett. He's okay. Don't think he made any damage on the length. Mullaney's back, Calvin Harrison trots off, 15 for 1 at the end of the over, and it is going to be Dane Patterson. Yeah, I think pretty much see that about to happen. So the South African picked up 3 wickets at the Ageas Bowl last week. He played an entertaining little knock right at the back end of the Nottinghamshire innings, a bright and breezy 15, as is usually his way. He's going to get a bowl from the pavilion end.
Stuart Broad, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. It's Patterson into Bancroft. Ooh. Bancroft just pulled his bat inside the line of that at the last moment. Good ball from Dane Patterson, opening up right on the money. Just fractionally short of a good length on off stump, leaving the right-hander.
Yeah, a little bit skiddy, and as you say, it gets them to leave the right-hander, and then that's that one that just violently jags back and removes the off stump.
It's in again, bowls outside the off stump to Bancroft. That was the one that comes back into the right-handed, but starting too wide. Just the 3 slips, no short leg for Dane Patterson. What does he bowl at? Sort of 80-ish?
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah. It's the one that just comes back and suddenly embarrasses a lot of batters. I think they've got him worked out.
He's into Bancroft now, and Bancroft defends out into the offside. 3 slips, Joe Clark, Ben Duckett and Brett Hutton.
Would have come in 2020, but for COVID, came in 2021, and in many ways, he, in terms of wicket taking, he was second behind Luke Fletcher, who had the season of his career. Luke Fletcher in 2021, but Patterson still got over 50 wickets, and he was the top wicket taker last season.
Bowls now outside the off stump to Bancroft. Hasn't quite got his line right yet. Dane Patterson. Fewer clouds in the sky now than at any other time during the day.
Yeah, quite pleasant, isn't it, right now?
As the clock ticks round to 20 past 6, and we've still got another 12 overs to go. It's going to be a late one, this one. We've had, how many interruptions did we have? 3, I suppose, wasn't it? An early lunch. Break in the afternoon, as this is edged down past 3rd slip. It wasn't in the air, and it's gone for 4 down to 3rd man. Played with soft hands by Cameron Bancroft. He moves on to 4th. 19 for 1 here. We had an early lunch, an early tea, and about a 20-minute break in the afternoon.
Yeah. Just looking at a Seba Mead at backward point, Anthony, you can see his fingers. They're all taped up. You see the white tape there. He's had a bit of finger trouble over the years. He's folded his arms now, so you can't see. But
does he bat with his hands low then?
A little bit, yeah. But see, they're all taped up, every one of them.
Patterson in and bowls to Bancroft, who drives that nicely, but it's well cut off at mid-on by Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, and that's the end of the over. Patterson's first over, it went for 4 runs. 4 off the edge down to 3rd man. 19 for 1 Somerset, 4 to Lammonby and 15 to Bancroft.
Still going to be Brett Hutton to continue. He's only had 4 overs. Broad's first bowl of the summer, also worth 4 overs.
He looked a bit stiff, Stuart Broad, didn't he? He was just sort of cranking himself up.
Interesting to see how many matches he plays before the international fixtures come around. I'm sure he'll want to play next week at
4, isn't it 4 that is
down the leg side. Lammonby has a bit of a swish at this.
I seem to remember reading 4 out of the 6.
They say a lot of things. Depends how much bowling he gets in, of course, whether there's a match that's completely washed away or something, or there's a match where, due to the closeness of it, he has to bowl a lot of overs. But I'm sure he'll want to play at Lord's next week. I'm sure most of them will. 19 for 1. Hutton bowls and claiming, and it got him. It's gone through to Tom Moores. I wasn't sure if it was pad or bat. It went through to Moores, but just clarification, I think it's caught behind.
Disappointed.
And that is Brett Hutton's 250th first-class wicket. He's walking off shaking his head, Tom Lammonby there. Might just be disappointment, or he might feel he's not got...
I think that was pad.
Yeah, that's why he's given him, and I think it did go actually through to Tom Moores on the full, which is what... Let's say it threw me. I thought it was LBW. In fact, yeah, on the board, look, they've given Court Moores bowled Hutton.
Yeah.
I might have to just confirm that with the umpires, but Lammonby's gone, and Brett Hutton's 250th first-class wicket is Tom Lammonby, and Somerset are 19 for 2.
Oh well, that's the way it goes sometimes. I don't think it would have been LBW. I think it would have been too high, probably, and maybe just flicked him outside the line of the off stump. No sign of a night watchman. Tom Abel coming in for his first innings of the new season. Happy smiling photograph of him on the Batman scoreboard. Let's hope that he's still smiling at the close of play. It's been an uncertain start by Somerset. Poor shot from Sean Dixon, and maybe a bit of bad luck for Tom Lammonby. But he's gone. Stuart Broad just having a chat with David Milnes.
So Notts made 256. Somerset in need of a partnership. What have we got? 11 overs after this one. Yeah, I suspect it's a little earlier than most counties generally go with a night watchman. Here's Hutton then to bowl to Tom Abel. Ooh, almost a wide. Very, very wide delivery. First up from Hutton to Abel. 19 for 2. Tom Abel's first innings of the summer.
He's played a couple of second 11 innings, and I didn't see either, obviously, but by all accounts, it's been in reasonable nick. Scored over 1,000 runs in Championship last season for the first time.
There's Hutton to bowl to him. Some full, worked away past Slater at short leg. Should be a couple of runs out there. Dane Patterson doing the fielding. So this game moving on. We've had 12 wickets go down here at Trent Bridge, and still 11 overs to go. There's been plenty of wickets fallen elsewhere. Essex 78 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 207 all out. Northants 97 for 3, replying to Middlesex's 149. Hampshire all out now at the Oval for 254. Surrey 14 without loss. Next one to Abel, works it up to mid-on, no run. Warwickshire 322 for 3, that's the exception. Only 3 wickets have gone down at Edgbaston. Division 2, Durham 326 for 7 against Worcestershire. And Leicestershire, who won last week at Headingley, 240 for 2 against Derbyshire. Buddingher 72, Hill 75 not out, Ackerman 76 not out. So better days for Leicestershire as this next one goes through to Tom Moores, credited with the catch in that over. It's a little bit difficult to see whether it was LBW or a caught behind with the naked eye, but I'm sure they've all had confirmation from the umpires if confirmation was needed. They've all got walkie-talkies, the scorers and the umpires, and it says on the board Lammonby caught Moores, bowled Hutton for 4.
Well, Lammonby did get away with one. He was dropped by Tom Moores, so he can't feel 100% aggrieved.
Yeah, the only one that's missed out there is Stuart Broad, because he was the bowler on that occasion.
So we've got another over from Dane Patterson. 11 overs remaining in the day. He's in to bowl to Cameron Bancroft outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump, and that one cut back quite sharply, taken by Tom Moores going down the leg side.
Just about, you'd say, probably even Stevens at the moment. I think one more wicket and Notts will feel they're on top. This pair of experienced players can get to stumps and start again tomorrow morning, and it's within Somerset's grasp to go on and get an advantage, but one more tonight. Part this pair, and Notts will be happy.
Patterson bowls again. It's outside the off stump. What does CONCACAF stand for?
CONCACAF.
Yeah.
It's the Central American Football Federation.
There you are. Well, Brian Barish, who's obviously in the US, talking about long hauls. He wrote for an online outlet, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. work normal job, 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. drive to New Jersey. We'll resume after this delivery from Dane Patterson, which brings probably 2 runs for Cameron Bancroft, takes the score into 23 for 2. 5:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. cover 2 CONCACAF Gold Cup games. 12:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. drive home. That is a day's work.
It is indeed.
And we're complaining about still being here at 6:30.
No, we're not complaining. Very much enjoying it. New Jersey, home of the other Newark, the lesser Newark. Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Couple of runs. This is hit down the ground. It won't be. I'm sure it won't be just like a. There we go. Yeah, might be here for a wee while yet, Aaron, with still 10 overs to go in this opening day of this county championship match between Notts and Somerset. We've had 3 stoppages for rain at various times, so we're going on and on and on beyond 7 o'clock. Notts bowled out for 256. Not a bad score given the conditions at the start of the day, but you know, you've got to factor in that Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett, the openers, put 125 on for the first wicket, so 125 for none, 256 all out. It's a little bit of a come down from that situation. Ben Duckett 75, the top scorer, really applied pressure to the Somerset bowlers. Once he'd gone, the collapse began. Asiba Mead made 65, but not a lot else. Lewis Gregory, who a lot of Nottinghamshire cricket followers will know, is the captain of Trent Rockets here. 6 wickets for him, career best figures against Notts today. So 256 all out, but Notts have struck back with the ball. Brett Hutton playing for Luke Fletcher, who's got a bit of a niggle. He's picked up both wickets, his 249th and 250th first class wickets. Dixon and Lammonby out. So replying to Notts 256, Somerset are 25 for 2. That's one of my. That's going to be my retirement flat. I hope a nice balcony so I can see the Thank you, Aaron. It certainly spoils our view from the commentary position. We can't see down the Loughborough Road. We can't talk about nice things like the red bus heading past on its way to the city centre, or a fire engine heading away to get a cat out of a tree or whatever it is. We just can't see what effect it's had on inside here on the ground. Apart from me not being able to see out, I don't think it's had any. It'd be nice to see what it looks like when it's finished, and just see if the people that are in those apartments go out on the balcony and have a look at the cricket, because they'll have a good view if they have. Well, I don't know, because there's sort of sheeting all around. There's lots of scaffolding, lots of sheeting, so I don't know if there's going to be balconies, but there's certainly windows. They'll be able to look out and watch the cricket from a very good vantage point. So I was about to tell you that won't be like any other of the updates I've done during the day. A bit of a chat with Aaron there on in the game. Somerset 25 for 2. He always wants to know something that I'd not probably thought about, as this one's pushed back past the bowler, and a single taken by Tom Abel moves on to 3. He was asking all about the retirement apartments just outside the ground, in case you didn't get the gist of that. 26 for 2. Brett Hutton with both wickets. Little burst from Stuart Broad. Now Dane Patterson has replaced him at the pavilion end. Hutton halfway through his 6th over. And Bancroft with the bulk of the runs, 19 out of 26. He's on strike. Hutton bowls, and again nicely defended. Floodlights have been on since about 20 past 11, I think, this morning. 20 past, half past 11, I think, something like that. And a reminder for those of you watching the pictures, watching the live stream, at the end of the day, if I forget to say if they go off for rain or anything, which doesn't look likely at the moment, but as and when the day has finished, if you just stay looking at the pictures just as quickly as you can, or as we can, there'll be some interviews. There's a push and run out to Broad on the offside, and they scamper through for a single, takes Bancroft to 20. Yeah, the interviews will take place. You'll be able to see and watch those on the live stream if you continue looking at the end of the day. 27 for 2 is the score. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Anthony Gibson alongside me for BBC Radio Somerset. They're listeners down in the West Country, coming in from work and just catching up, I'm sure, with the day's events as this pushed into the offside. No real qualms about Somerset choosing to bowl first this morning. But they didn't. We don't think they made the most of it, but they weren't allowed to, because Duckett came out, and we sort of know what character is, what his makeup, what his mannerism is. Take the fight to the bowlers. He didn't let any of them settle, and he got away to a little bit of a flyer this morning on his way to making 75.
Yes, he tucked in particularly strongly to poor old Jack Leach, who went for 36 in his 6 overs.
But Leach was only on that early because he tucked into one or two of the others, hadn't he?
That's true.
Particularly Davey.
Here's Dane Patterson into Bancroft, who's dropping this into the offside and taking off for a single. Asiba Mead doing the fielding from a sort of deep gully position. Cross. Not sure whether he's walking in or not. That will determine whether he's at backward point or gully.
He's on the one, I think.
Yeah.
Alan Coulthard says this is where we now get our hopes up. Come on, lads! If they can take a series of quick wickets, so can we.
Patterson into Bancroft. Oh, he's beaten by a good one. Oh, it's Abel, I beg your pardon. I thought it was Abel has this tendency just to take a stride towards the bowler, and he did precisely that on that occasion. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get an edge to it.
We can see Abel's arms, but we can't see Bancroft's. That's how I'm trying to remember it.
Yeah, Tom Abel in a short-sleeved shirt and sweater. Patterson in and bowls, and Abel again is appeal for a catch behind.
Optimism.
I think it must be just a slight sign of nervousness, unless, George Bartlett was doing this against Warwickshire. Perhaps it's something that Shane Berger, the new Somerset batting coach, is from Scotland, has suggested to them. Patterson to Abel. Taken on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Abel played it as if it was going down the leg side. And Patterson has a word with Mike Burns, and again nods in acknowledgement of whatever it was that Mike Burns said to him.
I was just wondering if there'd been an LBW from the far end, because Stephen Mullaney, Siddle got him. Mullaney almost walked off, didn't he? He almost was on his way before the finger went up, but all the other LBWs have been from this end.
28 for 2. Abel waits, and this time comes solidly forward and gets the middle of the bat onto that delivery from Dane Patterson after some uncertainty earlier in the over. One ball remaining in this over, and then another 7 to be bowled, unless the clouds drift over, which they may do. Light isn't as good as it was because the sun isn't shining at the moment. Patterson then, last ball of this over to Abel. He's in and bowls, and Abel again defends into the offside, and Hamid picks up from backward point. End of that over. 13 overs have gone. 28 for 2. Somerset have lost. Sean Dixon, who was LBW, playing across the line to Brett Hutton without scoring, and Tom Lammonby, who was missed in Stuart Moore's second over by Tom Moores, the wicket-keeper, when he'd scored 2, was given out caught behind off Brett Hutton for 4, having faced 22 deliveries. That was 19 for 2. It's now 28 for 2.
And we've got a bowling change at the Radcliffe Road end. Stuart Broad is coming back, as I thought might happen a little earlier. He's going to replace Brett Hutton, who's picked up both wickets to 4 so far. Broad earlier, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. Could have had Lammonby, who was dropped by Moores. That would have been 2 for 1. As it was, Tom Lammonby didn't hang around too long. Dismissed for 4. So Broad from this end, probably fair to say, he's had his big moments from the far end, from the pavilion end. See what he can do from this end. Bowls now, and good first delivery, which Bancroft is drawn into chasing after. His 8 for 15 against Australia, of course, was from the pavilion end. His hat-trick against India was from the pavilion end. 28 for 2. Charlie says he thinks he knows who the bear lady is. Thanks, Charlie. Please say thank you for me. 28 for 2 if you see her. This one's run to backward point, fielded by the sticking plaster of Asiba Mead, who played very nicely indeed for his 65 earlier on. Content to let Ben Duckett do his thing, but he still chipped in with a very solid contribution himself. He's a fine player, Asiba Mead. 28 for 2 as Stuart Broad in past umpire Milnes, balls to Bancroft. There's a whirl of arms from Broad as he was just readying himself for an appeal and turning and looking, and lots of thoughts, lots of action, lots of movement. Bancroft though played it down safely on the leg side. Liam Patterson-White inspects the ball, gives it a wipe and a polish, satisfied that it's as good a condition as he can get it in, hands it back to Broad, who comes in for the 4th ball of the over, which Bancroft leaves alone. 28 for 2. Ben Slater made 15, went for a bit of a hoik on the leg side. It went straight up in the air, and Tom Abel, running back, took a catch. That was off Lewis Gregory. It was Gregory's 2nd wicket. He'd dismissed Asiba Mead, and then Lyndon James went next ball, lost his off stump. Gregory's hat-trick ball, by the way, was a no ball. 28 for 2. There's Bancroft again, solidly behind this one. Joe Clark made 8 today, dismissed by Peter Siddle, who also got his mate Stephen Mullaney. Tom Moore's at 2 sixes, the only sixes we've seen today. Oh, beg your pardon. Ben Duckett went to his 50 with a reverse sweep for 6, wasn't it, off Jack Leach? As soon as Leach came on, Duckett was on 44 at the time, reverse swept him for 6. Nice way to bring up your 50. Moore's hit a couple of sixes. Broad bowls now, and this one would have gone over the top, I think. End of the 14th over, Broad's come back over as a maiden. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Liam Patterson-White made 7. Stuart Broad a 2nd ball duck. Dane Patterson had a little bit of fun at the end with Brett Hutton, got Notts up to that batting bonus point before falling. 256 all out, 7 wickets to Lewis Gregory, and then Notts have struck back with Brett Hutton dismissing both Dixon and Lammonby.
And the light just fading a little bit now. Clouds away to the southwest. Floodlights shining out brightly. Dane Patterson into bowl to Tom Abel, outside the off stump, no shot from Abel. Stuart Broad, I think, looks as if he needs a bit of a run out. Just you can almost hear the joints creaking as he runs in. But he'll be all the better for a few overs under his belt. And who knows what may happen tomorrow. As Patterson is in and bowls to Abel, who turns it into the onside. Won't get a run.
It's a difficult thing because people have always sort of said he's essentially, 2 or 3 games for his county to get himself ready for England, but he has always applied himself. He's always got himself ready, got himself into good nick to play for Nottinghamshire, and has always given 100%. And to be fair, he could have been available for whatever and played a practice game, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get the overs in.
Patterson bowls and bat and pad from Tom Abel, hence the stifled appeal.
Not sure how much.
There's no substitute though for overs in the middle.
I was going to say I'm not sure how much pre-season work Somerset got in, but Notts didn't get a great deal of cricket in here. It has to be said, with a lot of the pre-season matches washed away.
Yeah, same with Somerset. They had a fortnight in Abu Dhabi, but didn't play much when it came to pre-season in this country, as Abel defends that. A couple of days against Glamorgan, game against Gloucestershire was almost completely washed out.
With the matches played in Abu Dhabi, were there other counties there, do you know?
Essex were there.
Right.
Essex were there, and I think they played a couple of 20-over games against Essex.
It's before COVID. That and Barbados were sort of regular haunts for the counties, and then obviously through necessity sides didn't go abroad.
It's Patterson in and bowls to Abel, and you can see now the shadows being cast by the players from the floodlights. Each player has a little star around him as he walks or runs around the field.
The first time Notts went to Barbados, there were 6 counties there. That's a third of the county championship. We're in Barbados, but costs and what have you, quality of the grounds and the practice facilities, and sides began to look elsewhere.
Patterson in and bowls, and Abel defends, and Patterson bowling a better line in that over, making the batsman play. I suspect the umpires are going to consult about the light. I was just about to suggest that they would do so, and on cue, that's exactly what they do.
So if you're Stephen Mullaney, what do you do? Do you say, well, no, off?
That will be it, I think.
That wasn't you can stay out here if you want to bowl the spinners. That was an off. Now then, what time of day is it? It's
7:15, isn't it?
7:15. So
18:48.
We've lost 6 overs. I don't think we get these back because we're after 6 o'clock, which is more the pity. If it was before 6 o'clock during the bulk of the day, we would have an extra long day tomorrow, and we could have got those 6 overs. They're all shaking hands, so that's certainly going to be it, folks. 28 for 2 after the 15 overs. I think Somerset will be the happier of the two sides, just to get off there. With Abel 3 not out and Bancroft 21 not out.
One of those situations where they got nothing really to gain, everything to lose. If they'd lost another wicket here this evening, with arguably their 2 best batsmen at the crease, then that would have been a very important twist in what's been interesting day's play. Nottinghamshire getting off to a fast start this morning, thanks to Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid. Somerset coming back well in the afternoon session. Career best figures of 7 for 84 for Lewis Gregory, and then those 2 early wickets for Notts when Somerset came out to bat with 20 odd overs to get through. And at the end of it, I would say, Dave Bracegirdle, that Notts are ahead, but not by much.
And I would turn it round and say honours just about even. Notts won the first session. Somerset clearly won the second session, and let's say the third one's split. But very much enjoyed being back with you, Anthony, with all the good folk from the West Country. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Thanks very much to our camera crew. It's been a chilly old day out there. Anu, Spence and Adam out there with the cameras, and to Kirsty, Aaron and Jono just running things in the production room. That's it for us. That's it for the first day. We'll, God willing, be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll hope you'll join us then. But if you want to hear, I'm not entirely sure who they're going to wheel out to give the interviews today as the hover cover starts up again, but if you carry on watching the live stream, there will be an interview or two for you to watch on there just as soon as they can get one of the players or the coaching staff out to have a bit of a chat. But from Anthony and from myself, again, many thanks for your company today. Nottinghamshire made 256, Somerset 28 for 2, and they'll be good to go again tomorrow morning. Please join us then.
Ben, a pretty one-sided first session of the day, and then it seemed to burst into action. What's your assessment of it?
Yeah, obviously me and Haas tried to put them under a bit of pressure in that first session. There was plenty in it. I think we saw that throughout the day, and even tonight I feel like we could have had a few more wickets. So yeah, the main thing for me really, I kind of assessed that pitch and realised it was going to do a bit and try and score as quick as I could and find ways to kind of put the pressure back on the bowlers. It's just a shame one of us didn't go on and get a really big score, but yeah, I think all day there was a ball in that wicket, so yeah, fingers crossed tomorrow will be the same.
How do you balance it when you get here and it is sort of very typical April conditions, overheads, the grass is a bit green? Is the idea just to go a bit harder and try and put as much pressure on the bowlers as you can? Yeah,
I think everyone goes about it differently. Obviously Haas kind of stuck to his guns, backed his defence, and I went the other way and went a bit harder. I think day one I always rock up here expecting to bat. You know, I know sides are going to put us in, so kind of all morning I'm preparing to kind of be batting. And I think generally they bowled a tad too short in that first session, and yeah, for me it was about trying to capitalise on that.
And then when the spinner comes on, I suppose that's the chance for you to try and capitalise as much as you can. A lot's been made in the winter about how strong you are against that, and again we saw today you trying to take the positive option. Yeah,
well, my good friend Leachy, it's just when he first came on I thought, well, no, I did reverse even second ball, but I was thinking, how am I going to go about this? And straight away I thought I'm facing a left arm spinner and it's not turning and it's nipping around at the other end, so yeah, I'm actually gutted I didn't go a little bit harder and try and hit him for a few more sixes. But I knew kind of I've faced him enough this winter. I kind of knew where he was going to land the ball and stuff, and yeah, we had a bit of a good fun out there, and yeah, I think I had him today.
And what was your assessment of that second session, I suppose, when Somerset did come back into things, the wickets started to fall? Is that a case of good bowling and good battling from their perspective?
Yeah, I think they were always going to have a few words at lunch and try and bowl better than they did in that first session. I feel like 250 we're probably over par there being stuck in. Without being negative, there was always going to be a period where they were probably going to get on top of us and take wickets. And really important lower order runs there from the tail to kind of get us that first point. And actually having a bowl tonight, getting a couple, you stick two on that tomorrow morning and we're in a great position.
Yeah, as you say, with 250 sort of being above par in your opinion, how important is it that you got those wickets both for the momentum and so that you can come back tomorrow with your tails up?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice kind of getting the openers out and try and get into that middle order as early as we can tomorrow. I think the benefit as well of the big boys up top, them getting two spells with the new ball is always nice. We can get Broady and Ledge coming back at them again tomorrow morning, whilst that ball's nice and hard. So, I believe we could kind of have a session in the morning where we take 8 wickets if we bowl well enough. We've got to go and do that. But yeah, I feel like it's that kind of pitch where you can kind of take 5, 6, 7 wickets in a session.
And obviously Brett with the wickets, but it's good to see Stuart coming in on his home ground as well, with his danger that he poses, I suppose.
Yeah, obviously really nice having Broady. Regardless of what he's doing, the batters are facing one of the best bowlers ever, so it's always nice having him. Fingers crossed he can get on a bit of a rhythm tomorrow and have one of his crazy spells.
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers, thanks.